Добрий ранок, вітаємо вас, шановні гості, шановні учасники, учасниці 10-го ювілейного
Good morning, dear participants. Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Donbas Media Forum. We're happy to welcome you here at the National Museum of Ukrainian History throughout World War II. This is today's venue of the 10th Donbas Media Forum. We highly appreciate that you are here with us in spite of this bad weather and heavy traffic. Around those 10 years, Donbas Media Forum has become a pan-Ukrainian, nationwide platform for opinion exchange and experience exchange. You are here and your opinion is valuable for us. Our forum has Donbas heart. We are located in the conference room, which is called Donetsk, and next to it we have a conference room called Luhansk. And by the way, here in this museum, we can also see the exhibitions dedicated to Ukrainian Kursk and Belgorod region. You may see the respective quotes written on the walls. At the same time, we can feel here the spirit of the Sea of Azov, because next to our conference room there is Berdyansk conference room, and downstairs we have also Mariupol conference room. The fifth conference room is called Kakhovka. Let's continue our journey in this venue. In Kakhovka, for instance, you will find also Yalta cinema. And in this cinema, you will be able to watch the movies and documentaries shot by our directors, our investigative journalists, and other creative people. And you can also scan this QR code found on your nameplates. If you follow the link, you will find the information regarding all the exhibitions and all of the events which will be held within those 3 days. So we are looking forward to this information and media marathon. It will focus on the freedom of speech versus freedom of lies. Why and when do we face with lies hidden behind the mask of the so-called personal opinion? So what we call personal opinion is often used to manipulate with the freedom of speech, with the conscience. It can be used as a tool in the information war. I, as a journalist, hope that we will be able to answer these questions during the 10th anniversary of Donbas Media Forum. But of course, there will be many more questions. And now I would like to invite our honored guests. Please come up to the stage. The head of the National Council of Ukraine for radio and TV broadcasting, Ms. Olga Grasivyuk, the ambassador of the European Union EU, Ms. Katerina Maternova, extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of Bundesrepublik Deutschland, Mr. Heiko Toms, the ambassador of the Czech Republic in Ukraine, Mr. Luboš Vesel, the head of the Council of Europe office, Mr. Maciejczak. He is online with us, and hopefully, from the technical point of view, everything will be smooth. We will see Mr. Yanchak. Pierre Bassan, the head of the operational activity under the OECD program in Ukraine, is welcome. Good morning.
Координаторка програми комунікацій та
Coordinator of
інформації
Communication
представництва
Information
ЮНЕСКО в
Program
Україні Альбертіна
representing
Пітербах.
UNESCO in Ukraine, Ms. Albertina Peterbach.
Заступниця голови виконавчої ради
Deputy Head of
Європейського
the
центру
Executive
свободи
Council of
преси
the
та
European
медіа,
Center for
колишня
Freedom of Speech and
депутатка
Media,
Європейського парламенту та
ex-deputy of
давня
the
подруга України
European
Ребека
Parliament
Гартс.
and a long-standing friend of Ukraine, Ms. Rebecca Hartz.
І голова громадської
And
організації
the head
«The
of the
Ukraine»,
civil
голова
society
оргкомітету
organization,
Donbas
the
Media
Ukraine,
Forum
the
Любов
head
Раковець.
of the organizational committee of Donbas Media Forum, Ms. Любов Раковець.
Отже, перед початком, перед вступним словом,
Before I
хочеться
hand it over to our
подякувати
participants,
подякувати
I
силам
would
оборони
like
України,
to thank the armed forces of Ukraine as usual, because due to their efforts we are here and together we can continue our discussions and work.
І також я пропоную хвилину пам'яті на честь наших захисниць
And let's
і
also
захисників,
announce
своє
a
життя
minute of silence to commemorate the lives of our defenders.
Дякую. Отож, шановні колеги, слово має
Dear
голова
colleagues,
Національної
I'm
ради
happy to hand it over to the head of the National Ukrainian TV and Radio Broadcasting Council, Ms. Olga. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, hi everyone, welcome. I'm happy to see my dear colleagues, journalists, and media representatives who are here with us today. Thank you for this great honor to welcome you at the start of this forum's of operation. Today, this forum celebrates 10 years of its existence. 10 years ago, here in Kiev in 2015, we had the first meeting of that kind. There was the first media forum which has become a safe platform for dialogue of journalists separated by the hostilities. 10 years ago, in Donetsk and in Lugansk, Donetsk and Lugansk were occupied by the aggressor, and several dozens of magazines and newspapers were closed down, internet sites ceased to operate, and our colleagues tried to save the archives. They tried to get evacuated, but at that time the enemy instituted censorship in the occupied territories, and as a result Ukrainians found themselves in the isolation. So 10 years is just a trifle for the history. However, for a human being, it's a long period. And throughout this time, the enemy failed to deprive us of Donbas, of Donetsk region, of entire Ukraine. And right now, while we are talking, our best warriors are in the way of the enemy's progress, and I'm sure that the enemy won't be able to deprive us of our dignity. This won't and this shouldn't happen. So this idea of the journalist dialogue wasn't introduced 10 years ago, and this idea should also prevent the enemy from capturing us all. Throughout these 10 years, the world so many wars. Wars are everywhere. The world is inflamed. And this war is evident also in the digital area. So we have to understand how we can get through the digital era. The freedom of speech has many nuances now, and the fairy tale about a wolf wearing the sheepskin is not a fairy tale anymore. This is the time when the access to knowledge, to information, is instantaneous, and this is a big achievement of the humankind. At the same time, it's a big risk, a big threat, and of course, some forces try to block this instantaneous access to information. In fact, this is the most serious violation of human rights, because this is a human right, access to the information. The post-industrial society values knowledge and information because they are the prerequisites for the further development. Today's topic is freedom of speech versus freedom of lies, and this topic clearly reflects the current situation. Truth often falls victim to manipulations, and we hardly know what freedom of speech is nowadays. Throughout this decade, we believed that freedom of speech is a basic foundation of democracy. We have always believed this. However, there are lots of people working on preventing us from enjoying freedom of speech. Authoritarian regimes using fake flags try to suppress freedom of speech. They suppress opinions in democratic societies, and very often they try to use freedom of speech as an industry of deliberate lies. We witness such situation all across the globe. Dozens of journalists in Ukraine and in other countries are kidnapped, are killed, are captured when on duty. Freedom of speech requires courage, and chaos requires higher responsibility for every word, because the information space has become the space of disinformation. We face lots of challenges, and not only at the front line. We face with the internal threats as well, like our fatigue, manipulations in the information space, and populism. We all face with the pressure. The countries that used to be our partners become the countries that suppress us. Everyone knows that Hungary recently has blocked and prohibited 12 Ukrainian media resources. And here we see that there is no difference now between propaganda and high-quality journalism. Our colleagues from the European countries allow for such actions, and unless this behavior, this conduct is prevented, we will be not able to discern, to differentiate between truth and lies. Our European partners should respond to our voice, because we expect this. Otherwise, we will see that the situation will aggravate, like the situation with the drones in Europe. We will get used to lies. It will be like background noise for us. It won't be irritating, it won't be indignating us anymore, it will become normal. And this is one of the most dangerous changes in our information culture. And we are going to discuss those changes today and tomorrow. The best strategy of long-term protection from manipulation is the investment in critical thinking. And here I'm talking not just about school education, we're talking about general culture of information consumption, about the habit of asking questions. It is important to check sources. It is important to be critical, to distrust the first impression. Each and every our colleague has to consider whether they should pursue accuracy or speedy delivery information, whether they should be overwhelmed by emotions or by the reasonable decisions. It is a very important choice, and to be strong, we have to look up to the authorities, the moral authorities, and we have such a professional authority. Let's recall Ms. Victoria Roshchin. This is a journalist who wanted to prove her stance, and he decided to testify as a witness of a crime. But she died in this battle. But now she's still burning like a torch. So it is very difficult to act like Victoria, to be honest, to be a witness, to make this choice. But still, we have to overcome those barriers. We won't have simple responses, but we want to have truth, and it has to be protected. So, dear colleagues, once again, welcome to this forum, and let's leave it with some ideas, inspirations, and the spirit of being united. Thank you. Thank you, dear Olga. You mentioned Victoria Roshchina, and please pay attention to the first row. Traditionally, we reserve the places there for our colleagues who cannot be with us, who are not with us anymore. Those are colleagues who died or who were captured or who, for some reasons, refused from being with us, or they just left the profession. And now let me hand it over to Ms. Katerina Maternova, the ambassador of the EU in Ukraine. Good morning, everyone.
To those who is not with us anymore and who had his funeral yesterday, Alexa Shalovsky from Novi Groshi. Condolences to all friends and family. The truth is the most precious weapon, and it's true very much so in this terrible war that Russia has been waging against Ukraine. It's waging the war not only on the front and against the civilians by terrorizing us through nightly bombings across Ukraine, but also in the information space. And in the information space, as Madam Chairwoman was saying, this is where truth and trust and facts die on a daily basis. I mean, Russia acts with deceit and cruelty, both in the hot war and in the information space. It pays for troll farms, creates disinformation narratives that it spreads. And not only in Ukraine, it spreads its disinformation narratives across the European Union, across the free world. The latest one is that Russia is winning, Ukraine has already lost. This is a narrative that is pumped into our media back in our countries with ferocity and skill that it poisons people's minds and really creates an atmosphere that is not helpful. And this has not been only since the full-scale invasion. Russia has been doing this for decades, and many times we just didn't notice, or just notice it when it was a little bit too late. And you are the ones that stand in the front line of this second battle in the information space. I love coming to the Donbas Media Forum ever since I started here. I think I was here once, still from Brussels, since it's already 10th years anniversary. And you really do stand on the front line. And as Mr. Conferencier mentioned, Russia has been attacking journalists, attacking their freedom, attacking their work, and killing already 112 journalists since the full-scale invasion. And just last week, on October 3rd, Russian drone killed French photojournalist and severely wounded an Ukrainian one, despite them wearing vests clearly saying press. So that's not a random attack. That's simply an attack on press freedom and the truth. Since 2017, excuse me, the European Union has invested more than 100 million euros in supporting free and independent media, safety of journalists. We were the ones who financed the creation of a journalist hub when the full scale started in Poland on the border. So the truth and information and facts about the full-scale invasion can get out to the world. We are not always good at saying what we do. So there was this impression when the USAID stopped its funding that suddenly independent journalism will collapse in Ukraine. So don't worry. We have about 50 million of active projects with a lot of sub-granting. And today we are launching, we have set aside 10 million out of this is going to be launched this year. And today is the moment when we are launching 3 of the big projects with Internews, with the Institute of Mass Information and Reporters Without Borders. All of these programs, and we will talk more about them on the next panel, but all of these have sub-granting inbuilt with them, so other organizations can apply and receive support. So since I will also talk another panel, I'm going to make this cut this little shorter, just to say that the history of Europe teaches us that it has always been easier to silence the truth than to fight for it. But for our future, I think we need to indeed fight for it. And I think life in this country shows us why it's so important, because without truth, the path forward is really difficult. And you are the oxygen of democracy. You are the one that get the news out. You are the one that hold authorities to account. You are the one that inform people and allow them to sort truth from falsehoods. And without that, every society begins to suffocate. So thank you. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your work, for not stopping, even in the wartime, and for defending the truth. Slava vam, slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дякуємо, пані посол. Слово має
Thank you very
надзвичайний
much, Ms.
повноважений
Ambassador.
посол
And now let's hand it over to the extraordinary plenipotentiary ambassador of Germany in Ukraine, Mr. Haikotovas.
Partners and friends, шановні пані та панове, мене звати Haikotovas, я новий посол Німеччини в Україні. І я маю за честь представляти Німеччину в цій чудовій країні.
I'm the new ambassador of Germany in Ukraine, and I have the honor to represent Germany in this country.
It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the organizing team for doing this, which I'm here for the first time. Seems like a really very impressive event with a lot of attendance, and we are very proud as German Embassy to support this. It was written down for me here that this year's Donbas Media Forum comes at a critical moment, which is certainly true because every moment in Ukraine is a critical moment. But of course, this is particularly true when it comes to the media landscape. We know there has been quite a bit of uncertainty. I just want to assure you that we, as Katarina Maternova just also has said from the European Union side, from the German side, we will continue support for the free media landscape of Ukraine. It was particularly important for me to talk to you today, not only because we support this forum, but because I want to express our support for those who are at the front line of this media war and who are actually at the real front line. And I can imagine that this, of course, creates anxiety, that there are worries, that this war has been going on for 3 years. I can only encourage you, please keep up the fight. You play an essential role for the future of this country, for the future on the path to the EU. And I truly believe that the place of Ukraine is inside the European Union. This is where Ukraine belongs. Ukraine belongs inside the EU. And your work is playing an important and essential role in securing that this path is well underway. Because in the end, this is not only about free media as such. Of course, only with the free media, only with a vibrant scene that you represent, the accession will actually be possible. So you are not only contributing to the disinformation war, you can contribute in general to the well-being of this country and for a good future of Ukraine. I went to Bucha yesterday for the first time in my life. That was, as you can imagine, a very emotional moment for me. The atrocities that have been committed by the aggressor are beyond belief. When you go there as an ambassador, you get a certain program and you visit the exhibition, but then suddenly something happened outside protocol. An elderly lady came close, and well, the protocol and security people wanted to push her aside a little bit. I said, no, let's have a talk with her. And then she described to me what happened in Bucha, where she was, that her son was killed, not actually during the atrocities, but at the front line. But her message to me was a very clear one. She said, you need to fight the war against disinformation, the narratives that are being spread. That's the real problem that we're faced with here, the lies that are being spread. Please, let's stand together, Ukraine, Germany, Ukraine, EU, because we need to go against this narrative. And that was what she really wanted to tell me. And I can only say, I agree 100%. So what you are doing is really essential for the future of this country. Майбутнє України – це наше майбутнє. So thank you very much for everything that you are doing in these very difficult days. You can rest assured that we will stand by your side also in years to come. Ukraine needs to win this war, and then Ukraine needs to win the peace. And that's the moment where we will also need independent journalists and the free press. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо. Дякуємо, пане посол.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to hand over to Mr. Lubisz Veselý, Extraordinary Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Czech Republic.
Українською попробую.
Thank you very much. With your indulgence, I will try to speak Ukrainian. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation. I'm happy to be with you. Unfortunately, I do not see clearly your faces because of the illumination setting. Nonetheless, I am so happy to be here with you. Congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the forum. I'm really pleased to be here, and I'll tell you why. It may sound strange for some colleagues. However, I am very pleased to
в мій улюблений Крим і в інші міста, які зараз під окупацією. Коли я тут працював з 9 по 13 рік, це було чудово. І я думаю, що ми ще на Донбасі і в цих містах зустрінемося разом. Щиро дякую вам за цю страшенно важливу роботу, яку ви робите не тільки на окупованих територіях, але зокрема. Це тому і також для нас було честю підтримати ваш форум. Я так розумію, що ви вже не хочете нас слухати, але хочете між собою спілкуватися та працювати. Тоді дуже коротко скажу про важливість цієї теми. Колеги це вже згадали, але тема цього року особливо важлива не тільки для України, а й для всієї Європи. І тут я мушу згадати нашого колишнього президента і великого друга України Вацлава Гавела, у якого, до речі, позавчора, якщо я не помиляюсь, на цьому тижні ми згадували його день народження. І може хтось пам'ятає чи знає те, що він казав власне про тему вашого форуму, і це те, що стало і в Україні відомою фразою.
He said a very famous statement, and the statement was mentioned by Zelensky president the year before last, I think. So he said, Václav Havel said that freedom of speech and love will overcome falsehood and hatred. And another great Czech and European, my boss, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Karl Schwarzenberg, said the following: sometimes truth and love need some assistance, and that's what you are doing. You are assisting truth, and many thanks for that. So, Slava Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you for being brief and concise, dear ambassador. And now let me hand it over to Mr. Maciej Janczak. He is online with us. Over.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to address the Donbas Media Forum and to welcome journalists, most of all, editors, media experts, and all the partners of the Council of Europe who are gathered today to discuss the challenges of disinformation, right to truth, right to protect, we should say, from disinformation and from propaganda. Discuss also opportunities and the future of Ukrainian media, because this is also key for this conference. As you know, for many years, the Council of Europe has worked closely with Ukraine to advance freedom of expression, freedom of the media, as well as media pluralism. And today, more than 3.5 years after the start of Russia's war of aggression, and looking at Ukraine's path toward European integration, our joint work has become even more vital and relevant. The Council of Europe is proud to celebrate this year the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's accession to our organization. And we are equally proud to be present here on the ground for more than 20 years with our office in Kiev, the largest of all the Council of Europe offices across the continent. At the moment, we implement 36 projects, and through one of these, entitled Safeguarding Freedom of Expression and Freedom of the Media in Ukraine, we carry out numerous activities, as you know, related to the situation of the media. Let me give you a couple of examples which I think will be important and cross-cutting the different themes of the conference. For instance, we help in the advancement of media reform, supporting both co- and self-regulation. We strive to support and protect journalists who work under an unprecedented level of risk through such campaigns as Journalists Matter. We continue our communication efforts to secure release of Ukrainian journalists held in Russian captivity. Dear friends, as Suspilne is one of our key partners and beneficiaries, today we will support the session What Future Awaits Public Broadcasting? Council of Europe standards in this regard are clear. Public service media must be independent, sustainably financed, and accountable to the public rather than to political or commercial interests. This is paramount in order to ensure access to reliable information, foster trust in society, and guarantee adequate representation of every community across Ukraine. Strengthening Ukraine's public broadcaster also serves as a formidable shield against disinformation and manipulation, which we are discussing today. As we contribute to the improvement and assessment of draft laws related to media matters on Ukraine's path to the EU, one of the forum's discussions will highlight the urgency of aligning national legislation with the Council of Europe and EU standards. Ukraine has already taken important steps in this direction with its new law on media, but effective implementation and further refinement remain equally significant. As of this year, through our media project, Council of Europe experts have already provided 7 legal opinions on issues including journalists' access to public institutions, amendments to the criminal code concerning electronic registers and information offenses under martial law, regulation of information sharing platforms, amendments to certain Ukrainian media laws, legal provisions of the law on advertising, and amendments to the criminal code regarding a new administrative offense involving the identification of a lawyer with their client. Provisions which are not yet fully aligned with Council of Europe standards and could have a chilling effect on journalists and civil society actors. We have supported the creation of the 5th co-regulatory body for print media in December 2024, and given the continued relevance of print media as a source of information for many Ukrainians, we are proud also to support the session Ukraine Newspapers, Is There a Place for Classic Media? The Council of Europe encourages diversity in the media, both traditional and digital, as a safeguard of pluralism and societal resilience. In the digital era, print media face existential challenges, yet they remain important, particularly in regional communities and frontline areas. The session self and co-regulation of the media industry concerns the maintenance and implementation of professional standards. Council of Europe recommendations highlight that effective self-regulation is most efficient guarantee of high ethical standards without at the same time compromising independence. Co-regulation, when developed transparently and inclusively, helps to ensure accountability and public trust. Ukraine's efforts in this area deserve strong support, as they are essential for enhancing trust in the media in accordance with European best practices. Furthermore, our contribution extends beyond these 4 sessions. We are pleased to see this forum also address media literacy, combating disinformation, touching upon ethics and professional standards during wartime, as well as dealing with the role of regional journalism as a foundation of democracy. All of these themes are integral to our shared work. Media freedom is not only a matter of professional interests, it is also about democracy, human rights, and Ukraine's European future. It is also a strong and integral component of what we and our Secretary General also recently described as democratic security. Let us look together in the framework of today's discussion and beyond for new and improved ways and practical solutions to continue safeguarding these values. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякуємо вам, пане голове. Слово має керівник операційної діяльності
Thank you very
програми
much.
підтримки
And now
ОБСЄ
I'd like
для
to hand it
України
over to
П'єр
the
Бассан.
OSCE representative, Mr. Pierre Bassan.
Good morning to everyone. So today is 9 of October 25. It's called the Donbas Media Forum. If I recall properly, this forum was not supposed to happen in Kyiv. When you all came into this room, you were welcomed by the orchestra from Mariupol. And you all also remember that in 2023 was released the 20 Days of Mariupol, showing the work of journalists in the city attacked by Russian Federation. And from that moment, even before, we knew since 2014 that the life of journalists was at risk. And it hasn't changed. So what does the OSCE support program for Ukraine does? We have a dedicated programs, and Olga Prokopenko is in the room. You can approach her. What is very important in what we are trying to do now is not only we support media literacy in the country, but from next month, we will start a new programs on the safety of journalists. And not only your physical safety, but also your safety online. Yesterday, when discussing with some of you, we were informed that your phone, your own personal phone, is subject to attacks, cyber attacks, in order to have access to your sources, to your contacts. So you are a primary target physically and also based on your job. The thing is, I mentioned the Donbas Media Forum. We are going to support you for your safety online and physically. But unfortunately, journalists are still dying on the front line. As mentioned by the ambassador of the EU previously, Anthony Ladikan died a week ago, trying to do the same jobs as you all do. And Yuri Ivanchenko was injured. He lost his leg doing his job. I would like to dedicate the rest of my intervention to these two people and all the other journalists that died, either as journalists practicing on the front line or journalists that were mobilized in the army of Ukraine. Because one journalist, one dead journalist is one too many. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Слово має координаторка програми
Thank
комунікації
you.
та
Now
інформації
I'll pass
представництва
the floor
ЮНЕСКО
to
в
the
Україні,
representative of UNESCO in
Альбертіна
Ukraine, Miss Albertina
Thank you
Peterbach.
very much. Distinguished colleagues, dear guests, excellencies, it's a great honor for me to be here in this 10th anniversary of the Donbas Media Forum. And I would like to start by congratulating the organizers for this amazing initiative. This forum has become a key space for journalists, media, professional, civil society partners to come together, exchange experiences, and reaffirm our collective commitment to press freedom and the public right to access to information and truth. I'm also very honored here and pleased to send the greetings and congratulations of Mrs. Chiara Desivardeschi, who is the head of UNESCO in Ukraine, but who couldn't be here. And also would like to thank the government of Japan for the constant support to media in Ukraine through UNESCO. And I would like to also emphasize how the theme of this year's forum, freedom of speech versus freedom of lies, it's so important. In times of conflict, but also all over the world, disinformation and misinformation become not only social challenges, but also existential threats for democracy, distorting realities, deepening divisions, undermining every notion of truth, putting people in danger. In this context, Ukrainian journalists have shown extraordinary courage and professionalism, and they have even paid with their lives, as I will remind it today. Their work has been essential not only for history, but also for justice. Yet, we must remember that journalists have been, as I said, among the main victims, facing physical danger, displacement, loss, trauma, and increasingly, as it was mentioned before, online attacks. Particularly, women journalists have been the main victims of this, and UNESCO stands with them. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, UNESCO has provided emergency support for hundreds of journalists, from protective equipment to mental health support and assistance, safety trainings, emergency grants, and establishment of safe spaces across Ukraine. But our responsibility goes beyond emergency assistance. UNESCO is the only UN agency mandated to defend the free flow of ideas by word and image, and we advocate for information as a public good. That means that accurate, timely, and reliable information should be accessible to everyone. Information integrity is not a commodity to be monopolized or manipulated. It is a shared resource that benefits society and humanity as a whole. Ukrainian media, in this sense, are also defending truth, democracy, and the right to know, and information as a public good. They are providing that even in these dark times, freedom of expression remains the most powerful tool, and they show it against oppression and lies. Media watchdogs play a crucial role too in monitoring and evaluating laws, policy. They are there for transparency and to uphold for human rights standards. As we open this forum, let's reflect on how we need to continue in this way. And UNESCO is ready to continue working with the Ukrainian media community, national partners, and international donors to ensure that information integrity and freedom of expression, as well as access to information, remain at the heart of Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава. Дякуємо вам, пані Альбертіно. Слово має заступниця голови виконавчої ради Європейського центру.
And now let me hand it over to the head of the European Freedom of Media Center, Ms. Rebecca Harms.
Thanks, first of all, for having me here. It's always good to return to Ukraine. I'm traveling in the country since 1 week and will stay for some more days. And I'm traveling and I'm watching what's going on. I'm meeting many people, and my goal is to be able to report back in my country and in the west of Europe about the admirable people in Ukraine, about an army that stands on the front lines, but about millions who stay in the country and make the country ready to survive every day, every week, every month in a terrible war since nearly 4 years. I think that this is one of the most important things we have to have in mind. So there is the front line, there is the army, there is air defense, but behind every soldier, many people are needed to prepare the next day and the future of the country. And journalists are part of this, and they are quite important part. As a member of the European Parliament, former member of the European Parliament, I had the privilege to really follow closely developments in Ukraine. And so the elder ones among us might remember the first days of Ukrainska Pravda. And we know how much Ukrainian media landscape has transformed, has changed. So it's so much more part of a resilient democratic society than 20 years ago listen to the elder ones and you will understand even better why Putin and his army are attacking the country, and specifically always also those who stand for the truth and who defend the truth against the lies. I remember very well the first days of the great invasion when friends from Kiev called me and explained me the black lists. So lists which had been published in Moscow and were leaked, which showed that many citizens of Ukraine, artists, writers, politicians, anti-corruption fighters, but also journalists were targeted. And my first reaction was, whom can I support? And we decided to go for a project to support Ukrainian journalists. But this support, we will discuss it later on other panels, but this is part of the support for the democratic future of Ukraine. Without a democratic and transparent and independent media sector, this future would not look bright. And to make it again very clear, thanks to every journalist who stands, as Katerina put it, in the second row and is defending the freedom and the sovereignty of this country and defends partly also our common democratic future in Europe. We support you because we know that we need your work also for us, because without Ukrainian journalists being the eyes and ears in this country, in this war-torn country, we would be lost in disinformation. So thanks for great work. Thanks for guaranteeing the future of Ukraine, and let's be prepared for the next round. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дякуємо вам, пані Ребеко.
Thank you, Ms. Rebecca. Now let me invite the representative of the organizational committee of Donbas Media Forum, Ms. Любов Раковець. Dear friends, colleagues, and partners, today is a special day for us because we are commencing the 10th Donbas Media Forum. This is a national forum with regional card. 10 years ago, we started working in the frontline region, and we did not know whether we were going to survive. Today, we are here again, together with our partners and friends, believing that truth in Ukraine will prevail. 10 years ago, we talked about survival of journalists only. Today, we are talking about survival of truth, because war changed everything, yet it did not change our duty. We have to be honest, we have to be sincere, and we have to protect freedom of speech. The topic is freedom of speech. The topic of this forum is freedom of speech versus freedom of lies. The question is, how can we protect our freedom without ruining it? Because freedom is not the same as arbitrariness. It's about choice. Donbas Media Forum is represented by people who are not broken, who work under bombs, who work without electricity, because there is need to bring truth to the society. Ukrainian media are still alive, and journalists support Ukraine. Freedom of speech is not just a motto, it's our daily routine. I'd like to thank all our partners, Council of Europe, European Union, NATO, UNESCO, our friends from Japan, Germany, and the Czech Republic. Many thanks to everyone who helps Ukraine stay independent. But most of all, I would like to thank you, dear journalists, for your everyday efforts, for your resilience, and for your trust, because journalism is not just a profession, it's a standpoint, it's a stance. And today we are starting a 3-day discussion of acute, complicated topics, because this forum is not just about talks, but about solutions and actions. The Donbas Media Forum is not just an event, it's a community which has been proven for 10 years in a row that truth is still strong. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for preserving this heart of Ukrainian journalism. And welcome at the 10th Donbas Media Forum. Thank you, dear Lyubov, for your words. Dear visitors, thank you for attention. Dear colleagues, thank you for your welcoming address. And the first panel discussion will start in a couple of minutes. With that, I would like to declare our forum officially opened. Congratulations.
Отож, перед тим як розпочати роботу в першій панелі.
So, before we start the first panel discussion,
першій дискусійній панелі я хочу зробити оголошення.
I would like
Зараз
to
у
make
дискусійній
an
залі
announcement.
відбудеться зустріч із головою Національної ради
In a
України
couple
з
of
питань
minutes,
телебачення та радіомовлення
there will be
Ольгою
a
Герасим'юк.
meeting with Olga Gerasimyuk in Lugansk conference room.
Запрошуємо учасників Donbas Media Forum доєднатися до цієї
Dear participants of Donbas Media Forum, please attend this meeting. There you will have answers to your questions regarding registration of the media, legislative constraints, procedures, liabilities, and sanctions that can be applied by the regulatory authorities. So please don't hesitate and attend this meeting.
actually supported independent media to the same amount of money as the US. Yes, they do it in a more visible way. We are more reserved, we are more discreet about it. But for example, the support to Suspilne has been from the very beginning exclusively the European Union and then some other European countries. And as I mentioned, the center in Eastern Poland, when the war started, was supported by us. Every one of you that would have gotten anything from the European Endowment for Democracy is our resources. And so please, let's stop saying we woke up when USAID left. That's not the case. And that's not the case for a very simple reason. Independent journalism is a cornerstone of democracy. It's one of the pillars of democracy, which is a core value on which the European Union is established. So it's something that we do as a matter of principle. It's not only finances that we do. We support independent journalism politically, diplomatically, and very much rely, and in this day of information fog, I would say, and as Rebecca was mentioning earlier, you know, the deluge of disinformation that goes out there is even more important to do that. So yes, we have reacted also to USAID's withdrawal of this support by trying to help those who were suddenly left without resources, but this does not mean that we have not been providing. We do it in a different way. We do it via partners. For example, the 3 programs that are going to be presented now all have an obligation to sub-grant to the other organizations. And so I know that we do things in every other area much less visibly, but let's please stop saying we woke up when USAID has left. We have been supporting, we are supporting, and we will be supporting independent journalism in Ukraine as I will repeat it again, as one of the cornerstones of democratic accountability, democratic development, and democratic future of Ukraine in the European Union. As my German colleague Heiko mentioned, майбутнє України – це майбутнє Європи. And in this, в тому майбутньому, independent journalism is really a must. And what I would like to say, so it's really a strategic priority, and that's why I'm delighted to be on the panel. By the way, we should have a new word for, you know, there's a word called manel when all men are on panels, which we are all very much used to. And now I'm delighted to be on a female-only panel. And maybe panel would be the word for it. But it's great to hear the presentations of the 3 programs that we are launching today. And in addition to that, in a few days, we will also do another call for proposals, also with, I don't know, 2 or 3, I don't remember the exact amount, but call for proposals for 3 organizations that would get together and work on independent journalism, regional journalism, and also economic models for journalists. And that call will also have a sub-granting component to make sure that more organizations can benefit. And I will finish with also reflecting on something you said, that Ukrainian journalists work in different circumstances and financing is a problem. As was also referred to in the opening panel, found here can be applied elsewhere and vice versa. But this is a common challenge to regional journalists in many other places as well. Thanks a lot.
Дякую. Я маленьке уточнююче питання хотіла би поставити щодо фінансування. Тобто ми все одно розуміємо, що утворилася певна діра без американських грошей.
I have some question about financing. Yet there is a loophole with no American money. Whether European Union knows how to fill that gap to make sure that the landscape of the media, of the independent media, could be preserved.
Well, I mean, the departure of the United States from financing of Ukraine cannot be filled because we and the US were the biggest donors. Suddenly, when one part of it leaves, then of course it leaves the whole. But that's why some of the ones that would have gone belly under, we reprogrammed and rejigged, and we will consistently continue providing more. And we are talking to our member states, and Heiko in fact mentioned this as well, that we are now putting together support for civil society, support for media, also with member states, and increasing the amount and making the case to our member states that this is an important area and it shouldn't be only the portion that goes through the EU budget. And we have been successful because they have been giving us more resources, but just like in military support, just like in macro financial assistance, also in the support for journalists, it's nobody can make up for the whole, but we are supporting dozens and dozens and dozens of organizations and will continue to do so. But we are also pushing for creating new economic models, whether it's through advertising, whether it's through community campaigns, whether it's through events, whether it's through merchandising, whatever the models are. Yes, it's not going to be as easy as when there were double the money. That's why we are also going to be pushing the envelope to see how we can establish also new models where there is going to be more effort made to also co-contribute to the work by the media organizations themselves.
Дякую, пані Катерина.
Thank you, Katerina.
А власне цифри підтримки є.
The numbers of support could be seen on the screen behind us. The way it increases, 3 new media projects can be discussed now. There must be more information on the screen. The initiatives which will be supported. And meanwhile, Oksana Romaniuk, head of the EMI, will discuss one of those new media projects, one of them, which will be implemented also very soon, or is being implemented right now. You're welcome, dear colleagues. I met young journalists who came for the first time. As I said, we looked in the map, how such a small Ukraine and such a big Russia. And Ukraine is confronting it. And Ukraine is resilient. How do you manage to do that? And I thought that this is not just heroism, this is also daily routine work for the support of democratic infrastructure. And for this infrastructure to be stable, because we all understand that the longevity of Europe directly depends on Ukrainian resilience. Because for us to be resilient, we need independent, high-quality media. We need that our compatriots could learn of the facts of what is happening. We need our government to take decisions based not on the fears and the emotion, but rather independent facts, verified by journalists. Therefore, all these projects, we are not just projects, we are part of infrastructure supporting Ukraine's democracy. Within our project, we operate as a system of documenting the crime, keeping the memory, not those just committed by Russians against journalists and media. We also exist as a mirror of the crime which lasts against our media. We are not an ideal country, and yet we have a lot to correct, and we needed to move forward. We do monitoring of transparency and quality of Ukrainian media to make them more visible, that they build their bridges from advertisers and donors. Next week, we, with partners, Detector Media, will have a call on regional media. We started it with Julian, by the way, and we invite you to file. There is a monitoring of whitelist because will be published. Within this project, we plan to support more than 55 media for the amount of 10-15,000 euro. And also, we shall soon announce the call, and we shall invite you to file. Also, within this project, again, with our partner, Detector Media, we shall make the monitoring about disinformation, because this work is important, and also this is a bastion which confronts the murder. And it seems to me that for 3 years, for more than 3 years since the beginning of invasion, what is done by our media takes away this colonial noise from Ukraine. We are now visible. Our agency has improved, and this is valuable for all us and development of Ukraine. For us, the priority is not just to survive. We need to survive, to invest in media in order to survive. Instead, the priority for us is the coming decade, at least. I'm not speaking of survival for the next day. We have to win, we have to survive, and we have to be confident with you. And we need to keep our infrastructure. By the way, about the infrastructure, I forgot of another specificity. Over these years of the invasion, for more than 10,000 times, we have supported the journalists who have applied to us as a media, means of safety, training, networking. You can refer to our media base in order to receive the equipment, in order to work on the media base. We have the editorial offices who have no other place to work because their editorial office was bombed. This horizontal story is important because this is Ukrainian power, Ukrainian secret, our networking. Therefore, we are happy to support it, and we are happy to be part of this very important ecosystem. And I believe that this ecosystem must be kept in the condition it is now. It must be developed, and it must be made more resilient. The resilience of the country, a prerequisite of resilience of Europe. I have a question for clarification. We all can see how difficult it becomes for journalists to work on the front line. We can also see the terrible things which take place at the same time. I know that for a long time there was a support in the form of insurance of journalists. Probably you receive a lot of requests from your colleagues. That support has stopped. Whether the projects imply insurance of journalists who go to work on the front line? It's a very good question because those projects imply support of the editorial offices. And now the legislation put a duty on the editorial office to give insurance to journalists. Therefore, I call those editorial offices who will file to us to envisage in their grants if you are the pre-frontline editorial office, and if your reporters go to the front line, please put down the amount for the insurance. And I believe that we can make the advice of how exactly to do that. As for the fund, such as actually jointly with the colleagues, like Detector, DEMA, and RVU, the foundation of the Vilnius we have. Currently, it was frozen, again, due to the problems of financing, yet we all are working that this fund is defrozen and it works. Yet there is a lot of work ahead of us. You probably know. I'm asking this question because this is sufficiently expensive. This insurance is expensive. Few editorial offices, even the central ones, can hardly afford, and they're looking for support. As for the support, you know that last week a French journalist has died, Antonino Lecan, who became the fourth French journalist who died during the war in Ukraine. And we are grateful to our international colleagues who, in spite of the risks, are coming here in order to document the crime, to inform the world about it. And a Ukrainian journalist was heavily wounded, Georgy Ivanchenko. He lost his leg. And it's also important. I would like to call all the colleagues to support each other, because on the Facebook there was fundraising, and it's very good that quite many colleagues have responded. And I request you, unless you have supported, please find out and please donate if there is such an opportunity. Thank you, Oksana. Now we shall move to the next speaker, Gillian McCormack, the representative of Internews International in Ukraine. I know that Internews is planning to do in Ukraine in the nearest time. I request Gillian to tell more about this program, which is being implemented and which has the future. Thank you very much indeed. I'm happy to be here. When I listened to Madam Maternova, I thought when I first came to Ukraine quite many years ago, that quite a lot of support of European Union was focused on the support of the ideas of Suspilne. There was no Suspilne, and now it is difficult even to imagine that Suspilne was just the idea. If you compare what it is now, because it's so important as a media company. And also political and financial and diplomatic support is from the EU was indeed very important. And now our projects, how actually they have emerged, and why does it come that they look the way that look? Due to our discussions with Oksana, and also Reporters Without Borders, and also the colleagues from European delegation, discussions with the colleagues from European delegation, quite many of them are today in this room. And we have discussed what is needed now and for the next coming years, that we can help the democracy and the media, the democratic media, independent media, so they also can continue living in the very important conditions. And I remember the words of Gediminas, of your colleague. And Oksana, when we met in Italy, and you spoke such words. I'm paraphrasing. How can we preserve resilience and professionality of the media. It's not just important why we'd like the media to continue working, not because we so much like the journalists, though we do, not because we are working and for such a long time in that field, because this is so important for us. This is important for accessing the true information for people like Katerina Maternova just discussed. This is very important, and especially today. Therefore, our project is like this: 3 million euro, as you could see, for the next 2 years. And our focus is on the support of pre-frontline media, strengthening the journalists, the teams of journalist investigators in Ukraine. This is important for the pre-frontline media. Those are 7 big grants. And also, there will be mentorship and also capacity building as a support in the business for 20 editorial offices in the pre-frontline media. This is the end of my speech. Over to you, Anna. Thank you very much indeed. We shall move to Pauline Mafren as the next speaker, representative of Reporters Sans Frontières, and she will discuss what is proposed by her organization to the journalist organizations in Ukraine, and how this could be joined, how one could become the partner.
I will continue in English to present what we are doing and also to react to what have been said, to say that indeed all the different projects that are presented today are working in complementarity, also thanks to long discussions to be sure that the needs that are independent media and journalists in Ukraine are met by our organization in our projects. And Reporters Without Borders has been working to support Ukrainian media, pluralism, independent media in Ukraine since the full-scale invasion started since 2022 with an important project that has always been supported by the EU here in Ukraine, that is not only providing material or financial support, it's also monitoring the situation about press freedom, about exactions committed by Russian Federation against journalists and media, situation of journalists and press in the country, following also Russian propaganda and its consequences through many different tools that I will explain a bit right after. So this project, which is actually our third project with the EU delegation that started this year and will end at the end of next year, has 3 objectives, if I can say it like this. So the first objective is to support journalists and media in Ukraine for them to be able to continue their work. It's to support them through equipment, protective equipment, through a press freedom center that is based in Kiev, and also by providing them equipment for their report in Ukraine to be able to work. It's also supporting them through financial emergency support, which is always institutional, for them to be able to pay salaries, to rent a location, to work during several weeks or months without fearing about that. It's also to support journalists who need to relocalize themselves to protect themselves. We know that currently, for instance, that there are some high needs from journalists from Sumy, Donetsk, and the Zaporizhia region to be relocalized. So it's also to support them to continue their work, but in a more further place and safer one. And it's also to support journalists through psychological support, which is crucial, a crucial need to support them. And all the activities and all the support is also able because since for years we've been working with Ukrainian partners. IMI is one of them. It's our main partner in Ukraine, and we deeply think and believe and know actually that working in Ukraine means working in a vibrant civil society. We need to support and we need to work together to move forward and to support independent media and journalists. The second direction of the project is to sustain independent media. So, of course, it's on the long term, but there is a work done to advocate for the creation, for the launch, and it was a work of an international funds for the reconstruction of Ukrainian media, alongside with 7 Ukrainian partners, such as IMI is one of them, and the idea and the goal of the fund is to support Ukrainian media in the long term financially. And there is also the project named Journalism Trust Initiative, which is an international norm, ISO norm towards transparency, more transparency in media. This norm, this certification is given to media after an audit and after self-assessment. And in Ukraine, 12 media are already certified, 12 Ukrainian media based in many different regions, such as Kyiv, Sumy, Dnipro, and so on. And alongside, 70-40 media in the process. This kind of this kind of certification and international norm is also a way to more transparency and quality into media, because it's also assessing the internal organization, who was the owner, how does it work, are there like editorial policy in place, and so on. So it's always a step towards more quality and transparency. And our last direction is actually quite close to Oksana also described to what they do. It's also monitoring president situation in Ukraine, monitoring exactions committed against journalists, monitoring access, and it's also it leads also to litigation and advocacy. Litigation because RSF has filed 9 complaints with the ICC and Ukrainian prosecutor office against Russia following war crimes committed against journalists, working and covering the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Indeed, last Friday, a terrible attack occurred in the Donetsk region, leading to the death of Anthony Lalican, a French photo reporter, who was working in Ukraine and was used to work in Ukraine, and his colleague Georgy Ivanchenko is seriously injured and needs our support and help. Anthony is the 4th French journalist who was killed in Ukraine since 2024, and in total, like 14 journalists were killed following the full-scale invasion. So I think it's also to pay tribute to them, to pay tribute to their work, and to pay tribute to all the incredible work you're doing, the Ukrainian journalists are doing, international journalists coming to Ukraine are doing to cover the situation, to expose what is going on, and to document this. So on our side, documenting, investigating the case of journalists, Ukrainian journalists, 26, who are currently detained by Russia, either in the occupied territories, is important to document that and also to support this work you're all doing.
Дякую, Полін.
Thank you.
Отже, як ми бачимо, із того, що
As we can see from the speakers have discussed, those who have implemented will implement those programs. This will last till the end of last year. 2 programs and 1 program till the middle of 2027. I have 2 short questions to Oksana, Gillian, and Pauline. Whether within such programs they will declare the calls for proposals. So we can see the amount of money, and we can see the plans. Does it mean that all journalists who are in this room, who are interested, that they also will receive equal access to such money? And by your feelings, each of your programs, what is the percentage of financing goes for creation of content? Because we are journalists, we are about the content. And this is important to support that those organizations exist in the protected conditions. And yet, to me, as a journalist, editor, and manager, I'm interested how much time and resources can we focus on the content. Shall we start with Oksana? We are planning to announce the call in the end of November, and the preparation to it goes on. And we shall invite everybody to submit. As for the percentage for the content, I'm confident that all of our grants support the content, and we don't place any requirements. This is up to the editorial offices to decide, because in the market there is hybrid model of financing. Taking into account there is no financing of USAID, and now we can see that from 8 to 10% of the market fell down. The media have closed. This is especially true about the media which have been in the regions that have existed predominantly for the grant money, that some of the relocated media. And even today, before this panel, I was written by journalists from the regions. This a question that you asked, when there is a call, when we can file. Therefore, I understand that in the market the situation is complex. And the second question, which is of concern, is that due to lack of stable financing, because this hybrid model which existed, it was stable, whatever it was good or bad. And nowadays, a part of the model of survival is advertising from non-transparent sources, and we can see the growth of advertising. On gambling, it is 8%. Gambling advertising, it's 8% of the market. That's from what we can see. And actually, this is non-transparent financing. I have a lot of questions to the ethics. It's riskier. We all know cases when media have been fined by 5 million hryvnia, and I believe that the market should be more resilient. In spite of the war, we develop and we build economic models, and we look for solutions, and we build the communities. Yet the grants is a prerequisite of resilience and survival of our media. Therefore, we shall do our best and also to build the bricks into that foundation. Now, Gillian, please. We began to work on the process of issuing 27 grants to the media in the various editorial offices in Ukraine, and we are planning to make the announcement of the open competition next year. This will be in May. We can see what is the situation maybe in April. As for the content, in principle, we provide institutional support. we do not order any specific number of a specific quantity of the content, and yet we are interested that those media would continue and make their own original and good content. And for that purpose, we give the grants. Yes, how much and which topics, how much content and what are the topics, we tell them nothing because this will be a decision of the editorial office.
Concerning the emergency grant support we provide, we this year supported 10 media, and next year we will support 5. There is no open call. It's always like depending on the needs. So media in great needs can refer to us, and then we analyze what is the situation, and then to provide this emergency support, which is approximately around 8,000 euros up to 10,000 euros. So on this, this emergency support is really depending on the needs of the media, and they can reach to us. And it's, as I mentioned, it's nothing about content. It's always institutional. In the framework of the international funds for the construction of Ukrainian media, there is a first envelope, thanks to the EU delegation, which is of 400,000 euros. There will be a call, but it's still being under process, so it will be the next months, but still need to be finalized and settled. This is not about content. It's again institutional. It might have been like a different focus on type of media, but the support in itself is institutional.
Дякую. І на завершення буду мати питання до пані Катерини. Ми вже зараз детально поспілкувалися.
Thank you. Finally, we have questions to Katerina. We have discussed in detail how today the support will be focused of this portion of the financing. What is planned in the future? In future years, we can see that the program is for 1 year, 1.5 years. Whether in the future we plan any big programs, whether they have any focus, shall we look ahead? As Oksana said before, we look 10 years ahead.
Thanks a lot for the question. Before getting to the looking down 10 years, I just want to comment on the previous question. This never was the case before. Until a few years ago, the European Union was very shy giving institutional grants. Almost exclusively, money went to action plans, right? To provide content in the case of media, or simply do something with the money. It was a big battle that me personally and others did in the Commission bureaucracy to, in fact, allow both re-granting, was never allowed to do re-granting, and to do institutional grants, because those are much harder to get from donors than grants to carry out an activity, or in the case of journalists, create content. So I'm fairly proud of the fact that in these difficult times, we are able to support the organizations, the redaccji, etc., themselves. And that allows the creation of the content. And as to your question of looking down 10 years, I mean, as I mentioned, we are committed to the information space and will very much continue supporting journalism, independent journalism, safety of journalists, new business models, investigative journalism, etc. And also we have been traditionally, I think, always the largest supporter of the civil society organizations of various kinds. We are having separate calls that are being launched at different events, including for women, etc. So we are occupying that soft space, if we will. We have in fact big programs in support of European Union accession. Technically, there are also opportunities for journalists who look into areas of European integration and specific sectoral areas, because as this process is going to be going on, the little bit of a sectoral knowledge and institutional understanding for the local media is important, because the journalists will be the big partners of it. My colleague Nicolo sits here, who is organizing a lot of study tours and sort of creating a community of journalists that can also understand the sometimes very complicated and confusing and a language that comes out of Brussels, where you think you may understand that word, but it has a little bit different meaning in our bureaucraties. So this is definitely one of the directions that we will continue going, and let's really hope that by next Donbas Media Forum we will talk more about that than the reporting from the front lines and talking about colleagues that just died on the front lines or lost their legs. Let's hope this terrible war will be over soon, and we'll be able to dedicate more time to building the business models and talking about life in the European Union.
Дякую. Від себе додам, що я теж мрію про ті
Thank you very much
часи, коли
indeed. I also dream of the times when we all shall start rebuilding Ukraine. We shall look for best practices, look if everything is done well, whether local and central government is doing its job. If we all move to those projects, it will mean that the war is over and we recover Ukraine. And we as investigatory journalists would watch that the process is transparent. Therefore, I support Katerina, and I hope that on the next Donbas Media Forum, we shall discuss other challenges. We hope for that. I would like to thank the speakers, and everybody received useful information, the information of possible financing, the opportunities for development of Ukrainian media is always useful. Therefore, timing was clarified, the scope of money was clarified, the directions have been clarified. Please wait for the calls, for proposals, please submit, and let us media space and media landscape not lose and only gain new qualities and becomes of better qualities. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank the distinguished colleagues. I would like to thank the guests for this work. I would like to thank our guests for the support of Ukrainian media. This is indeed important in this period. Please proceed to the room. We shall continue our work. The next discussion will take place here in the room, Donetsk. Beforehand, I would like to make an important announcement. If the air alert is announced, please follow the following rules of security. The rooms Lugansk, Donetsk, Mariupol, Berdyansk activity in the main hall may continue. And the room Kakhovka, which is on the second floor, will move its work to the shelter, whether the space was developed with relevant signs for the organized continuation discussion. And Yalta Hall will stop during the air alert and will recover only the year when the air alert is cancelled. This is just in case. And the next discussion is overlapping with our main focal topic. It is called When Freedom Kills Freedom, how to fight against lies and not destroy the pluralism of opinions. The discussion will take place here in the hall of Donetsk. On the verge of the new world, it is important to keep independence of media and transparency of algorithms, not turning the fight against disinformation into the hidden censorship. On the other hand, for distribution of fake information, there must be responsibility. Continuing this topic, our distinguished speakers And I hope they're here. A deputy head of European Center of Freedom of Media, Rebecca Harms. We met her before. Please, Rebecca, proceed. Head of the National Council of Ukraine for TV and Radio, Olga Gerasimyuk. A journalist, Liberty Live, Radio Liberty, Vlasta Lazar. Spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Georgy Tikhy. MP of Ukraine, Chairman of the Committee of the Parliament for Freedom of Expression, Yaroslav Yurshishin, will join us online. I hope this will happen. Director General, American Spite Project, Nina Yankovich, also will join us online. Thank you for joining. And also spokesperson of the initiative, Czech Elves, Bohumil Kartus. Please proceed. The moderator, the co-founder of Media Center Ukraine, Andriy Shevchenko, who is already here. Good morning, and we are waiting for Olga Gerasimyuk. She will join us during the discussion, as I understand. I believe we can start. Thank you very much indeed. Our positions are behind us. The room is quite warm. We don't have to make a long introduction. This is quite an apocalyptic panel or apocalyptic topic. Who would think that we shall seriously discuss whether we have a chance to preserve freedom of expression and how to balance against other challenges of today? For the beginning, I would like to clarify the position, and I would like to ask each of you briefly, to your opinion, what is more important to Ukraine, freedom of expression or security? I will propose Vlasta to begin. I believe that when you formulated the question as experienced journalist, you guessed that there is no obvious answer, no unambiguous question. We can research the shadows of it. I can tell you both are important, and yet if Ukraine indeed moves and wants to become a free democratic country, it must reinforce its information security and also support freedom of expression, responsible freedom of expression. Rebecca, please. What is more important, freedom of expression or security?
I can only agree to what has already been said. It will be difficult for journalism to defend freedom of speech and to do their work properly if, for example, they do not enjoy security of information.
Георгію, я хочу загострити якусь історію. Ну, ми ж говоримо про дуже практичні рішення, які
We speak of practical solutions, practical decisions. If publication of some information is of direct threat to life and health or destiny of the country. On one hand, freedom of expression and security are interconnected. Freedom of expression is our strength, our advantage. This is not the weakness. I don't like how the question is formulated as a strength, not a weakness. On the other hand, security, as I believe, especially in Ukrainian conditions, is above all, because whenever Russian tanks arrive, there is no freedom of expression and no basic human right. Therefore, security comes first, followed by everything else. That's clear. Yaroslav Yurshishin, I would like to involve you. What will you say? I shall ask from Nina. Nina, what do you think?
Good morning, everyone. And I would say a few words in Ukrainian, but it is 5 in the morning here, and I'm out of practice. But I'm really happy to be with you. I really think that there is a balance to be had, and that some of the restrictions that have been pursued are totally understandable during wartime, but there needs to be a stipulation in all of these restrictions that it will sunset, that it will go away when peace is restored to Ukraine. And I think that's the most important thing to do to preserve democracy in the long term in Ukraine.
Дякую. Ну, зрештою, ми зараз живемо в умовах воєнного
Now we
стану.
are in the martial law. It implies certain restrictions of civil rights and liberties, and Ukraine, within the procedure defined by international law, have notified international partners and international organizations because this is about the survival of the country.
Thank you. I think that this is about a balance. It's always about balance between the security of your interests as a country and freedom of the speech. There's no democracy if there's no freedom of speech, but the technology created a space for and around the whole world. That means that we need to adjust our position how to tackle those problems with the hybrid conflicts, which are, as we know, very often prompted by the Russian Federation and the local actors in our countries.
Я дуже дякую за розширення контексту. Ви задали про Чехію, про інші країни.
Thank you for expanding the context. You discussed Czech Republic and other countries. We can discuss that as well. Shall we return back to Ukraine and dig deeper? Last I returned back to you as a journalist, as practicing journalist, who on practice has to take decisions. It's interesting for me to ask, how do you take decisions? To what extent is it difficult to remain independent journalist in the times when the society expects from you a patriotic position? As a journalist, I work in the interest of my audience. This is important. I keep in my head the story of Alan Rasbridger, if my pronunciation is correct, who was leader of the Guardian. When they received information from Snowden, whether to publish or not to publish, they decided to publish. Though he was criticized that this information is of danger for national security, is a threat to national security, and he responded. Well, I took such decisions because I'm a patriot of my country. And also, I have the luxury to live in the free country where one can publish such things. It's easy to take such decisions when you are in a wealthy country, not in the condition of the war, is under nuclear umbrella, and is a member of NATO. Yet we speak of national security, and at the same time we say that we don't really like to want to roll down to the level of that country with which Ukraine has a war. As a practicing journalist, I receive every day some letters. Some people complain that they lost their relatives on the front line. Others complain against the government. Others complain about other things, and only a small part of those stories come onto the air because we carefully check them. I had even cases when I referred to some public officials informally that could help this problem to be solved by that person, and only in absence of such solution it was publicized. Therefore, I presume the interest of my audience. If they would like to know the truth, believe me, social networks are open, TikTok, Instagram, also, there is a lot of information. Our job is to systematize and to structure and to give the balance of that story. Therefore, is there any practical solution? You have a dilemma to publish or not to publish. How do you decide, go there or go here?
It depends on what we have to publish. Some things should be prepared better, some things can be postponed or adjourned because we need time to find additional information. So we have to assess every situation on an individual basis. But in the majority of cases, I publish the material when I'm able to involve as many opinions and comments as possible. We would like to ask the technical support to help Ms. Rebecca with the headset. She would need another headset. Dear colleagues, please join in our discussion. For the time being, we can continue the discussion.
І я спробую звернутися
And I will try
до пані Ребекки.
to ask Ms. Rebecca if she can hear me. Can you hear the interpreter?
Будемо сподіватися, що це не є.
Hopefully, it is not
Це
irreversible.
не є цілеспрямованою спробою.
And hopefully,
дуже важливо.
it is not a cyber attack aimed at disrupting this important panel. Can you hear me, Ms. Rebecca?
Чудово. Пані Ребекко, ми
Okay,
українці вас
wonderful.
пам'ятаємо як депутат
Ms.
Європейського
Rebecca,
парламенту.
we in Ukraine remember you as the
Ви
member of
час
the
до
European
конференції.
Parliament, and some people even know that you
У якості
focused for some time on the documentaries.
Європейського центру
Now
преси та
you are
свободи
representing the
інформації.
European
Європейський
Center for the
зараз
Freedom
намагається
of
знайти
Media and
цей
Press.
баланс між
Europe is
регулюванням
currently
медіа,
looking for its
соціальних
balance
платформ і
between
захистом
regulating the
свободи
media and
слова.
social networks
Бачите ви в
and
Європі
protecting
країни,
freedom
які
of
ви могли б
speech.
визначити
Are
як
there
модель,
any
як
countries in
приклад?
Europe where that can be cultural models in this respect?
Maybe first of all, everybody should know that the European Union in the last term made the biggest step forward ever to protect media freedom and pluralism, independence of media in the European Union. It's the European Media Freedom Act, which was prepared and so finally agreed under the leadership of Commissioner Vera Jourova. And it was really something when I observed from the outside of Brussels, the discussions, it was a very ambitious political act by Vera Jourova. And it was not clear in the very beginning whether this would be voted through while she was still a commissioner. So that's this is a law, a European law, which has now to be implemented by all member states of the EU. It also applies for Ukraine already during the process of membership negotiations, which will start somehow, somewhere, we will see, I hope soon. I think what the European Union achieved by this is so really kind of wish list by many journalists in the European Union. You should check it. I will not go into the details, but from protection of journalists to protection of sources, independence, transparency of ownership, public broadcasting, etc. So everything is covered.
Ребекко, а як бути із
And because you said we are now in a situation to balance, guarantee for freedom of speech and free media. And interventions in freedom of speech.
Precisely.
So from my point of view, everybody should remember that already 15 years ago or so, we started in Brussels a debate about the necessity to regulate the new media platforms, the new situation in the internet, all the possibilities which were there all of the sudden, and which some of us saw from the very beginning as new mass media. And we thought laws which are applied for the old-fashioned traditional media, especially if they are mass media, should be applied also in the nice world of the World Wide Web. We failed. Those people who wanted this regulation we failed. Maybe there would have also not have been the possibility to find good rules, yeah, acceptable for majorities. But with the help of so-called pirate parties and those companies who are now called the big tech brothers, there was a huge wave of protest against any regulation in this new world of media, in the World Wide Web. Now we are restarting this debate, and again, in society, there is a lot of skepticism, but I would say, and I'm not an expert, I'm a former politician, now supporting traditional media still, I would say the society has to decide whether they want rules for these producers of fake news, disinformation, and bullshit, because this is normally taking place every day.
І ви думаєте, що це продуктивний шлях? So you think it might produce the necessary result if we just ask the population what they want?
No, I think the debate is bigger than debating what the legislator can do. The debate is very much a debate about in which society do we want to live? How do we want to communicate? Are we really ready to leave more and more space to so-called media which follow no rules anymore and are the source of tremendous disinformation, not only regarding the situation in Ukraine. This is awful because it's connected to the situation of war, but also in societies which are not suffering from the war. The impact of the new media is growing week by week, you can say. And the quality of information is going down day by day.
Цікаво, я думаю, що, мабуть, в залі є люди, які скажуть, що з Києва
Yeah,
ця
it's
ситуація
pretty interesting. I think that here we've got people who may say that from Kiev the situation looks slightly different because we do not ask about the society we want to live in. We are talking about the existence of the state itself, and it's become more evident with the growing number of those cyber attacks. And now I'd like to hand over to Ms. Yankovic from the American Sunlight Project. This is the team which deals with revealing elements of Russian disinformation. So are your efforts enough to protect us from information attacks?
I wish they were, but they're definitely not. Especially right now, I'm sure many folks in the audience today are aware that disinformation researchers, folks who cover disinformation in the media, even regulators like those that Rebecca just mentioned, are under attack not only from the Trump administration, but also from their allies around the world. Our work has been undermined. We have been subject to threats and attacks. And so folks in Ukraine have been dealing with these attacks as well. The idea that doing research about what is going on the information environment is somehow censorship. It is not. It is simply more speech, right? So it's been a really difficult period. And I think we need to continue to do this research to expose what Russia and other adversarial nations are doing in information spaces like Ukraine's and the United States. But it's certainly not enough right now. And I do think if we look at the Digital Services Act, which Rebecca was just talking about, the legislation that governs disinformation and a number of other online harms in the European Union, we see a potential model for countries like Ukraine and the United States to address disinformation. And one thing I always like to remind audiences is that citizens of the European Union actually have more rights when it comes to social media platforms and their moderation of speech, not less. One of the things that the Digital Services Act allows EU citizens to do is appeal if they feel their content has been removed from a platform in error. And the European Commission has recently stated that over 30% of those appeals are successful, right? So here, sitting in Washington, D.C., if my content is removed from a large social media platform, I have no recourse. Neither do the journalists who might see their content being removed by the current administration. But if we were in the EU, we would at least have that chance to appeal. So I think there are structures that we can pursue that allow us to both regulate harmful information, things like abuse and disinformation that misleads people, particularly with regard to issues of public health, of politics, of national security, but also balance people's right to free expression. And there are a number of other, legal forums in places like Australia and the United Kingdom that could be discussed as well. The most important thing, I think, is not to have a content-based restriction for this information, and rather to give people the tools that they need to navigate an increasingly complex information environment. And that is a thing I think that Ukraine has done an amazing job of. It has been one of the case studies I have used in my own work to advocate for media literacy here in the United States as early as 2016 and 2017. So you all have a lot to teach the world in this regard. As like everyone else, you try to balance freedom of expression and security, particularly during this difficult time of Russian aggression.
Чи ви справді вважаєте, що підвищення медіаграмотності
You really believe that improving media literacy will be enough to provide people with a tool to protect themselves from information attacks?
So I don't view media literacy as a panacea, as the be-all, end-all to resisting or building resilience to disinformation, but it is certainly part of the toolkit. And in my research, looking at countries in Central and Eastern Europe, including Ukraine, Estonia, the Czech Republic, Poland, Georgia, and others, all of the countries that are most resilient to disinformation are those that have invested in media literacy from a young age, and not just for kindergartners. We've all heard about the Finnish kindergartners who take media literacy from age 5, right? But for adults as well, because if you look at our babushki and dedushki, right? We look at them and they don't know how to navigate this internet, right? They've had an internet that is curated for them and media organizations that were by and large trustworthy for their entire lives. And now they're presented with a constant feed of information and they don't know what to trust. We need to reach them as well. I think in the absence of good rulemaking, of good legislation, and that is in most of the world right now, we do need to give people those tools. And that's incredibly important, along with investing in great independent media and public media, as well as educating people about their civic rights as well, because a lot of disinformation is based on misunderstanding of that. I think we need to really entrust people with the keys to their own future and not just decide for them what they should be seeing or hearing online. I think if you give people some basic heuristics about how to navigate the internet, they do a lot better than you think.
Цікаво, я слухав Ніну, і коли вона сказала про те, що українське суспільство...
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I've been listening to Nina, and she said that Ukrainians are pretty resilient in terms of the media environment. I think there are certain reasons. Ukraine is not afraid of prohibiting hostile networks. So this is the step which our allies are afraid of in the rest of the world. Maybe this is the reason for our resilience. And now I would like to hand it over to Ms. Gerasimyuk with the question, how is regulatory authority working at the time of war? Well, it's interesting. It's really interesting to work. At a certain point of time, we dared to make this step. We prohibited Russian TV. It was not that easy, but this is what Nina has warned us against. We should not block the content. We should take some other actions. Well, I would say that we also need some other actions, but still, this is what we started with. I used to have a colleague from a Western media outlet. Once he visited Kiev and told me, "You are so happy because I have just come from Moscow and now I can watch your TV and you do not have everything they have there." He said, "You can't believe me. I'm so resilient, but still I was affected by their content. I felt as if it was penetrating me." Of course, a prohibition ban is not the panacea. At some point of time, we prohibited Russian propaganda channels that call themselves journalism, but we do not fight against journalism. Journalism has to be very accurate, very full of criticism, but propaganda and disinformation are not the same as journalism, even in Russia. Let's recall the most recent case. 12 Ukrainian media were prohibited in Hungary, and Georgy Tichy, if I'm not mistaken, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, immediately provided a response to this act, and the National Council also made a statement in this regard. Hungary prohibited those media as a retaliation for our prohibition of Hungarian media. That's not true. The security service of Ukraine did not prohibit those media on the grounds of the origin. They were not prohibited because they were Hungarian. They were prohibited together with some Polish and Romanian resources just because they spread propaganda. Sorry, Olga. I think if we had Viktor Orban here, he would say that we prohibited those media not because they were Ukrainian, but because those media tell lies about the Hungarian government. Well, he can say whatever he wants. This is not the essence of the problem. We have to inform our European partners, and unless they hear our voice, they would tolerate some unpleasant changes. Nobody can order Hungary to unlock those media. Of course, it's their internal business. If Europeans start tolerating such things, they will see drones coming to them from the countries. We will be not able to differentiate between propaganda and journalism any longer. So the boundary will be very vague. So this prohibition, this ban on media is an absolutely hostile stop. It is not about journalism. And regarding our actions, we prohibited Russian media. It was not very easy. And pro-Russian forces criticized us, saying that we were fighting freedom of speech. And by the way, frankly speaking, our European partners also said that we were wrong because of pluralism, concentrations, and so on. But we still did it because Ukraine is at war, and it's our path, and it's our duty. So what's the result? We managed to purge the media landscape, to purify it, but we have not solved all the problems at once. Let's say we prohibited Zvezda, the star, or Matryoshka, and they immediately launched the online resources delivering the same content because they have been preparing for this for decades. And their propaganda is not just about crucified boys wearing the pants or some mosquitoes, because first we loved those stories. Their stories become now more sophisticated. They do not translate Ukrainian texts by means of Google Translate anymore because it was funny. For us, it was a sign. Thus, we could recognize the propaganda materials. They get better. And let's say a guy from a village enters those channels and he or she can contribute to the content. anyone can contribute. That's why I believe it was a right thing to do, to prohibit those media. It is important to fight cockroaches wherever you see them. It is well-known fact that cockroaches will survive after the entire civilization perishes, but nonetheless, we have to look for new ways of destruction. We have to work with the foreign authorities. Now we cooperate with the French regulatory authority. The satellite spreading Russian propaganda is above France now. It's business for them. It's very difficult to stop this situation. However, our French partners are now very well aware of the harmful nature of this business. So democracy cannot be achieved overnight. It's not just pushing the button. No, we have to fight the flaws all the time, regularly. I don't know whether I have answered your question. Well, at least it was food for thought, because today we learned about two different approaches, about universal principles and about a radical approach, which is valid at the time for. I don't know whether we can find a compromise between them. And now let me invite Mr. Bogomil from the Czech Republic. Bogomil, I would like to ask you about the most recent election in the Czech Republic. What are the lessons learned, and what was the impact of information tax on those elections?
Thank you. That's a perfect example how you can see that it is not only about the public discussion, because if you have a public which is deeply messed for 15 years in the disinformation landscape, it's very, very hard to put them out of the concept which disinformation content. This is something which is almost impossible. 1 year ago, we recorded a documentary here in Ukraine, in Kharkiv, in Izium, in Kiev, and other places, about how the disinformation concepts can collide with the identity of the people. We brought 3 people from Czech Republic who deeply believe in disinformation, and we put them in the contact with the victims of the war, with the people who are in the army, with the volunteers, with the normal Ukrainians in the CDDs which were suffered strongly by the war. And those people, after 10 days, came back to the Czech Republic with no change in their mind. They only said, okay, Ukrainians suffer, but they blamed the Western countries and President Zelensky that this is their responsibility. Those people, they started a war. It's almost impossible those people to bring back to the rationality, to the real state of the things. That means, back to your question, after the election in Czech Republic, we know that the populists will try to make a government, the new government, and we are on the brim of the historical brim. If we will still stick to the West, to Western countries, or we will take away to the so kind of Hungary or Slovakian so-called democracy. It's like the emptied democracy where are some formal principles which are still on the table, but inside the democracy it doesn't work. And we don't know what will happen in Czech Republic. I'm optimist because I'm a part of the civic society, and I think that we are so strong that we will not we will defend the democracy in Czech Republic. But the political marketing of the populists, they won the election in Czech Republic, is related very, very deeply and closely to disinformation content. And this is something what you cannot manage if you are not, as Rebecca said, worry about what new platform and new platforms and new digital reality, how it changes the reality of the social discussion. We need kind of the regulation of the platforms. We need to give them or to ask them for the high responsibility for the impact
of their business on the social discussion, and we need to more or less or sooner or later come to the kind of the digital identity. Without the digital identity, we cannot resolve the problem, because the biggest problem in Czech Republic is that those populists, those disinformators, they manipulate the algorithms of the social media with the non-authentic profiles.
Ми маємо в нашій частині світу щонайменше дві країни, які спробували
There
по-своєму
are at least two countries in the world which had their own solution in terms of isolating themselves from the foreign impact, namely Moldova and Romania. During the election, they talked about regulation, about social media, and about foreign impact. Though we know the results of Romanian and the Moldovan election and the referendum. I think that many politicians in Europe side with a relief when they saw the results of the election, but also many say whether it was not the breach of certain rules.
I think that we are in absolutely new situation. We don't know exactly what is the solution of the problem, but we need to try to experiment and looking for some new regulations, and we try to get the state of the new balance, and maybe we will make mistakes. But
okay, Rebecca wants to jump in. Can you please use that mic?
On following the rules. I do not know for how long time, but for quite a long time, I was working against more traditional Russian propaganda media, Sputnik and Russia Today, and without any success. In Germany, I think 5-6 years ago, there was even still the discussion to give some terrestrial frequencies to Russia directly. Yeah. In the first period of the Great Invasion, Ursula von der Leyen finally made a very courageous step and cancelled the permission for Raptly. But what happened? Media freedom organizations, journalist organizations all over the European Union stood up and protested against Ursula von der Leyen for breaking rules for media freedom. So what can we do if even media freedom organizations cannot distinguish between the enemy's propaganda media and true media? So it's I'm not against following the rules, yeah, but we are in some challenges. As you said, we are not in normal times. We are beyond normal times, and we have to repair mistakes we committed much earlier. Yeah.
Дякую, це дуже важливий поворот в цій розмові.
Yeah, thank you. It's an interesting twist of this discussion. Now I'd like to hand over to Mr. Tichy. I have been watching your statements throughout several weeks, and it seems that in freedom of media is an important priority for you. I saw your statement regarding Hungary. I saw your application towards the European media representatives who entered Russian Federation via the occupied territory. There are lots of topics you work on a daily basis in relation to fighting back information attacks. So what about the world you work in? Is it new world? Well, world is not the same, and it changes all the time. We made a huge jump to new technologies. Information is interrelated with the information. It's not like it was before when people wearing nice suits came together in a conference room and provided some information. Information content is formed beyond this conference room, and when the diplomats are ready to give some press conference, the circumstances might have already changed. So I liked Bogomil's statement. He said that we still do not have all the solutions, yet we are looking for them.
Я можу додати зі свого боку, з точки зору держави, як ми це бачимо, ти правий, що часто у нас
I can add from my own perspective, from the perspective of the state. Of course, we have the need of some blocking or restrictions. We would not like to do it, but we have to. Freedom of expression requires also protection. If you can imagine the room where there are lots of people and who speak at the same time, and some of people came on purpose to shout louder than others, and some of them were sent by KGB to do that on purpose, and someone else for another reason. And this is a model of informational environment where we stay. The intensity of such communications, quantity of information, quantity of expressions is exponentially growing. Therefore, when we would like to hear real voices, real critical, even if they're critical, the truthful voices that would like to inform, to change the policy, to change if something is wrong with the government. For us to hear those, we need some form of rules of behavior in this room. And those who came by assignment of a foreign government to shout louder than others and to mislead others should be put out of the doors. And of course, if you put them out of the doors, they will shout that you violate the freedom of expression. I would do the same if I were them. But still, they should be taken out of the room. And this act is protection of freedom of expression and is not a restriction of it. And separately, we need to look at the situation from a wider historical perspective. The point is that we are in the times, in the period of technology development, the leapfrog of development of social media, AI, all those things that arm the enemies of democracy and freedom of expression to undermine our values and our principles. But this period is temporary. It will be worse. I'm not sure if it goes worse. And yet, there will be the important crossing. And on that crossing, it will be important what comes next. That crossing is about technology or human nature. That crossing is about regulation. First of all, regulation of internet. If you look into the previous stages of those technological leapfrogs, every time there was the new medium undermining the monopoly of someone for information. At some point, there was church who was telling the truth in the church to the believers. Then there was a printing machine. The church tried to fight against it. They could not. At some point, they began to follow this rule to print the Bible in millions of circulation. Yet, at the moment, it became competitive and followed the rules of the printing machine. It was a victory of the printing machine, not the church. And finally, we came to Telegram and TikTok. That's right. The point is who will regulate such media, internet and AI. In the beginning of 20th century, radio and TV made it possible, made totalitarian ideology possible. With no cinema and radio owned by Mussolini and Hitler, those regimes would not be possible. And radio in America was not monopolized by the state, did not become a tool of the regime and remained democratic. I hope we can move to a Q&A from the room, and yet I would like to involve Nina to the conversation and ask from you and your cat about what do we need to know about the situation in the US. When we speak of the new rules and new technology and new technological solutions, traditionally people look at America. American companies are the carriers of those technology solutions which changed social media and changed the public opinion. America was impersonation of freedom of expression, for quite a long time. What to expect from America today? If the decision on that crossing is taken by America, what will be the decision?
Well, I don't think we're going to see any meaningful regulation of technology companies that are headquartered here in the United States anytime soon, unfortunately. In fact, in Trump's Budget Act, what they called the Big Beautiful Bill, which passed a few months ago, an early version of that included restrictions on states from passing state-level artificial intelligence regulation for 10 years. Happily, that provision was removed, but that is the sort of anti-regulatory attitude that we see in the States, along with, I must note, an alliance between the Trump administration and what we call the broligarchs, the bro-oligarchs in the tech companies, who are now lobbying as one, lobbying against the European Union's Digital Services Act, against the United Kingdom's Online Safety Act, and a number of other bills around the world, legislation that is already in force. And so I think it's really important to recognize that risk. Because as Ukraine continues to try to preserve freedom of expression while safeguarding its security, making sure that, Russian disinformation and propaganda is not harming Ukrainians and Ukraine's national security, you may come under fire from this administration. It may be something that the administration and the tech companies use to justify less aid to Ukraine, or that they use as something that's on the bargaining block if a peace deal is established. I think it's really important to recognize that, because the goal of the Trump administration and these tech companies is to have as little regulation on them as possible. The Trump administration wants the tech companies to make money. The tech companies don't want to invest in complying with regulation, and this is the situation that we have right now. I think it's also important to note, and you kind of alluded to this in your question, that we are seeing more restrictions on freedom of expression in the United States than we've seen in many, many decades. You may hear officials from the Trump administration accusing individuals and the Biden administration at large of having engaged in censorship. Without getting too much into detail, the vast majority of those allegations have nothing to them. And the censorship that we are seeing today in the United States is very real. Restrictions on those who are writing op-eds, restrictions on people who post things online that are critical of the Trump administration, and beyond. And we try to catalog those restrictions at the American Sunlight Project, but I think it's important to for nations like Ukraine to kind of chart their own course right now. I don't think that the United States is the beacon on the hill that it used to be for free expression or human rights, unfortunately. And actually, in many cases, is working actively against the democratic norms that we preached for so long. It pains me to say it, but it is absolutely true.
Окей. Ну, ми ж обіцяли, що це буде апокаліптичне
We
трошки.
promised this will be apocalyptic panel. Maybe we find more optimism in the room. If anyone wants to make a question or comment, this is a good opportunity. Yet, with the slides in the spotlight, we see almost nothing. My name is Maxim Kornienko. I am head of the Kharkiv-based club of media literacy. I would like to thank Olga and her team for the participation in our activities. You can move straight to the question. Okay, so Olga, could you please tell me, at Kharkiv Media Forum, the local media have declared that they require support from all kinds of agencies, because in reality it's hard for them to survive. Do you believe they could be supported? I understand that the regulator hardly has money, but maybe you give them advice how for them to survive. That's the first question to Olga. The question... To Mr. Georgi, I beg your pardon, quite many countries of European Union actually have quite a big propaganda network of Russian TV channels. Why there are no Ukrainian TV channels back in Europe?
Чим можете допомогти? добрим словом.
How you can help the Kharkiv-based media just with good words? No, also financially. I just met regional broadcasters, and I told them that from UNESCO I brought special questionnaire, and I was requested that everybody who has a need for any support, I believe financial support included, to complete that questionnaire on the website. I will post the online version of it, and one has to do it. And accordingly, UNESCO has today's opportunities for such support. That's partial, of course. This will not solve every problem, yet every time we try to find such things. And there is another project which is support of radio with special radio box. I came back from UNESCO, and we shall also do it. Also, it's necessary to provide support of our colleagues who, during the war, have become disabled during their armed hostilities. They lost their physical condition, and they cannot work anymore. Yet we need to support them. We need to provide them access to profession. Maybe they change the direction, or maybe they receive some technical capabilities to keep working. And now the National Council, with civic organizations from Vinnytsia, has a project, and also we received a grant from UNESCO. We have been fighting for it for a long time, and now we began it, and we shall involve all the stakeholders, because we need to return our colleagues back to work, that they are not lost because they fell victim to the war. Please stay in touch with National Council. Every time we do such things that help the media. Obviously, and the second question, maybe Olga also has the answer, though it was to Georgi, about Ukrainian response to Russian propaganda in Europe. Yes, you're right. Indeed, there is Russian network from online to TV channels. Yet we should remember that since 2022, they have been restricted in many countries. We are stimulated. Unless there are restrictions, we try to convince that this is for national security and must be restricted. Yet Russians haven't understood that they have restricted TV channels and printed media, and now they focus more on social media, especially TikTok. Sometimes they circulate the emails that nobody can see in the monitoring. This is a wider question, whether Ukraine, as a country and countries of the free world, engaged both in the defense and offense. How far are we prepared to go? Whether the governments should do it, acting proactively. Do we have any restrictions, and how long could we proceed in the proactive approach? Yes, indeed, we can never win the information war just by defending, just by defense. Indeed, we need to be involved in media literacy, countering disinformation, disproving the fake news, and yet we need to promote our own narrative, doing that effectively. That narrative should be packed appropriately, available to different audiences, then it will narrow down the space for any propaganda and lies. I'm in favor of proactive approach, when we have to tell our story loud and intensively and systemically, and thus we will narrow down the space for Russian manipulations. This will be much more efficient. I support this. Indeed, we need to enter that space with high-quality information. But the state of Ukraine must be involved in propaganda under our circumstances, yes. Within some limits, of course. Russia does everything to conquer our information space before entering with the army. They destroy around themselves. They steal our frequencies. They come with their on our frequencies. They come with their broadcasting. They made it immediately as they came to Crimea. They made it at once as they went into east of Ukraine. They have restricted Ukrainian media. They don't neglect such things because they understand how it works. Yet I'm for strengthening of the regulation worldwide. All people are in favor of that. All people who understand that threat, because while we are think whether we can afford ourselves to speak in such bad tone, they do what they have to do. And also there is a problem here, because when this law and regulation of digital platforms in Europe, that we will just have the approach, and also we have to introduce. If it works there, it means that major platforms that disseminate disinformation receive lots of fines, millions of euros. And you know what happens? They pay them and they continue. Thank you for your clear position. Propaganda is needed, regulation must be strengthened. If Bohumil, Rebecca, and last night Nina are willing to respond, they are welcome to do so. Yeah, Olga, I'm Sergei Chernyansky. I'm head of the unit of regulation of printed media. I'm here. I have the question as follows. We have referred to the National Council with a proposal to help in the monitoring of printed media, especially in Transcarpathian Oblast, where the circulation of printed media in Hungarian language is larger than such circulation of printed media in Ukrainian language. Moreover, the National Council receives in Ukrainian language the copies in PDF format, not Hungarian language. We received a negative response, and I propose once again, shall we refer to donors and shall we make the system of monitoring? Because we have a threat from Hungary. The representative of National Council on the Transcarpathian region writes nothing about it in two reports I have analyzed. I can quickly respond. I'm aware of this problem and we discussed it, and you know what is our reply. I think that for the printed media, we now made what we never did before. After our meeting, we discussed all the problems of decline of printed media, especially in the pre-border territories where they're necessary. And we applied to the Cabinet of Ministers with description of all problems that you have discussed. The Cabinet of Ministers recently responded to us and brought together their stakeholders and responded about the need to have such a work and to return all those things that would mean state support for the printed media. You know that quite well and probably received a response from us. As for Transcarpathia, also we have such a discussion, and most probably our response was well supported. Maybe the general public is not aware of this work, and yet we shall continue this work. And believe me, there is no sabotage. And moreover, Ukrainian regulator, in principle, according to the law, has limited competences in the regulation of printed media. Quite limited. According to the law, we can only register them. During the war, this is mandatory, and after the war, it will be voluntary. This is everything which is permitted by the law. But what we do, we just do it as people, those who are concerned and those who have to do something in this country about printed media. Thank you for your question, and thank you for taking care. I hope that this will not turn into the working meeting. And do we have any more questions? If you have, please grab the mic because it's hard for us to see you.
Добрий день, Олександр Миколаїв. Таке питання
Alexander
банальне.
from city of Mykolaiv. I have a question about Telegram. If we speak of countering Russian propaganda, Telegram and Telegram channels remain a painful topic. I had the material communication with people alleged of collaboration. In Mykolaiv, they guided missile strikes on critical infrastructure and civilian objects. Those were 4 people. And they have been contacted by Russian intelligence, and they cooperated through Telegram channels. We understand the Telegram messengers is high-tech. And those anonymous Telegram channels carry the threat. I would like to hear from the speakers, because if you go in public transport, it's nice that young people are reading the news from some Ukrainian publication. That's good. But when they read the news from some anonymous Telegram channel, and it's also pro-Russian, because I understand this, because I work with it, what to do? Especially young people are vulnerable, as well as people 35 plus. I would like to discuss this matter as well. I'm convinced that Telegram is not prohibited, or anonymous Telegram channels are not prohibited, because they are needed for the government. I will not advertise, but among ourselves, in media circles, we know that if there is no position of the government, which anonymous Telegram channel to look up to find the position of the government. I will not express any surprise. There are assumptions among the media, and some analysis is published that maybe there is a willingness that on some elections they would like to use anonymous Telegram channels. I agree it's a threat. On the other hand, we can see that there was the last polling that Ukrainians are using most of the information from Telegram. The least they use official TV marathon. At least we need to minimize the influence of anonymous Telegram channels. As for all channels, it's a wider discussion, probably.
Telegram itself is a problem, not only in Ukraine, but we saw in recent years in Czech Republic that most radical pro-Russian groups migrated from Facebook, for example, to the Telegram, because they felt to be more secure in Telegram, because it is originally a Russian platform. But this is not only about the Telegram. This is about that we are in the trap. The American people are in the trap with the X. People in Czech Republic are in the trap with the Facebook, and I don't know, TikTok. And what we need to do our best as a European countries to find a way from the trap, and the way is to try to make kind of the European platform, the social platform, which will be secure enough, which will comply with the democratic rules and democratic values. And this is the way how we can secure that social discussion will be will follow some democratic principles, because we are not in the position of those who can somehow influence what happens in the platforms, like not only the Telegram, but the American platform. There's the same problem. The same problem as was mentioned. We are not able to regulate them principally enough to follow the democratic rules. That means the solution is in the next, I don't know, 10 years to find a way how to build up the European platform and try to migrate the people to the European platform. We tried in Czech Republic to find the way how to start a technological startup together with the European countries, how to do it. But it will be really, really hard, because the people their habituses and it's very hard to migrate the people from the platforms to something new, as we can see. But we need to try it.
Ну, а може питання насправді складніше?
Maybe this question is more difficult. Maybe the consumer of news has changed. That research of the consumption of news drawn by Vlasta demonstrated bad things about Ukrainian consumer of news. Ukrainian consumer of news is on Telegram, absolutely trust the information he or she reads. So in reality, only 6% could identify and differentiate fakes from real information. Number 3 is that consumer is not interested, who is the owner of the media, is not concerned, who is behind that. And number 4 is not ready to pay for information. The point is, maybe the consumer of news has changed. Maybe we shall never return back to the world where high standards of journalism had a request, have been appreciated, and when the viewer, the reader, expected well-balanced, verified information. Maybe this will never happen again with the audience that we are working for. Everybody is dead, that's what you say. They ought transformed into something else. I don't think so. I believe that high-quality journalism remains the only way out from the situation of that trap where we are, and high-quality journalism worldwide, they try to upgrade to the level it should be. With regional media people, we have discussed that. Our colleague from Odessa was telling us that the social networks steal readers from us. We are not that fast. We cannot quickly inform them what's happening and what shall we do. We are all dead. Actually not, because anyway, they will come to that media. They will look for reputable opinion. They will know that this person has checked everything. We don't have to go to ChatGPT to find a response, which will be advised to us because we like it. And the way out in this situation is only in the support of high-quality media. Those who check, those who verify the information. We don't have to stay idle. Indeed, the world is like this. If we take Telegram as a national council, we always believe that Telegram is the most hazardous from everything. And we need to be hard on it. Regretfully, the media people also help to its longevity. Instead of saying that the commander-in-chief says this and that, they say, commander-in-chief in his telegram, or the minister in his telegram, why don't you just quote him? Why don't you quote his Facebook or Viber or anything? You can have any kind of attitude, but this is the same. Telegram is under the skin of everyone. I share the same what Vlasta said before, that this matter could have been resolved in some way long time ago. Yet, if you go to the street and ask people, they will tell you that I need Telegram. Not really true, because the opinion poll demonstrated as for the question about regulation of Telegram and other social media, and those who say must be prohibited, must be regulated, it's 51% for what? Who believe full prohibition can be possible or regulation, 51%. Yet, but the opinion poll was among some circle of people. Shall we go outside and we ask from people, what do they read now? And why do they read Telegram? Sometimes they don't know it's dangerous. With partners, European partners, quite often we discuss this matter. And by the way, even on our website, the Estonians made a study and they demonstrated that the most toxic disinformation goes from Telegram. Most toxic, we spoke to colleagues of regulators from major European countries, and we shall also join them, and now we are cooperating with them about the regulation of this platform. The platform remains anonymous, and it was not included into the list, which works on the big platforms that are being fined for the violation of the legislation. And why? Because Telegram did not provide exact information. They have underestimated the number of users to be outside of that list. They do their best to avoid this regulation. If people are in favor, We as National Radio speak of that for quite a long time. Of course, there is some split or some schism or schizophrenia. I understand that there is a problem and still I use Telegram. And the same study shows if to prohibit or regulate the platform, TikTok and Telegram are the leading ones. People understand that something is wrong with them. That means the government should regulate it. And the government will have that opportunity. Whether the Ukrainian state will use that carte blanche or other countries is another question. I have the last question for which we have time.
I'd like to ask you to be very brief because this is the final question. What will be the indicator of information health of the society for you? So such a healthy society should be understood as the balance between the protection and the freedom of speech. So the society, what society would you call healthy in this respect? Nina, over.
Ooh, I get to answer first. Lucky me. This is a tough question. I mean, I think you have people who are being very deliberate about their information consumption and not just passive. If you think about it right now, when we consume information, it's through push notifications, it's through an algorithm. Very rarely do we seek that information out ourselves. And so I think it's about that very deliberate seeking out of information rather than just taking what is fed to us.
Окей, дякую. Богомір, що для вас ознака здорового суспільства?
It's not easy to answer it, as Nina said. I think that the indicator is that we can see people are not easy going to get the disinformation content, which is inside the political marketing of many populists around Europe, and are not so how to say it, are not so manipulated by the very easy constructs we can find the disinformations and the political marketing of populists, and we can maybe measure it how do people think about the future, because what I can see is that people who are in the trap of the disinformation, they are bitterly inside the current or the past problems and not in the future problems, and this is kind of the indicator. So that's answer from me, and I would like to say za nás, za vás, za Krym i za Donbas.
Дякую. Ольга?
Thank you, Olga. So it seems you asked me whether I believe in information heaven, right? Yes, something like that. Well, I believe that informational health is something which should be maintained on the regular basis. It is not a one-off event. Information health is not achieved overnight. So an indicator for me can be also the prevention of and the care of this health. The countries are now thinking of such a media profession as media teacher. So we have to teach media literacy not just on individual fora, platforms or something like that. It's not a one-time magic bullet for the society. On the contrary, everything should start with the childhood. The child should learn how to ask questions, why, and this means that we have already worked on prevention. It's an indicator for me. Yes, I would agree with Olga here. I also don't believe in informational heaven. You use the health as a metaphor, but health means that your organism balances between normal status and pathologic status. So if the balance is kept, this means that society is healthy. And another indicator would be the lack of radical, of extremist leaps or jumps of public opinion towards some aspect. I think that centrism is healthy. It's an indicator of a healthy society. Is it about election? No, it's about information. I see Bogomil nodding his head as you were talking about lack of radicalism. Yes, definitely, there is no informational heaven. However, prevention is important. For me, such a prevention would be an open discussion. We should call the problems by their names and discuss them. We do not have either this prevention now because we do not have open platforms with discussions. Currently, I work with the Suspilne, with the new count show, and we always see the empty chairs with the inscription. This is the place for the representative of the government. They are not there. They are not ready to talk about the problems openly, and we should be ready for that. Okay, Rebecca?
On Ukrainian issue, one remark, probably the marathon is not the best offer for information during war, but it's a Ukrainian decision. We will see how it develops. I understand that the chairs are empty. But for the general question, so my impression is that so we live in a world full of information. There is more information available for everybody who has access to a phone than ever before. But what happens? People are lost in information. And how to solve this, how to get out of this trap that people want at any time, at any day, any time, everywhere, feel that they have the latest news, the breaking news, and do not want to miss nothing. But because of this, they are missing often the crucial points. And an emancipation process from this nice new world, which had been promised to us but developed in a different way. An emancipation process is very, very necessary. But I fear that the old approaches of preaching for media literacy will not work. We need maybe kind of break. So I'm happy about any news like Denmark is prohibiting the use of iPhones in the first classes of a school. iPads are not used anymore as tools in Denmark, Sweden, and some other countries. So step back from entering into the new world we entered into this new world without being prepared, and that is misuse. So we have to step back from this and restart.
Супер, я дуже дякую. Те, що я почув для себе, і може перевірю на
Thank you very much. So, what I've understood from this panel, I think everybody agrees that the context has changed significantly. Maybe it's time to request new balance between freedom of speech and security. We've heard about importable constraints, and now we know that the media literacy cannot be magic bullet. It's not a universal remedy. And finally, it is important to work on prevention, to work on your health, and work on improving your immunity, your organism immunity. Many thanks to our speakers, Ms. Yankovic, Mr. Tichy, Ms. Rasumyuk, Ms. Vlasta, Ms. Rebecca. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо вам, колеги, за таку фахову динамічну гостру.
Dear colleagues, thank you for such a professional and dynamic discussion. Definitely it will be continued, and the next discussion will be held here as well in Donetsk conference room. We would talk about the International Register of Losses. This is a tool which can become the largest evidence base to prove aggression. The question for everyone, what should we do to make this truth, not just statistics, but a global argument to bring the aggressor to accountability. Ms. Irina Mudra, the deputy head of the presidential office, Ms. Valeria Koval, the deputy minister of digital transformation, she is in charge on the development of offline personal resources, Mark Jan Kryczkowski, executive director of the International Register of Losses, Ms. Evgenia Koretska, representing Ukraine Independent, and Mr. Alexander Ostapak, the head of the communication unit at International Register of Losses.
Бо мені після панелі треба буде дуже швидко піти.
Та думаю, так. Думаю, нікуди вони не зникнуть.
Ні, я маю на увазі, що нема. Ого.
Шановні колеги, будь ласка, доєднуйтесь і заходьте з зала
Yeah,
Донецьк.
colleagues, please welcome here in the conference room Donetsk. We are commencing our next discussion panel entitled Truth and Evidence, the role of International Register of Losses. Please join in this discussion.
Ірина Мудра, заступниця керівника Офісу Президента
Our
України,
guests are Ms.
Євгенія
Irina
Моторевська,
Mudra,
керівниця відділу
the Deputy
розслідувань
Head of the
Independent,
Presidential Office,
Маркіян
and
Кличковський,
Ms.
виконавчий
Evgenia
директор
from
Міжнародного
Ukraine Independent,
реєстру
Mr.
збитків,
Markian
і
Klitschkovsky,
Валерія
Director of the
Коваль,
International
заступниця
Register of
міністра
Losses, and
цифрової
Ms. Valeria
трансформації з
Kovar,
розвитку
Deputy
екосистеми
Minister
цифрових та
of
офлайн
Digital
персоналізованих
Transformation in
сервісів.
charge of the
Олександр Остапа,
online
керівник напрямку комунікації
personalized
Міжнародного реєстрів
service. And
збитків,
Alexander
модератор цієї
Ostapek
дискусії.
will be moderating this
Тож
discussion.
запрошуємо і гостей, і
Dear
наших колег.
participants, dear
Так, пане
colleagues,
Маркіяне, бачимо
please
вас,
come
ви
up to the
будете
stage.
онлайн.
Yes, I see that Mr. Markian will be participating online.
Доброго дня. Чутно мене, так? Супер.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, great. We are still waiting for Ms. Valeria. It seems that she is going to join us very soon.
Отже, всі спікери в зборі. Пан Маркіян у нас
Great,
онлайн,
everyone
раді
is
побачити.
here,
І
apart from Mr. Markian, but you'll be able to see him because he is online. We are happy to welcome you at Donbas Media Forum.
такий майданчик, який може
This is perhaps the largest forum
розказати про
which will help you to understand what the International Register of Losses is. This is a unique mechanism set up at the time of war. In fact, its main idea is to capture truth. The facts and the figures should not remain solely in the archives. Every fact is an evidence of some story, and people who suffered losses have the right to make these facts known. I'm from Bucha myself, and in the territory of a cathedral some time ago, two unknown barrels were found, and now we have a memorial in this territory. There you can find a list of people who died in Bucha during occupation, and the journalists who are present here today wrote the materials, the stories about those people who were tortured and killed. There are lots of journalists now who work with the topic of war crimes, and they also shot a documentary about these events. So the data, the figures are not just dry statistics. They are all standing behind the stories of those people, and the journalists and whatever they do contributes to informing the international community about the crimes committed by the aggressor country. Since the speakers have already been introduced, I will hand it over to them without a delay. So, Ms. Irina, the International Register of Losses is an unprecedented mechanism. It was created at the time of war. It's the first time in history. Why was this decision made? What's the reason for launching this mechanism at the time of war? I know that you know. Yeah, thank you. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation to this highly relevant and essential event. We badly need your assistance, dear journalists, because we have to spread the word about the register, about filing applications. I cannot say that it's an unprecedented mechanism by itself. In fact, Ukraine is the first country in the history that creates the mechanism for compensation of losses while the war is still in progress. The International Register of Losses is not separated from the general compensation mechanism. Unfortunately, as the war started, we experienced mass destruction, loss of property, and internal deflation and evacuation. And at that time, it turned out that not a single legal tool existed to secure the compensations for people who suffered losses. There was no court institution, there was no organization. They could make a decision on the amount of losses and get a compensation from the Russian Federation. And Ukraine has started this lengthy process of creating the compensation mechanism under the 7th clause of President Zelensky peace formula. And this journey started with the UN General Assembly's resolution as of November 2022, and it's called the Reparation Resolution. 94 countries supported this resolution, and according to this resolution, a mechanism consisting of 3 components shall be created. Component number 1 is the International Register of Losses. This is an organization, an international organization. It's not a Ukrainian organization. It was founded by 44 countries, and the European Union is also a member. This register receives all the applications filed by the people who suffered losses, losses or damages. So this will be a full-scale, comprehensive database, due to which it will be possible to evaluate the entire amount of damages inflicted by the Russian Federation. Anyone, citizens, natural and legal persons, private or public entities in the state can be the applicants with this register, because the state is also the entity that suffered losses. As of now, the register is in full operation, and a bit later my colleague will tell you more about filing the applications. As of now, it includes over 60,000 applications, and let me remind you that altogether there are 43 categories of losses and damages that can be reported with this register. At the moment, 13 categories are open, and in the nearest future, a couple of other categories will be open. So, for the time being, we've got 13 categories covering the most serious consequences of war: internal displacement, death or the missing, sexual violence, torture, deprivation of freedom, forced labor, deportation of children and adults, destruction or damaging the property, residential and non-residential property, and the loss of control over property in the occupied territories. For all these categories, there is a detailed roadmap, a detailed instruction on how to submit information via this portal. There is no need to submit the original documents, so you don't have to worry once your documents are in the occupied territories or were destroyed. The applicant has to submit images and video recording. This information goes through DIA portal, and that's why it is possible to retrieve information from the public Ukrainian registers. The application process itself is very simple. It's a very simple exercise, and one should not spend lots of time or resource. Every natural person who was affected by a war is free to file this application. Unfortunately, for the time being, there is still a time limit. The timeline starts with the February 24th, 2022 till now, but we are working on expanding this time limit. So we would like to have 2014 as a starting point, because the hostilities in the east started right then. People lost the assets in the Crimea and in the east, and those losses also have to be captured in this database. And Ukraine is still working now on this achievement. Why is it so important to talk about the register? Why are not we going to wait for the end of war? It's pretty simple. The more time has passed since the start, since the damages were inflicted, the lower the chance is to preserve the evidence, documents, and it will be not that easy later on to urge and make our partners find the sources for funding these compensations. Nowadays, every application is not just a document, not just an evidence. It's not just a document, but it's an evidence. This is the element of the document base for future compensations. There are so many registers at the moment, Ukrainian register and the register of war crimes, and people even don't know which register to select. But let me bring your attention to the fact that this is an international register of losses, and it's hosted in The Hague. It's international. It's internationally recognized. It's recognized by the global community. So whatever our government does is reflected in this international register, and it is it is necessary, because we have to support people affected by a war, and it's becoming more and more difficult to accumulate the assistance, accumulate the funding. They need the funding for the military purposes. However, due to this register, Ukraine may rely on the international support, but we hope that the compensations will be paid by Russia. The more evidence we have in this register, the stronger we are when proving to our partners, before our partners, that the frozen money of Russia in the European Union and Belgium has to be used for compensation. We have already started the second stage of this mechanism, namely creation of the compensation commission. Yeah, it was my second question, actually. This mechanism consists of three components, and they have to be interconnected. Partners frequently ask us about those frozen funds. We want to use the funding for compensation, but they said that they do not have so many applications, just 60,000, while we were expecting hundreds of thousands, millions of applications. At the beginning of war, we expected that there would be several millions of such applications. Therefore, it is very difficult to explain to our partners why our citizens fail to submit those applications. There are some reasons for such a behavior, and such a slow replenishment of this database, this register. First, the application has to be filed via DIA, and the DIA has a link to the national registers. It's a very time-consuming process to implement each and every new category of damages. And to introduce such a category, we need the terms of reference, and we need financial assistance from the partners. And we know that for some time this work was suspended because of the cut funding from the USA. So we need some time to create the categories, and that's why we do not receive those applications in a very speedy manner. And that's reason number one. Reason number two, a person may believe that upon submitting an application to the Ukrainian register, he or she should not submit it to the international register. That's not true, because the amount paid by Ukrainian government has its limits. That's why it's absolutely obvious that the person has to submit the application also to the international register. The Ukrainian registers account for the compensations paid by the Ukrainian state at the expense of the Ukrainian budget, while this compensation paid upon the application to the international register will be based on the range of evidence. And one person can also submit applications for several categories of damage.
Where the money comes for the compensation. This is most difficult exercise, and we also follow in this track. I will discuss the Compensation Commission and Compensation Fund. So, dear journalists, you here play a decisive role, and we have great hopes for you that people learn of the international registry. To encourage people to use that register, to file there, because our task is to make sure that no loss is unnoticed. And this registry is not just about bureaucracy. This is our history, which records human stories, which must be heard. The second component is International Compensation Commission. During 1.5 years, Ukraine has worked with partners to create Compensation Commission. And this work has completed by approving the convention about creating the International Compensation Commission. Recently, the work was finalized on the text of the convention. That commission will also be created under the auspices of the Council of Europe, like International Registry of Losses. And this commission will be the body that will define the amount of compensation on the basis of documents filed to the registry for the commission to consider the statement of the victim. That victim must be part of this international registry. After creation of the commission, the international registry will become part of the commission. It will be integrated with the commission. The process will continue of filing applications, not through the registry, but rather directly to the commission. And of course, the commission will work on the statement filed. Those who file and will be filed before the beginning of functioning of the commission will be reviewed first. And this will be the basis the commission will work with. In September, we have approved the draft convention, and this convention must be officially approved on the diplomatic conference on 16th of December. The date was set up on the day, on the level of the high level of representation of the countries members of the Council of Europe. We also expect that political approval will be made at the level of at least 50 countries, plus more than 55 countries of the Council of Europe took part in the development of the convention, as well as regional, as well as European Union as a regional organization. We expect that the Commission will start to operate fully in the year 2027. Before the end of 2027, they will take the first decisions by that Commission. And the most difficult question is the third component, the final component of this mechanism, the compensation fund and the payments by the decisions of Compensation Commission, because the Compensation Commission is not judiciary, not administrative. The decisions of that Commission cannot be fulfilled as a judicial decision, cannot be enforced by the regular enforcement procedure. Therefore, we need to create the fund, and we need to understand the source of financing of that fund. The decision of the Commission are not on paper and indeed are monetized and the compensations received. Therefore, Ukraine is formulating its position that the most realistic source is other frozen assets. Nowadays, there is no political will about redirecting of the entire amount of assets to Ukraine. There is a discussion, and it seems that the decision is outlined for the reparation loan. Using these funds as a collateral, the bonds will be issued that will be secured by the countries of European Union, possibly also G7. Therefore, the reparation loan is not actually what we finally would like to see as confiscation of Russian assets. Of course, on this stage, we have stopped advocating the confiscation because we can see the formulation of the political will as the reparation loan is a substantial step. And we insist that part of this loan is reserved. Part of the loan is reserved. We understand the most of part of the loan will be used for the military needs. For some priority priority projects of recovery and reconstruction, at least in the energy sector. And part of it must be reserved for future compensations. And we convey that position to our partners. Therefore, if it is approved, when the reparation loan is approved, we really hope that part of it will be placed into the compensation fund as a starting financing for the decisions of the Compensation Commission.
Я тут уточню просто як факт-чек в минулому. Ви сказали про те, що компенсаційна комісія
You said the Compensation Commission will start its first decision in the end of 2027. If my understanding correct, the year 26 passed. The time is postponed for ratification by all those countries. In the month of December, the convention will be approved, which, in line with compensation procedure, will require ratification or not require ratification. Our understanding that most of countries will require ratification of the convention. Therefore, it will start in 2026. In 2026, the Commission must be created. It must operate with governing bodies. The first decisions of the Commission must be taken. The Commission will not be created before ratification of the Convention, of course. Therefore, we expect to be realistic up to 1 year. We understand how those diplomatic procedures pass up to 1 year for ratification. For some people, a few months, for others, half a year, for others, 1 year, with expecting that first, since the beginning of 2027, that Commission will start being created. And by the end of the year of 2027, it will start making decisions, the first decisions. Again, constraints about filing applications do not exist, at least of today. Therefore, with the beginning of the Commission, the work will continue for acceptance of applications, and for us to encourage our partners, right after approval of the Convention, to start negotiations to create compensation fund. This is the most complicated matter, how to finance the fund. We need to show that in the registry there is quite a number of applications. People expect justice, people expect compensations, and this is their duty. They need to. Why do we refer to the journalists and the media? Because we are the voice of the victims, of the war-affected communities and citizens, and through the materials and your plots and the investigation, you may convey information about the operation of that registry and the importance of that registry, that one has to file applications there. And therefore, we refer to journalists to help to disseminate this information, especially among the IDPs, because the IDPs are one of the categories in the registry. The families of deceased people who have lost their homes, the residents of the occupied and the pre-frontline territories. The higher is the awareness, the more will be the initiatives to file such applications. By the way, the international registry opened the office in Kiev. It operates in a full way. They also communicate with communities and the local governments and to convey this information. Also, there is cooperation with the registrars, the centers of administrative services, the centers of free legal aid. All those organizations have been created which have communications with communities and with people. The registry cooperates with them, that the information is conveyed through them. Therefore, your voice is very important, because this is not just legal instrument, this is a chance for people to return justice. And also they cooperate with law enforcement, because the law enforcement have a big base of war-related crime, and there is an information about the victims of war-related crime. Finally, I would like to say that Ukraine created a mechanism which has no similarities in the past, and in practice this could become the only legally defined, internationally recognized way towards compensation. Unlike previous historical example, like Compensation Commission of the UN for Iraq, that mechanism is formed, as you said before, during the armed aggression, which continues. And unlike the previous ones, it is created on the basis of multilateral agreement, multilateral international agreement, which is open to accession by all countries, with the involvement of international organizations and Council of Europe. And this process was started. Every statement filed today will make closer as a day when the victim can receive the compensation. And once again, I can tell you the more, the larger scale that registry is, the more information is inside, the more chances will be that the countries which don't have the way back, they have started it, they went together with us into it, and the chances that they lose on halfway and not create compensation fund and not receive the source of filling that fund, they will not have. Luckily for us and luckily for them, because they made their choice. And they will show that the international law, which is so important to them, and also the rule of law and everything else, because there must be justice and it will be inevitable, like the punishment.
Ґрунтовний такий огляд всього, що від чого почалося.
This is well-grounded review of what was the beginning, what will be the end. We have heard from Irina, and I would like to return back.
З нами пані Валерія.
Valeria is with us.
Якщо я не помиляюсь, ви мені точно
If I'm right, you can tell me whether it is true. Yesterday, there was notification that 23 million people have registered in DIA because their visuals are very nice. The question is, however, my question to you is, how did you manage? E-recovery is a registry which is involved in one topic. Technically, it was done for this topic, and that's it. The registry, as Irina said before, 43 categories are planned. They plan to open 13, and so there are quite many different things which must be combined. How did the ministry and the DIA manage to unite all that to create a simple, available service where for 15-20 minutes people can file any application? Thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation because it's very important to discuss international registry of damages, both in the media and also on such a site, on such where offline we can discuss what was done, what is planned to do, and to attract attention to this topic. I also come from Bucha, and I know what does it mean to be in the occupation for 2 weeks with 2 small children, and my story is not unique. I'm confident that we shall learn quite many terrible stories of millions of Ukrainians who fell victims to the armed aggression of Russia. The International Registry of Losses is an opportunity to tell the world about the crimes of Russia, that they cannot avoid punishment, and every Ukrainian will have justice. International Registry of Damages is a legal component. This is to prove that indeed such cases took place and to receive compensations. The Ministry for Digital Transformation in that process supports technical implementation. This is a technical architect which makes it possible to do it quickly, conveniently, and understandably. And everybody will agree when we speak about the evidence, the judicial cases. For most of people, and this is an understandable story, quite many people refuse from going into that process because this requires legal support and some expenses for judicial proceedings. People have no time or financial capabilities. Therefore, filing the applications via DIA portal will make it possible up to 20 minutes to file such an application. What is necessary? 13 categories have been opened on beta testing, and by the end of year, there will be more than 10 categories open. It is necessary to enter the DIA portal to fill the necessary information depending on category. Those are the list of data which are necessary. And what is most important is that we don't have hard limitations about the evidence. Because when we speak about cash support, and you and Irina have discussed e-recovery, e-restore. Everybody knows of it, and yet not every Ukrainian who have lost their properties are aware of it. And yet it makes it possible to receive compensations for damage to destroyed properties. And here there is a hard connection to the registry that indeed they have the property, and the commission comes on the local level, the verification takes place. And here there is a hard, understandable, and formalized mechanism. Indeed, as we can see, not all the property was part of the state registry of properties. If it is not part of the registry, even there is a difficulty to file to the e-recovery. As for International Registry of Damages, they have softer requirements, softer terms and conditions. If a citizen has no copy of documents or any other materials, even to accept written explanations from a citizen how this all happened. And this will be unacceptable evidence when a person files an application into the International Registry of Damage. I would like to thank you. Say, how did you manage to do it? Indeed, a large team worked on the implementation. The Ministry of Digital Transformation is just the part of it. I would like to thank the Ministry of Justice for the leadership, the team of International Registry of Losses, our international counterparts, Eurasia Foundation, East Europe Foundation, EGAP program, KDF programs. For all those 2 years, they have worked fruitfully with us that we can implement it. They have been helping, and this is quite a powerful support. Therefore, it was possible with efforts of everyone. When we all understand this is extremely important to help every Ukrainian to tell their story, not simply in Ukraine, also on the international sites, that Russia will not be able to avoid this punishment for the destroyed lives of millions of people. About our future steps, now it's for citizens, predominantly all categories are available, and we begin as a track about filing the applications for the state as an entity which was damaged, and the state bodies, state institutions, the buildings and the business. Because regretfully nowadays the business suffered most, because today there is no compensation for the business entities, and the business has a huge burden to pay taxes, to continue paying taxes and continue operating, continue recovering. Therefore, it's very important that one can start this track. By the year end, we plan to open, I mentioned filing the applications on the damaged critical infrastructure of the state and the business, in order to cover all those cases. What is important about coverage? As Irina said before, there are few applications. Indeed, we can confirm those are up to 60,000 applications to the international registries of losses on certain categories. And if we compare with damaged properties which are in the Ukrainian registry, those are hundreds of thousands of applications. And while we are discussing, there is shelling on the pre-frontline territories. Recently I was informed of the Zaporizhia Oblast. We have a continuous process, and I believe that our cohesion will work on every level. Of course, predominantly people learn of the information from the media, those are social media, those are relatives and neighbors who are next to them, and of course from state agencies and as well as on the local level. I believe that we need to unite the efforts so that next to e-recovery program, there must be the program filing application to the International Registry of Losses, that Ukrainians will understand that this is comprehensively. You file to e-recovery, next step is to file with the International Registry of Losses. And here we need to communicate, we need to explain. Because usually people do not understand. But they told, please file, into 3 years, something will happen. Indeed, it's hard for people to understand. And we need to explain to make the awareness work. And the colleagues can help. Therefore, we continue moving forward, and we keep launching the categories. And I'm confident that this will take us to the result, and there will be a compensation. The compensation commission will be created, and the funds will be created unambiguously. We cannot return the lost human lives, and we cannot return the homes where our children were growing, our memories, and yet we can receive financial support from Russia as aggressor and receive those reparations and that support, that at least in some way we could try compensating those terrible things from the life of Ukrainians. Thank you for the invitation. I believe that jointly we can move to the moment when every Ukrainian will be able to receive compensation for the crimes of Russia. Thank you. I had a question. We understand that the registry, after creating the commission and fund, will not stop, will not terminate its activities. Actually, will DIA operate for long in order to receive such applications? Indeed, as I said before, we have 23 million users, and DIA will continue, it will persist. Therefore, from the first days of full-scale invasion, the entire team works on simplification of the bureaucratic way in order for Ukrainians to receive convenient state services and also to file to international registries of losses applications about different categories. Therefore, for us, this is not an obstacle. And therefore, we launch the categories as quickly as possible because we are pushing every state agency. And if you need any confirmation from the registry, then for us, I don't know how to express, this is not a problem at all, because we operate for a long time, and DIA is a bright example of how do we increase our resources that we can ensure all services in few clicks, that they are understandable and simple, and that it will not be necessary to apply to people who will explain how to do something in DIA. Therefore, the big team is working on that. I'm confident that on the development of International Registry of Losses will be the follow-up initiatives that we shall be happy to support in order to develop those directions. You spoke of the big team. Another big team of lawyers surely works in Hague. And if we move virtually to Hague, and if we refer to Mr. Markian Klitschkowski, so Markian, the registry is an international organization with its exclusive mandate. And you, as the executive director of this organization, how do you see the role of the registry in
сьогодні до слова, екосистемі.
This ecosystem of reparations and compensation.
Доброго дня, шановне товариство.
Good afternoon. I welcome you from Hague, the capital city of the international law and justice, from the headquarters of the registry of the damages caused by Russian Federation to Ukraine and Ukrainians. I could not be in Kiev. Thank you anyway for the invitation and opportunity to discuss our work and important matters. The matters of recovering justice in Ukraine. The registry of losses is the heart, is the core, is the foundation of the mechanism of compensation for Ukraine, the mechanism which was developed and proposed by the global community, of which Irina has discussed in detail, consists of three components. The first one is the registry of losses, which now operates. The task of it is to collect information, collect statements about compensation of damage and losses caused by the war of Ukraine and Russia to people, businesses, companies, and Ukrainian state. The second stage, the compensation commission, the agency which must review applications in the merit and defines the amount of compensation payable in every case, will soon be created just in a few months.
В Газі має відбутися формальне схвалення і підписання конвенції про створення міжнародної компенсаційної
In The Hague, the Convention on the International Compensation Commission has to be signed. And the final element of the compensation mechanism is the compensation fund. Maybe it's the most complicated element, however, we are looking forward to positive news in the nearest weeks or months. So today we can openly say that this compensation mechanism and register of losses is the only realistic way to get reparations and compensations for the damages and losses inflicted by the host citizens. There is no other solution. This is the mechanism of compensation for Ukraine and Ukrainians, at least in its initial form. We have to realize that the register of losses and the entire compensation mechanism were born as a result of efforts, combined efforts of many countries who are working for the common cause. 94 countries voted for the resolution, UN resolution in November 2022, and pursuant to this resolution, Russia has to pay for the damages and losses inflicted by its aggression against Ukraine. And this very resolution envisages the creation of the compensation mechanism. 44 countries in the European Union created the reparation mechanism, and while 55 countries participated in the negotiations on the compensation mechanism. And we expect that all these negotiating countries will become the members to this commission. Nowadays, multilateral diplomacy is a very difficult thing, and multilateral organizations set up these days is a very rare thing. It's not, however, it's not just the mottos, it's practical efforts, practical investments into the fight for justice, for peace in Ukraine, for people of Ukraine who have courage to fight for their freedom and independence, principles of international law and justice. Recovery, restoration of justice is the main driver for this mechanism, because compensation is the step towards justice. Compensation is not just about money. Money is not enough to restore justice. It is not possible to bring back to life people who lost their lives. It is not possible to erase the memories of atrocities suffered, experienced by people under shelling and in occupation. But this is a way to approach the justice. Receiving compensation from the aggressor country is justice, and that's why there is the consensus. Russia has to pay for the damages and losses caused by its aggression, and there is no other alternative. International partners work step by step towards the creation of the compensation mechanism. It has a full international support and legitimacy. We are going the right way. Our common cause is to make this mechanism a working machine. Now we know that there are over 6,000 applications filed with the register. It's just the beginning of our progress. And we know that just a third of all available categories are now available, but we know that there are many more people who were affected by war. We know that people have to learn about the register and they have to learn about the compensation mechanism in order to file the compensation. I think that every person who suffered from war has to be able to submit this application. Submitting application will take you no more than 20 minutes via DIA. There is no need to notarize any documents. You will spend just 20 minutes in front of your computer. Some people believe that it's not a well-timed measure. People have to deal with the implications of war, shellings. They have to care about their own safety and safety of their relatives. People have to deal with the lack of electricity or war. They do not have enough of sleep because of air raids. And some people are even skeptical about the prospects of getting real compensation, because today the only thing we have is the register of losses, but we have to overcome this skeptic attitude. We have to dissuade people. Now the register cooperates with the government, with the office of the president, with local administrations, with over 16 non-governmental organizations on our coordination platform. We spread information about the register to provide methodological assistance to the victims. So I would like to work closer with you, with the audience of this forum, because media and journalists are those who have direct contact with people. You talk to them in newspapers, in your blogs, in your radio shows, podcasts, or blogs. So please convince people that the mechanism is a reality. It's been finalized, and we all have to take measures to get closer to the justice. We have to bring these messages to people. We are on the threshold of creation of compensation commission, and Ukraine is not alone in this fight. It is important to work for our common principles and for justice for Ukraine and its people. Actually, I have no more questions because you answered all my potential questions during your statement. In fact, you summarized the entire panel very well. You answered the question in what way the journalist community can help with disseminating the information. Personally, I, as a journalist with a long service record, understand that by creating their stories, journalists create evidence base, and the evidence is important to file the application and receive the compensation as a result. We also have Ms. Eugenia, and from the first days of war, you captured lots of war crimes, and they also can become the evidence base. But this is the question I would like to ask. You work with ruined lives, with ruined states. Internally displaced people might have lost their property, their livelihoods. And the question is, how can the journalists help disseminate information for more people to learn about the register? Yeah, thank you, Alexander. on the one hand, it is very sad that we do not have so many applications. But I think that the problem is not due to the fact of lack of awareness. The full-scale war has been a part of our lives for years, nearly 4 years in a row, and we know that the majority of crimes like killings of civilians, deportation of children took place in the 22 and 23, mainly because those crimes were committed in Bucha, Irpin, and Mariupol, and now we all work a lot with the survivors. My team investigates war crimes, all kind of crimes, starting with militarization to robbing the museums, and the people are very tired now. I think there was some time when my colleagues and I worked in the field, and the people were ready to talk about their stories in order to get justice. But now we often meet people who say, I want to forget everything. And we also talk to people who are forced to testify in courts. They have to be present there just because their cases and the cases of their relatives are being heard there, and they are forced to participate in interviews, interrogations, and they are simply tired of all of this. Ukrainians unfortunately expected a very quick outcome. They looked at that as soon as the world sees those crimes, the global community will stop them, and Putin will be in The Hague. But I think we have to be honest. The justice is not a speedy process. The tribunal we are all talking about can last decades, and the issue of compensation it cannot be resolved overnight as well. It may take many years before you get compensation. So first you file an application, and then it will then you will need some time to get the compensation. So it's important to talk about this, to create the infrastructure, but this infrastructure doesn't work very fast. It's there is lots of bureaucracy. Of course, we work with international institutions, with the Ukrainian institutions, and our team works with the General Prosecutor General's office, international analytical hubs, and many investigations, many results of our investigations were submitted to the international partners, they were submitted to the criminal court. But once again, it's important to find the balance between the duty of the media to cover the crimes of Russian aggression and work on justice. Even inside our team, we have the discussion. Some colleagues say that it is even more important to publish the story than to spend time testifying or give an interview in the Prosecutor General's office. And once again, we are not law enforcement authorities. We cannot document the war crimes in the classic understanding. The objective of independent Ukraine is to inform people, is to bring people truth. And we have a very large audience, the American audience, first of all. So we are looking for the balance within our team. We would like as much information as possible, which we derive from our investigation, to be submitted to the Office of the Prosecutor General. And we cooperate with the investigative authorities on many occasions, and as a result of our materials, for instance, the alleged rape of a minor girl was identified, and we helped to reveal the things stolen from Kherson museums and so on. Yes, journalists' work is something different. Of course, we have to be clear about that. But we see more and more media that deal largely with the information on the new categories of violations. And, of course, but still it's important to work with people in order to persuade them that it's really important to file this application, even though it may take a lot of time to get compensation. And you talked about international organizations. What organizations do you cooperate with? For instance, ICC, we cooperate them on 2 cases, deportation and attacks aimed at cultural facilities. We submitted our investigation materials and we had consultations with the French colleagues. I've also cooperated a lot with the UN. They have lots of missions, including monitoring missions that work in Ukraine. In spite of some criticism regarding UN, it's still one of the most effective mechanisms. We document crimes and we convey lots of information, answering the queries of international organizations and foreign analytical centers. We even do not have enough time to respond to all those queries. On the other hand, we feel this fatigue of war. People don't want to watch materials about tortures, about sufferings of children, and so on. On the other hand, we see the growth of interest from the specialized institutions. It's the 4th year of war, and we receive lots of legal requests related to the evidence base. So we try to extend our resources and cooperate with everyone. Thank you very much. The hosts asked me to wrap up. Actually, because we are running out of time. We've run out of time 30 seconds ago, but it seems that we managed to explain clearly to our audience what the register is, or why it's so important, and what other steps await us in the years to come. And then we also discussed in what way journalists can help in this respect. It is not enough to publish press releases. We learned about the technical side of the register. We know for sure that DIA will be a very important element of this register in the years to come. Thank you very much, dear speakers. Thank you for joining. It's very important to have those pieces of evidence because they will be instrumental in bringing the aggressor to accountability. Yes, thank you very much. We've got lots of useful information. I hope that our analysts will use it efficiently. Dear colleagues, we will have a small coffee break, just 5 minutes, because we are running out of time.
Один раз. Так, шановні колеги, зараз тут, у залі Донецьк, відбудеться дуже важлива дискусія. Вона називається креативно «Newsroom Брюссель. Як антикорупційна реформа впливає на вступ України до ЄС». І у нас вже є наші поважні гості, наші спікери. Тарас Качка, віце-прем'єр-міністр з питань європейської та євроатлантичної інтеграції. Пане Тарасе, просимо. Семен Кривонос, директор Національного антикорупційного бюро України. Олександр Клименко, керівник спеціалізованої антикорупційної прокуратури. І Сергій Сидоренко, редактор видання «Європейська правда». Всі гості.
Сидоренко, the editor of Ukrainska Pravda. The guests are here and they take their seats. And the moderator Irina Shiba, deputy head of the anti-corruption initiative of the EU. Therefore, we start. Please listen. The discussion will be very interesting. You have the floor. Thank you very much indeed. I'm happy to be here together with wonderful colleagues on Donbas Media Forum. Our discussion will be focused on two topics which are of interest for the politicians and diplomats, and also ordinary Ukrainians: European integration and also corruption. I believe that this topic is of interest to ordinary Europeans as well. At least when I started in 2016 in the Netherlands were preparing for the referendum about the association agreement with Ukraine, ratification of the agreement. One of the political parties invited me together with her to the political rally, and we went to the fairs. We spoke to people on those fairs, and we asked, what do they think about Ukraine? Each of them asked me, when I was a 20-year-old student, whether indeed the problem of corruption in Ukraine is that great. They heard that Ukraine is corrupt. Maybe they heard of Klitschko ex-boxing championship and other Ukrainian champion and other Ukrainian athletes, and that's it. The panelists who are with me visit Brussels rather often. Therefore, I would like to start with a blitz question to them. How often they ask questions to you about corruption in Ukraine and its level? What questions do you hear from colleagues in European capitals? So shall we start with Sergei? I will also ask a question because I'm a journalist. I have to do it. At that time, what did you answer when you were asked in the Netherlands whether the corruption is that big? I said I never gave the bribe. And this was true. This actually represents how the dialogue takes place between Ukrainians like myself and those who know nothing about Ukraine except for what they read in the media. In the media, they discuss that there is a lot of corruption, that in order to use the elevator, you need to give the bribe. We have to disprove it from time to time, and yet I'm facing that in recent years from European officials, from the politicians who take care of Ukraine. Literally every time I hear, whoever I meet, the opposite topic, how we reduce this perception of high-level corruption. In Brussels, at least, the officials understand, yes, indeed, corruption is a problem, and high-level corruption is a special problem. And special attention should be paid to this. Nobody objects that this is one of the key, not the indicators, but the directions by which we shall be assessed. This is not denied. At the same time, in Europe, they also understand that the level of visualization of corruption, which was achieved for quite many years, now it damages and it does not reflect the real situation. The changes, the perceptions began, yet they are just focused and limited to those who understand what Ukraine is about. So you believe that consumption is perception, not reality? No, it does exist. Yet the perception of it is higher than it really is. Taras, how often are you asked? Now more often. Usually I was asked, how do we damage European farmers? And now, as I have a new position, is more often, because this became the matter of my daily work. Actually, this is the reason why anti-corruption is one of the cornerstones in the negotiations with European Union, because actually this remains the main perception, and yet we did not overcome it. This is a basic axiom. When you win any discussion, when you have any discussion with people somewhere in Europe about our advantages and so on, in the agriculture, economics, people and so on, and when people have nothing to say, they say, well, and what about corruption? And this is the universal argument. And here, what is most interesting, Ukraine's accession to the EU and the negotiations make it possible finally to understand what is included in that. The general lack of understanding of Ukraine, because this is also an important story, because quite many things begin from easier perception of post-Soviet Ukraine, like totally corrupt, unchanged, and this is how it lives. Therefore, in principle, the more attention to this matter, the better one can explain what was really done, how the society changed, that it is difficult for me to say if there is any corruption. I never accepted bribes and never gave bribes. I was never offered. And I live a normal life. However, today there was news, then indeed there could be some high-level cases, some million worth bribes. And we need to understand this better. Of course, I asked about corruption and anti-corruption. I would be surprised if not. If you read Telegram channels, we can say that Simon and Alexander go to Brussels and they say never give money to Ukraine for their firearms, not accept the European Union, because Ukraine is corrupt, and we have quite many corrupt officials. What, Simon, do you say this? Continuing the statement of Mr. Taras, I would say that the Office of General Prosecutor wrote that that those are lies. Yet we have investigated illegal benefits of prosecutors, and we have proven that corruption does exist. Whatever we discuss in Europe with European partners, I have to say that one of the important topics for our progress to the EU is the rule of law in terms of accession to the EU, as well as anti-corruption. Therefore, in Europe, in all European diplomats and high-level officials, we were saying that the best support of anti-corruption efforts is Ukraine's accession to European Union. And actually, we have repeated that, and we kept saying that the sooner you open up negotiations about Ukraine accession to the EU, the better anti-corruption bodies will be protected. Its institutional independence will be improved and capacity increased. Now we question Alexander, maybe that's him. Continuing what Simon said before, the second day of our meetings in Brussels, when we came to the meeting, we were told, well, we know that you need to open up the first cluster, please don't start because we are tired of this matter, and we say that Ukraine requires first negotiations cluster to be open because this will open up the way to strengthening institutional autonomy of NABU and Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor Office, and will improve corruption enforcement. Secondly, we don't speak about problems, we go and tell about results. We have good results, they are impressive, and the results of activities of NABU and SAP for the last years are visible. And they can see it, and they discuss, and they say it's a great progress. Also, we communicate that even their opinion polls held by government institutions, National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency, demonstrates that Ukraine achieved great progress in fighting against corruption, because even the level of corruption perception, the number of people who are facing with corruption corruption in Ukraine is declined. If 10 years ago it was over 70% of those who directly faced corruption, at the same time just 50% saw a problem in it. And nowadays those are just 17% who directly face corruption. At the same time, the problem of corruption is observed by 91%. Ukrainian society does not perceive corruption as a norm, and people face it less and less. Therefore, we speak not about problems and we speak about results. And we are confident that our work is a key element which will ensure
Дякую, Олександре. Ви згадали таке слово
Ukraine's progress towards EU membership. You have mentioned the cluster, and Simon mentioned that. I'm not sure whether everybody is familiar what is a cluster, how negotiations take place, and we have unique opportunity to hear as a mini lecture from the Vice Prime Minister for European integration. I will check if I understand myself. First of all, I'm grateful that the statements that we have success in fighting against corruption and that we need to open up negotiations cluster in order to strengthen anti-corruption policy is here from the key anti-corruption institutions. Because usually when it is discussed by a government man, it sounds as advertising, something artificial in that. Therefore, I'm grateful for such position. And the cluster is actually a good opportunity to explain the role and place of anti-corruption and the rule of law in the negotiations with European Union. My voice is still good, but in the old times, when big expansions took place, the big transformational expansion of post-communist countries took place, those are the neighbors, Poland, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and others, and the Baltics as well. They have formulated the modern vocabulary and the categories of negotiations. In those times, European Union was first of all the economic union, and the main things were four liberties: the freedom of movement of goods, services, persons, and capitals. Read accordingly when classifications were made, and judicial cooperation, law enforcement cooperation just developed in European Union. And therefore, the first chapter in the list were four liberties and the law enforcement activity and the courts. It was 23rd, 24th chapters. And quite many countries have demonstrated progress on the economic things and never demonstrated progress on the courts, because it was in the very end. Therefore, however, this was the main problem, because politically, Copenhagen criteria of accession to European Union, those were criteria for the countries which passed the transformation, for the post-communist countries, for such countries as Ukraine, basically. And those three criteria, which is rule of law, fighting against corruption, market economy, and the ability to fulfill particular things. And it was indeed the requirements towards transformation. If you take classical communist country, they have no market economy, they have no rule of law. And what is norms of European Union, this is also not very clear to them. Therefore, in order to strengthen, European Union mixed up those 33 negotiations chapters into clusters and in line with the priority. And cluster number one, this is not the second or third or fifth chapter of the negotiations for European Union accession. This is a strange set as for an external person. This is a set of such things as statistics, public procurement, economic criterion. Why is that important? Because European country, once again, is first of all economic union. With normal statistics, the bureaucracy cannot govern the economy. However, at the same time, the rule of law, in which the component is anti-corruption, and also activity of the law enforcement. This is the same choice in the same way as Alexander discussed and Simon, measurement of justice and also law enforcement. And here the attention must be focused. I will return once again that indeed, unlike the statistics, the topic of the rule of law and corruption is not something which is regulated in detail anywhere, neither in the EU nor in any other thing. Therefore, for each of the countries, this is actually individual way which is based on some measurements, sociological perceptions. There are some different methods, and yet this is quite an individual story. And the set of the institutions was quite individual for every country. And in every country, they had their own story about such things. And for us, this way was outlined and was developed within the framework of the document, which is called Roadmap for the Rule of Law, in the anti-corruption. And those are 500 activities that we have outlined in the month of May that we implement. So the first cluster was not yet open. And obviously this roadmap will change, because there are things that we will consider efficient over 1 year or vice versa. We shall say that actually the focus on a particular activity did not work. Why I'm saying this? Because actually there is an active discussion ahead of us about how the policy must develop in the field of anti-corruption. And this will be a very difficult discussion, because on one hand, we need to discuss among ourselves how it's best to set it up, and on the other hand, those who would like to weaken it, sometimes they make use of that discussion. As I say, it's not all clear. We need to change. Therefore, it must be very interesting, also demanding for intellect, and also as we make steps towards making anti-corruption infrastructure, such infrastructure does work. And this is an important criterion.
Я просто поруч з Олександром сижу, і мене трошечки захопило правоохоронною як
I'm engaged in their law enforcement. Shall we propose a simple experiment? Yes, this request is supported. I request those in the room, please raise your hand, who did not hear that there is a first cluster and it must be open because the negotiations of the rule of law and anti-corruption are included. Just 1, 2, 3 people did not know. Please raise your hands if you have heard of it before, even prior to this discussion about the first cluster. As we can see, much more. And in this field, Ukraine is unique. I will quote an example of another country that I know quite well, Moldova, which now try to go ahead of us. If people discuss if those two countries could be split or they could not be split, those who said they could not be split, our countries could not be split. Even if Moldova has elections, decisive elections, let them wait for Ukraine. If you ask people of clusters, per 1,000 people, just one will be the one who has ever heard of clusters. In Ukraine, quite many people have heard of clusters. Because it sounds from every iron, I'm proud to say that we did our best to achieve that, because we keep telling of it. Because the president is talking about it, and all of the newsmakers. In our country's understanding of what is happening in our progress to you is much higher compared to any other candidate country. I'm not deeply involved in Serbia, or even if you take the states which have advanced, like Albania, Montenegro, I have doubts that there are too many people have heard of the word cluster, so they opened all of that. I have a provocative question to you. Why do you think that Ukraine is so different? Does it mean that the demand for European integration is different because Europejska Pravda remains a monopolist in the covering integration process? Europejska Pravda remains monopolist because about focusing on it. As for coverage, we are not monopolists. Far from that. And again, could you please quote at least one candidate country who had a similar publication, zero? There is not a single country. Ukraine, indeed, the way it happened. This is the way it happened, that our society, our activists, civic activists, active part of the society, we indeed would like to join the EU.
We focus too much on the European integration because we are so willing to get there. For us, it is a destabilizational or even existential choice. And for the Montenegro, it's not the case. Unless we finalize the European integration, we will perhaps cease to exist as a country. Thank you. A small remark regarding the first cluster. It is important to remind that it focuses significantly on the institutional capacity of NABU and special anti-corruption prosecution. And in the first cluster, we have already discussed these two institutions. Our audience is pretty well prepared, so we can proceed to the roadmap on the rule of law. How would you assess how many measures or activities out of these 500 are relevant for you? Well, I can talk for NABU, while Alexander will be able to tell you more about SAP. We participated in the development of this plan from the very beginning, while Mrs. Stefanishina still was a Prime Minister. We submitted the proposal regarding strengthening the institutional capacity of NABU and SAP. On some issues, we failed to reach the consensus. For instance, independent assessment during expert assessment or expert examination during criminal proceedings for NABU and SAP. We asked clearly to set up an independent institution that would provide expert opinion to both prosecution and the defense in the criminal proceedings conducted by NABU and SAP. However, we saw a significant progress in terms of independent wiretapping right granted to the NABU. Due to this progress, we managed to approach our goals, and at the end of 2026, it will be possible technically to wiretap the suspect without using the technical capacities of the security service of Ukraine. So NABU will be able to do this independently. And there are lots of other things like this. And the question is whether it's enough to create the ideal picture. At least there are aspects aimed at strengthening our institutional capacity and independence. Alexander, do you think the same? I would like to talk about awareness of citizens of Ukraine of the negotiation clusters. Today, we talked, for instance, about resolving certain issues before the third quarter year is over. And within this time, the laws of these amendments had to be announced. But fortunately, those amendments have not been annulled yet. That's why it is still possible to close the proceeding on the basis of those harmful amendments. We also still have open questions regarding institutional capacity and autonomy of SAP, Special Anti-Corruption Prosecution. One of the elements, in our opinion, was not included into the negotiations. Namely, the head of the SAP does not have the right to initiate an investigation against members of the parliament. As far as I understand, there are people who integrate certain elements into this roadmap, and SAP doesn't also have the right to ask other countries for extradition. And these requests are submitted via Prosecutor General's office till now. And therefore, we face with significant problems. Most of our requests just stayed with the International Department of the Prosecutor's Office, and they have never found their addressee. And our SAP can not yet work with the prosecutors of other countries investigating certain kinds of crimes. Such groups, joint forces, joint groups can be created only once the prosecutor signs the decision on their setup. And we investigate pretty sensitive criminal cases, and we need to, sometimes they're associated with certain corruption actions regarding technical and material financial assistance provided to Ukraine. That's why for us it's a very important issue. However, still we have to deal with the Lozovy amendments, and we several times submitted our proposals regarding to the law enforcement committee, but our proposal faced with huge resistance. Until now, the issue has not been resolved, and our suspects, on the basis of those amendments, still have can get huge amounts of money to close the proceeding. Everyone knows now about laws of the amendments. Well, Taras, let's come back to you. Let me ask you about the roadmap. How are you going to implement this roadmap, and do you have any priorities? Because 500 activists is quite a lot. First, this is not an anti-corruption roadmap. It's the roadmap on the rule of law and human rights. And this roadmap is intended for many years. I should say pretty seriously here, because we are dealing with from the audience, that for me personally, the rule of law and the justice section matter most of all. I think this is the most crucial element which assures trust to the judiciary. And speaking about the corruption, anti-corruption mainstreaming is less important for me. Basically, this is very trendy to speak about anti-corruption, and in any section that we presented, we had to include our anti-corruption measures in various sectors, in transport, in energy, in statistics even. We've got anti-corruption program and anti-corruption strategy, and they include comprehensive measures to prevent corruption practices. In fact, it's a very efficient mechanism from the point of view of eradicating the corruption opportunities in the playing field. When we're talking about anti-corruption measures and anti-corruption policy, we implied, in fact, the changes in the political culture. Because this is the central element, core element of transformation of people's lifestyles, to say. Let's take the neighboring country, Poland. I'm watching them very closely. For them, the largest crime is the bribe offered to a physician. It may sound very strange, even though Poland is a deeply transformed country. Nonetheless, the loudest cases are about bribes given to physicians. So this means that bribery remains, so to say, persistent in the private sphere, in the private life. I don't know how much money is it common. It is not acceptable, yes, but still it is common to give to a physician. But I think that in our country, the opportunities for such kind of bribery are very limited. It's a very classical, nearly antique story, or medieval story. When you go to a physician, you have to give him or her something. You have to take something with you. But of course, it's important to mainstream anti-corruption activity. It's a very important step. It's vital for the society. And I think that the general perception of corruption will benefit from reduced corruption in the judiciary sphere. We are often perceived globally as a corrupt country, and the first indicator is whether people trust the courts, whether they are ready to apply to the court. And next, procedural rights, wiretapping, laws of the amendments. I think all those things can be regulated by the procedural provisions introduced to the Criminal Procedure Code. This is all about the efficiency of individual criminal investigation and individual criminal proceedings. It's also about the efficiency of courts. So the question is, what stage are we in? The efficiency, I think, is for about 80% at the moment. We can talk a lot about investigations against MPs, but we have to understand the following. Alexander mentioned the explicit right to initiate the proceeding against the MPs. They don't have such a right. On the other hand, the immunity has been significantly restricted over the past 10 years, because just a decade ago, the MPs' immunity was much more pronounced. So this roadmap works as a whole. We need a holistic approach. We do not have any prominent priorities, so to say. But of course, it's huge. 500 activities. Very often, those activities do not relate to the policies. Sometimes those activities are aimed at implementing some measures for the sake of the policy's efficiency. And let me also refer to Albania. It's ahead of us in the process of negotiation. For Albania, the most important element of the corruption policy in the negotiations is the progress in particular cases. So the European Commission pays attention to the daily efficiency, daily operations of the anti-corruption authorities. They watch closely the progress of the investigation and bring it to justice. So I think this is an element which has to come up to the stage in our situation. So Okay, thank you. I'll give you a small example regarding the MP's immunity. In 2020, a farmer from Chernihiv Oblast sent a message to NABU saying that an MP asked 30 million hryvnias from him, or otherwise he threatened with the deprival of land. And we had, of course, to apply to the prosecutor general's office, and prosecutor general's office declined this this proceeding, and information was disseminated, and this MP learned about the complaint filed by the farmer, and he started the retaliation. As a result, this person had to leave the country. Unless there was this immunity, NABU would have been able to initiate the proceeding. Everything would be documented and so on. And after the end of his mandate, it would be possible also to bring him to accountability. So in this immunity is now even stronger because just the formal elements were eliminated. The prosecutor general is a political position, and it can be a politicized filter. On the one hand, it can initiate proceedings, but can decline the initiation of proceedings against some people who have power. This is a risk inherent to this system. That's why it would be more logical for NABU to have the right to initiate the investigation against the MPs. How many investigations do you have now? 35 suspects and charged. We're talking about the risks. Look, I do not deny ever anything. I just say that we need the full picture. There are both positive and negative examples. The positive news is that we do see some evolution. We do not feel that there is a total immunity and impunity among MPs and politicians. In reality, it's not true. It's a totally different situation now. What I'm trying to say, it is not very comfortable for us, of course, to discuss the MPs. Those are MPs who contribute to the development of legislation. That's what I always say. This convocation of the parliament contributed a lot to the operations of NABU and SAP. It's absolutely right to believe that we are amidst the cultural change now, cultural transformation. Maybe we should not shame MPs, we should not point fingers saying that they should do this and that. Everyone knows their duties. No, Taras, it was not a story of deputies shaming. It was a story about farmers, including farmers at the Polish border. Thank you. We need some time for the interviewers, professional interviewers who are here in this conference room. I see the hand raised in the first row, and there is also a lady who raised her hand a bit behind. Well, you have wonderful eyesight. I don't see anything in anyone. Is it an indicator for opening the cluster? The Vice Prime Minister should be able to see the hands. Hi, my name is Maxim Kornienko. I'm the head of Kharkiv Club of Media Literacy. I have two questions for Mr. Semen and for Mr. Alexander, and another one for Mr. Taras. Question number one. There were many loud cases related to corrupt officials who embezzled money in Kharkiv when the productive structures were erected, fortifications. It's about fortification. Do you have any suspects among them now? And the question for Mr. Taras. In your opinion, canceling criminal liability of judges for unlawful decision, is it a step forward, or as a result the judges will have the opportunity to let MPs go abroad? Now we have 3 MPs from Kharkiv who are abroad. Just one is abroad. One out of 3. Darchenko and Kunitsky. He is not a suspect. He is not a suspect. We do not have cases against them. And regarding the first question, we have the pre-trial investigation now. The cases relate to fortification not only in Kharkiv, but also Sumy and the Chernihiv regions. This category of cases is very difficult because it's complicated to assess the losses. Some part of fortifications may be destroyed or even occupied by the enemy at the moment. That's why we need a different approach towards each and every case. And you mentioned a particular case. There were searches already, as you said, but the pre-trial investigation is in progress. The criminal liability implies that the case should be investigated and brought to the court. We have good piece of news this year. The Higher Council of Justice has started full operation. It's very effective. Maybe somebody wants it to be even more effective, to work faster when hearing cases against judges. It's a very important institution and it works. Why is it so important? It's not important for the protection. Maybe you believe that some provision in the criminal code, criminal procedural code, will solve a particular problem. No, individual provisions won't be a remedy. The most important thing is that there is enforcement. The system must work efficiently. And maybe I add a couple words regarding the court reform. I'm not going to mention the number of revelations done by SAP and NABU. I would like to refer to the most recent NABU and SAP crisis. There were several detectives who were arrested, and the investigative judges that mostly hear cases against the detectives are from the Pechersk District Court and the Kiev Court of Appeal. The detectives mainly are charged with non-declaration of their property. The investigative judge of the Pechersk District Court asks for 3 million of collateral. So the Head of the unit coordinating detectives can be withdrawn just because of the road accident, and he's withdrawn for 2 months. But this road accident, traffic accident, took place as early as in 2021. Let me remind you that the qualification of judges of the Pечерsk District Court was blocked due to the actions of other law enforcement authorities. It's very important for the rule of law and European integration. On the one hand, we have to study the text of the suspicions. On the other hand, we have to ensure adequate access to justice for everyone. In high anti-corruption court, every party should expect the adversarial nature.
Олена Мудра, журналістка, розслідувачка Закарпаття.
Hello, my name is Lena Mudra. I'm an investigative journalist from Zakarpattia. I have a question for Semen and for Alexander. I was a little bit late for this panel. Maybe you have discussed this topic already, but once again, do the anti-corruption authorities have a remedy against bad ideas? Well, if somebody tries to deprive you of your independence again. It's an interesting question. I have another question, Martin. We do not have remedies. We have the communication plans. We have to communicate with the society and with the media and with the partners. But the most important thing we can do is to continue working. That's the only remedy. Every day we have to reveal the cases of top official corruption. This is our main strategic line. Yeah, I'd like to explain it to our partners. Opening of the first negotiation cluster will contribute to protection of our institutions, because there are lots of measures aimed at the institutional capacity of NABU and the SAP. There will be financial and human resources envisaged to implement those activities, those measures. So this remedy, the cluster will work as a remedy, right? Well, generally, I can say that we don't have magic wands or magic bullets, silver bullets, or sacred institutions. We all have to work on changing our society. The most problem for us is that the European Union is a role model for us, and we have to comply all the time. On the other hand, our Ukrainian journey to the European Union should have its own peculiarities. Maybe we should not talk about corruption in energy, because there are their own regulatory authorities, there is independent regulatory authority. But we can take other sectors. All changes, all anti-corruption measures have always been very painful for the markets, and it's not a very easy measure. Try and change internal political culture. There will be always resistance. There will be hot debates, and we should continue working with MPs, because they have to adopt the pieces of legislation which are instrumental for further development of anti-corruption policy. And we have to keep in mind that there are so many achievements so far. Many important and difficult decisions have already been made. So we do not have the silver bullet. It's not possible for any reform. Reforms are based on the wish to improve oneself, to educate oneself, and the reforms is not the goal as itself. We cannot say that we have to create a wonderful anti-corruption infrastructure. It's not a museum. Nobody can marvel this infrastructure. The anti-corruption infrastructure involves many aspects, business, officials, and so on. So we cannot rely on any silver bullets. We can just rely on great efforts of all the players. Nobody is a saint, of course, but we work with the policy making, and it's not that easy, especially when we're talking about the collective decision making. Thank you, Taras. Thank you, dear panelists. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. The hosts do not allow me to pass you the floor again, but you can continue your discussion unofficially. I'd like to thank all the journalists and investigative journalists who on a daily basis investigate corruption crimes, and let's also commemorate Alexei Shalansky, whose funeral we attended just yesterday. It's a wonderful person and did a lot for us to open an English class. Thank you. Thank you for finding time to come and talk about important issues. This is important food for journalists. Thank you.
Зараз тут в залі Донецьк розпочинається чергова панельна
Now
дискусія.
we start the next panel discussion, Leadership of the Future, Women in Media and New Rules of the Game. It takes place within the conference Leaders in the Media. The discussion takes place within the conference Leaders in the Media, organized by the civic organization Women in the Media in cooperation with European Center of Freedom of Media with support of Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany. I invite to this stage the speakers of Maria Frey, member of the board of Suspilne, Anastasia Rava, general producer of Espresso TV, Alona Yatsina, CEO Cordon Media, Sumy, the war reporter, Lviv Strishkov, a veteran Navy SEAL, leader of social project Starlight Media, as a moderator of this discussion, Lisa Kuzmenko, head of the civic organization Women in the Media, a member of the Commission of Journalist Ethics. And now, after the sightings, the guests will be here. And I would like to remind you what discussions take place in this time slot in other discussion places. Changes to the media legislation on the way to the EU. In Lugansk Hall, in Berdyansk Hall, inclusivity of Ukrainian society during and after the war, Berdyansk Hall. Can we fight against disinformation about Ukrainians abroad? Kakhovka Room. All the guests are here, and we start the panel discussion, Leadership of the Future, Women in Media and New Rules of the Game. Lisa Kuzmenko is a moderator, and she has the floor. Thank you very much indeed. Despite all the difficulties with coffee breaks, and lengthy beginning, you still found the ability to join us. I almost cannot see you due to the lights. And I hope you can see me well. I'm Lisa Kuzmenko. I'm head of the civic organization Women in Media. I'm happy to introduce our participants of the discussion. And the participant, Maria Frey, member of the board of Suspilne, Anastasia Rava, general producer of Espresso TV, Alona Yatsina, from Cordon Media, Sumy, who is also a war correspondent, Lviv Strishko, the veteran Navy SEAL, and the leader of social project Starlight. You probably noticed that today, on purpose, it was our discovery in the discussion with colleagues. We often see that official media events where a man on the stage in the convenient clothing like hood, and the women are in the business dresses. So this is what is expected from them. And of course, this is not just a call to wear a hoodie, please wear what is convenient. And this is a call to rethinking that we as women don't have to prove our professionalism due to via some attributes. I would like to thank the colleagues, in particular Gleb, who supported that. And also he said, I will wear a hoodie. Also, frankly speaking, I can say that finally, the dream is fulfilled of women in the media, that we discuss gender equality and inclusion, like not in the last panel on the last day. And why I'm speaking was that the dream comes true, because gender equality is a process, and we need to remember that no changes are inevitable. We need to keep fighting for our freedom, our geographical borders, our personal borders, our own independence, and also equal opportunities and the equality. This is what must be fought for, and then we need to defend it. I would like to say a few words about our partners. We have this event within the program Leaders in Media Ukrainian European Program of Support, and this event would not be possible with no support of our German colleagues, European Center of Freedom of Media, CPMF, and the support of the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany. On the stage with me, there are women who lead the editorial offices, and also the man who is an ally. He joined us, that we can jointly demonstrate that the changes are possible when we work together. I almost cannot see you in the room. Please raise your hand if you work for the editorial office, where there are more women than men. More women than men. And where the editor-in-chief is a woman. Where CEO or the executive director is a woman. We can see that women can, and they want, and they do. And right now they occupy important positions in the media. Whether it means gender equality, this is what we shall discuss today. And now I would like to ask two short questions to the speakers, and the request to them is to answer with one word, not a sentence, not a story, simply one word. What biggest obstacle for women in media would you quote? The conditions. Stereotypes. Money. Fear. And also with one word, with a single word. What is the main strength of women in the media?
Знову до мене?
Знову до тебе.
Is that to me?
Я би сказала стійкість, але його так вже зіпсували це слово, тому я скажу відновлення.
Resilience was the capacity to recover, responsibility, adaptability, decisiveness, resolution. I like everything. And here, when you raised your hand, I thought that quite often women are on the position with very few resources, lack of money, and a lot of responsibility. At the same time, the women are managers, editors, accountants, HRs. They look for money, they take care of children, they cook the coffee, at the same time they work. And quite often, in small editorial offices, regional, the women have leading positions. And we can see that the women had the editorial offices of small underfunded media next to the border. Why does it happen? How does it affect the work? This is a question to all participants.
Я спілкувалася з багатьма жінками, які
I spoke to many
насправді
women
є фантастично професійними.
who are
І часто я у них
professional,
запитала, навіщо ви це робите?
and I asked them, why are they doing
Просте
that?
дуже питання.
Very
І в
simple
більшості
question.
випадків жінки відповідають на
In
це
most
питання, тому
cases,
що відчувають
women answer this question because they feel
коли ми ставимо це
responsible.
питання чоловіку, то
When we ask the same question to a
більше
man,
набагато виникає слово обов'язок.
quite rare they quote responsibility. They say for self-realization, this is my ambition, this is my development.
Мені здається, що жінки в невеличких
And it looks to me that women in smaller media, in pre-frontline regions, more and more undertake more responsibilities because they feel responsible. They feel themselves responsible to keep their team, also to continue doing some work and the history of their own development, leaving that small company, moving to a bigger company as a secondary. And they prefer this. In that story, it's important for me if a woman feels responsible, feels responsibility and also the need, it's necessary to make sure that there are resources also available. We can speak about resources. Quite many years ago, I was editor-in-chief of a small local media. It was a small team. And just this question, and I thought, why does it happen? About 20 years ago, in such media, it was not just work, it was not just team, it's a community of people, supporters who come together, thanks to media, thanks to some values. And there is a concept of stereotype masculine leadership that I am a boss here does not work. And there it became clear to me, and also CEO, the director was a woman, I was editor-in-chief, and also the team was female, and there it was clearly visible how the female leadership is different. We sought advice, we took decisions jointly, and when I was 20, I understood how different it was. Why don't women become leaders of big media which have money? There are two reasons. Stereotypes about the role of women and also fear, because women think whether he or she could cope with such a big scope, knowing that she has a family, children, elderly parents, whether psychologically and physically she could sustain. But they should not be afraid, they should take that responsibility. In Sumy Oblast, there is a different situation. I analyze our pre-frontline media, big and small, probably 70%, 80% are led by men. In our case, this is true. Our company, there are 3 directors, all of them are women. Is there anything bad? I'm not sure, I don't see. Instead, by comparing some policies and the organization inside the company, I can see that a lot of attention is paid to humanities, human resources, and how people work and how they feel, how they live. Mental and psychological health became as important as physical health, and it becomes a requirement and also the duty at work. I find not all people understand this, especially the team consisting of people who came from different spheres. It's hard for them to understand, and yet we come that there is a future behind it.
Я просто так, в мене таке відчуття, що я наче такий
I have a feeling
прийшов сюди.
That I'm like a hipster because I work for Starlight Media. This is a media group of your favorite channels, like ICTV, Novy channel, the biggest channels of the country. They are led by women, even in the news office division 50-50, because this is watched by our CEO. This is an important story for him, because a woman, Yana Kucherenko, who is lobbying and advancing sustainable development of the company, she convinced our CEO that this is important. And therefore, to him, this is an important story to make sure that men and women have equal opportunities. And when I hear of any bias about women on the leading positions. I'm sort of living this fairy tale world created to me by the company, that it must work like this, and this is a norm. And as I really enjoy the company I'm working for, I say, well, could it be different? Therefore, listening to you, I also understand that maybe I'm in the pink glasses, and yet I like that in my team it works. And the CEO is a man, right? That's true. So shall we say that we won't have long 15-minute speeches? It will be a discussion, a dialogue, like a media kitchen, and we shall interrupt each other. This is the idea. The CEO is a man, and the entire management board consisting of 5 people also men. However, the full-scale invasion suspended the expansion, which was supposed to take place, and yet if you speak of the board, there is 21% of women. There is in the executive board. Yet in the management board there are still men. In the supervisory board there are more women. There is a reality and there is a progress in this direction, and this is important to me. No pink glasses, there is pink land, pink band. Why do you have pink band? I have bad eyesight. We all have it. The pink band, we all have it. And now there is information campaign which lasts every year, because on 20th of October there is a global day of fighting against breast cancer. This is one of the most widespread types of cancer. The specificity is that this could be in men and in women. And yet this is important that preventively this could be examined on the early stage. You have stage 1, stage 2. You can refer to the doctor and you can treat, because there is a high level of successful treatments, and actually this story is not that lengthy because it was launched in 1992 in the United States when Edwin Lauder launched the big campaign. She got treated from this, and she began to promote that movement. Regular referral to the mammologist could help that on time one could find that story and be treated on time. Therefore, we got involved with this campaign, and now we have pink bands. Also, referral to the mammologist. We understand that quite many journalists work as freelancers. They have no social support from the editorial office. They don't have it because the editorial office often has no money. What women in media do, with support of our German partners and CPMF, we provided money for the regular checkups of health, especially for women, in particular for women. So they check their female health, go to mammologist, gynecologist, and it seems to me that it is very important, not just to tell the woman, please go and try it, you are great, we believe in you, but to create the conditions in the editorial office when she will know where to leave the child. I don't know if you have noticed on Donbas Media Forum, we have a special corner where one can leave the child, that the mother or father on that time can come and listen to lectures. It's important not just to declare via the policies, certain guidelines via policies, also to support practically. And the question is to our participants how to rewrite those rules, how to support a woman on the leading position in the editorial office, that at the same time we cannot keep silence of the burnout, mental health topics, those obligations of care, or the menopause. We don't speak of it at the editorial offices. What to do? The most simple is to start talking and to be ready. That as soon as you talk about it, you will be the defender of women's rights. Also, success of the transformation what did you lead will disappear. You will just remain a person who defends the right of women. This has happened to me. I have worked for Suspilne for 7 years, and I have grown from manager to member of the board. I gave one interview, and after that, in the company, I became the woman who is responsible for the right of women. That's great. After this cool initiative of Suspilne, quite many wonderful people, as Sia Gudima, who is head of the Department of Diversity, recently underwent gender audit and created the concept of diversity and your planning, not just to prescribe a document that will be printed and kept. There will be specific steps with responsible persons in order to implement this in real life. Maybe it's not that bad. Of course, this is wonderful, because when women colleagues tell me that in some toilets we have piloted the project where we placed the hygiene items for women, placing in the toilets, in the bathrooms. And there was feedback that now women think that they are taken care about. It's a small thing, and the price for it for the company was 12,000 hryvnia. I don't know what expense could be comparable. Yet the fact is that the women feel themselves taken care of as important, appreciated, and it is important for them to stay there. They cannot actually influence this requirement, especially under conditions of stress. We have a big list of such things that women could feel even in a more comfortable way, because conditions that we create inside the company is one of two things that we can receive now. First is absence of censorship at Suspilne. Journalists can write the way they feel necessary, and also care after the civic institutions created after government-owned institutions. This is a great transformation. If you speak about the rules, I will say that the rules must change towards greater care. The managers who could say, I could replace you in 15 minutes, and there will be the queue of such people. This is not true. Adaptation of one employee takes place in 3 months. Those are real losses which could be prevented if they would listen, understand, and buy. Sometimes it's necessary to buy things that people feel themselves more comfortable. Sometimes it's not millions, sometimes it's less. You spoke of the list of care, and I'm taking the notes. What you would like to add, because you say you have the big list of what you would like to do. What else would you like to do? There are different components. They begin with the important matter, children's corners in the office, because many women work with children, and simply it's necessary to place children somewhere. Development of such children's corners. We have 2 offices. We have another 20 offices that require the same capital renovation is needed of the bathrooms, because Soviet-time bathrooms don't have the thing in every booth, and those things have to be discussed loud. That this is not normal and must be changed. And also the practices by which women can apply for the consultation and also awareness campaigns. And this is a real plan that is on the table. A big part of the work is about parenthood, because we as a company with lengthy past, you're thinking that children are the problem of employees, but actually children are our problem. We had a discussion who are the employers of women for giving birth and taking care of children. Do you know who is such an employer? Суспільство. The child is not necessary to survive. The child is necessary for the society to survive. The child is needed for this forum, because in 10 years there won't be any audience. The child is necessary to Silpo, to Nova Poshta, any civil service. All Ukrainians now need children. And the main customer for Ukrainian children is Ukrainian society. And we have to do a lot that women would like to get employed like that, and provide this fantastic product for Ukrainian society. All of us are customers of children, because we all need them.
відповідальність вчити працювати однією людиною.
It's not a responsibility of one person,
Важко насправді
no
щось
longer.
додати.
It's hard to add anything
Чудовий спіч Марії, але
to this wonderful speech of Maria answering this question. We need to talk because in the media we have such a notion that some materials that we make will never gain any rating, any indicators, any reposting. We know that and still we do it. This is to educate the society. I dislike this word, but yet this is to highlight important topics in our society and underline what is not underlined by others. The same is true about all the topics. We need to start talking, and we need to start doing this with our teams, to discuss with the teams, to discuss all the sites. And this is everything what we can do that we achieve the progress. I said and think that before creating Cordon Media a few years ago, I had a lot of experience on different workplaces, and I learned predominantly the wrong things. When this organization was created, I believe that from those places where I worked, this is the most human organization in terms of the attitude towards the employees. I would like to say that the war inspired me. People are not simply working, they are living in it. Even those who are not military correspondents, our company is in Sumy. The vast majority is living there with children and families and so on. And we need to create all conditions necessary that people can work normally. On the first year of full-scale invasion, we need to create every conditions that they at least don't go crazy or don't leave the region. As for the gender equality, we don't have this matter in our company because we take care of women, because we take care of ourselves. And the managers are women. We take care of men because we need it. We have men who bring up children and those who are on maternity leave, and we organize, not as it is proposed by the state, but the way we see it. We have a safe place where to go, very flexible conditions of work, and lots of other things. We do everything to make sure people work. The problem is not about gender equality as special conditions for women, because we already have it. Generally, we have a problem of personnel. There are no people, there are no children. If we order them today, they will come in 20 years at least. Whether we can live that long.
Я дуже погоджуюсь з тим і дуже радію.
I really agree, and I really happy that in Starlight there is a support of parenthood for men and women. When I browse this catalog of what the company can give me, if I go for their parenthood leave, maternal leave, so-called, I believe that's important, and also it must exist in the company. The policies about supporting the veterans, and when I speak of veterans policy, it's not just about my experience, also about the warriors, because for us this is quite a large number of women whose men are in the military, and even a few bosses of channels are the girlfriends of the military men, or wives of military men. We thought what to start with. I did not work for Starlight at that time, but we saw in the veteran hub there is the groups of support for the wives of military. And this is important environment for them to share the trouble, to discuss what kind of support can be given. And our company put it at 2 o'clock in the middle of the day, and we were surprised. Why nobody visits? Then when we asked, why don't you attend? A very nervous director of the channel told me, well, I'm so tired. I'm in the rush, I come to that meeting, I will share all that. Until evening, I cannot really work, will not be able to work. It looks simple, yet for my manager it was a revelation that before implementation of those things that we would like to implement, it's better to consult from their carriers of experience if it is needed. And if it is, how to do it best. Therefore, if we speak about well-balanced policies, in particular, the important role must be played by the veterans who return to the company, the mobilized people and their relatives. It must be comprehensive, and this is also important element of their corporate culture. I will add more. The question is that all that must be financed. Currently, our media is supported by the donors because the pre-front line region a traditional model of media's business does not work. And this is very difficult. This is what we faced when we have to prove some very obvious things. In spite of the constraints with resources, even if you play the role of this information hub and people refer, they please refer to you and you will tell them where to refer, you will have the pool of organizations which you can refer online and offline. This is of great importance. If people are disappointed, they don't know who can give support, and you extend your hand and you will say, well, I know, and I will show. This is also very important, because even we don't have resources for everything, for all services that we would like to provide, and we have agreed with the organization, and we would like to that we shall refer our employees, and they were happy to respond because they have been created for that as service organization. Therefore, we understood at some point that collecting information is also an important story. Or when we made this corner, we understood that the children's corner, that this was done not for the funds of donors, this is not grant support. We have referred to the business, and the business was happy to respond. And to me, it was also that one has to try, and if you have the idea, it will be important for the society, and one can find support even in a place where you don't expect.
Just yesterday we met Ms. Rebecca from ECPMF, and we arrived at the conclusion that not everything is gray and white. So we discussed a question, how can we preserve these practices, these new valuable practices during the time of peace? Because the priorities may change. Maria, what do you think? Yeah, we'll start with you. Do you think that everything is black? Well, I will start with your idea when the sponsors paid for the child room. We also have a successful story. We made a documentary on women at war. We always hear our boys, our guys are there that support our guys, but we wanted to debunk this myth. There are nearly 100,000 women in the military, so we had to refute this myth, and to this effect, we shot a couple of videos, and we also published a wonderful book. One of the authors was a journalist who unfortunately died. And this book was dedicated to the gender equality, and it was just one wave of those materials. Well, the second wave of the materials was ordered by a commercial customer. So a commercial customer approached us. The customer liked this idea, the customer had the same values, and the customer therefore paid for additional materials. It's a wonderful case, wonderful success story. And now let's get back to your question. How can we preserve all those practices in the time of peace? Well, in the time of peace, we'll have more time to take care of inclusiveness and equality and healthy atmosphere in our teams, because at the moment we are like burning, like flying somewhere, and we sometimes do not have time to pay attention to those things. So I hope that after war, after victory, we will have more time. I don't believe that we'll be victorious. I don't think that situation will be better after war. The time will be very difficult, as the story shows. And the question is, how can we survive and how can we get ready for this post-war period? As the practice shows, our state, our people are not ready for peace. My greatest concern, my greatest fear is what if a war ends tomorrow or now? It will be stress as big as at the beginning of war. It will be a very difficult time, and we are not ready to talk about it. We are not ready to imagine what we will have at the time of peace. I just want to contribute efforts to go through this heavy post-war period as soon as possible. Oh, I will pass you the ball in a moment. Maybe we have to create such a normal reality, such a normality that we would not be able or willing to refuse from. So people have to get used to this new reality. It has to be normal for them, and in future people will not decline it. We are women, we are resilient, we are full of resources, very resourceful. Nonetheless, we need the allies. And the more allies we have, the easier it will be for us to construct this new normality. And I'm sure that men also suffer because for certain stereotypes, they cannot demonstrate their abilities in being loving partners and wonderful dads. They are capable of developing stable emotional ties, yet they have difficulties with demonstrating that. I think that this new norm should also be about new forms of the relationship, and then we won't be willing to get back to the previous practices. Oh, Maria, we mentioned the allies among the men. Why men? Actually, we studied this aspect. We interviewed 10 men. We asked them whether they support women and their emotions. And all those who do usually had children, and not just children, but girls. Daughters often have emotional ties with dads, and those ties help us when we grow up. Philip, you got married recently and you have a daughter, right? Yes. I just wanted to say that we should wait till the time some practices become normal, and hopefully we won't have companies which are friendly to veterans, female veterans, or to male veterans. Hopefully we'll have companies that are friendly to people in general. And regarding daughter and father relationship, I'm an active lobbyist, advocate, and champion of the equal rights. I wish in our media group we have a kind of a dream. People dream of working in a good company, and then we can get the maternity leave and split it in halves. Yes, we actually agreed with the wife about sharing this maternity and paternity leave. We said that it would be cool for me to go on a paternity leave. For our strange, it would be very interesting. My older brother is in the army now, and he's I'm the godfather of his daughter. And when I tell him that I will go on paternity leave, he says that I'm a fool. Well, of course, we should not. We should not be satisfied with the dads and daughters only. Maybe we have just we have not just found the approach to dads and sons. Yeah, you have ideas for the research. Okay, I have the request for you. Please look at the timer. Now you have the opportunity for asking questions, but please do ask questions instead of telling stories.
Нарешті, будь ласка, якщо є запитання, піднімайте руку. Ми
If you have questions, please raise your hand and we will hand you over the mic.
Не соромтеся.
Можемо спитати?
Don't be shy.
Давай.
I have the question. Please
Здійснює доглядову працю.
raise the hands. Who is involved in care work? Care work is not just about children. It's any care. Care of a cat. Cat parents, right? Yeah.
Хороше. Та, прошу. Ми бачимо.
Okay. Okay, over.
Кажіть, звідки ви, яке медіа?
Please introduce yourself and then ask a question. My name is Alexander Kosenko from Nikopol. I'm a journalist. At the moment, I care over a doctor, a physician. She worked as a physician her entire life. She is an amputee now. She lost 2 legs. Her 2 sons died and her husband died. At some point of time, she wrote a book. It was published in the Times of the Union, and it was disseminated free of charge. So now she is lonely, and nobody cares of her apart from me. And I try to do whatever I can. We need diapers for her. She refuses from taking food. Just a month ago, she lost a second leg, and this is the story of a woman who tries to survive somehow. Thank you for sharing. Please accept our deepest sympathy. Thank you for this care work. Any more questions from here? Thank you. Thank you very much for all those stories. My name is Julia. Do you find anything positive for those who advocate women's rights in the lack of knowledge? When you advocate, when you stand for some changes, it's really important to be a little bit unaware the initial change of future difficulties. And sometimes it happens like this. You start doing something, then you face with difficulties, but you just cannot jump off it. I'll be very brief. In 2017, we started creating Suspilne. So we started this fight. And till the end, we did not know what awaited us. And next year, in 2027, we'll celebrate the 10th anniversary of Suspilne. I think this is a success story. I would not prevent anyone from getting down to business. But of course, the success chances are 50-50. I can give you an example. Gender equality I can give you an example of the gender equality policies. In 2024, we made them the part of our media outlet policy, and we created our own policy, which we approved. It's very difficult to stick to those policies. It's difficult to stick to the gender balance. I think that there is not a single newsroom that keeps this equal balance between men and women. Really, there are not too many women who can be speakers. There are not too many women who can be characters of our plot. As we started counting our women, we were really surprised and frightened because we realized that we had so few. It is important for us to give the priority to women, to female speakers. I already talked about our big project, Women at War. It's just a stereotype that war is something intended solely for men. There are lots of women in the army, but it's very difficult to raise the awareness. 2.5 years ago, we founded our media. There were 4 of us, and our team was characterized by an absolute gender balance. There were 4 of us, and 2 men and 2 women. We were very proud of that fact, especially MS4. But now, for instance, we cannot find men for the leading positions. That's why our management consists of women with the ratio 80 to 50. I would appoint a man, of course, but we just cannot find such men. And you know, we should not push on this button. Unless we try, we will lose anyway. We will lose in the life. Well, it was an example of microfeminism. A man agreed with everything what women said. Yeah, those stories are nice. I like them. Of course, I could have grabbed the microphone and said, okay, go ahead, be courageous, be bold and stupid. Well, but this remark would have spoiled everything. I represent Informator newsroom from Ivano-Frankivsk. In our team, we have the majority of girls, operator and SMM specialist and so on. Once we started creating the material, we had to undergo training dedicated to our safety, and we also had to buy some PPP before we got down to this material. Is it necessary? Yes, I think it is absolutely necessary. It should be the part of the newsroom's policy. You have to care of your physical and online safety and security. Tomorrow, at one of the panels, we will have a representative national police. He will talk to you about protecting yourselves from cyber attacks. Of course, a company should arrange for journalists training. It's the first time that I hear about the need to visit to have such courses in Ivano-Frankivsk. Why did you need to care about your safety? We made a material on construction of a church. We asked for the consent to video those construction workers, but one of the men was pretty aggressive, and one of our ladies even lost the mic, and that's why we asked what can be done to protect ourselves. Oh, yes, we need, I think, courses for self-protection for women. Yes, I would like to have a rifle or a shotgun for shooting down the drones. Do we have any other questions? My name is Tatiana Lovina from Zmiev in Kharkiv Oblast. I represent printed media, which do exist. Still, many women have to take certain positions not only because of equality, but because some men are at war or some men are somewhere else. Have you ever imagined such a situation that the war is over, the men come back, and the men take back the positions which are traditionally theirs, I mean the managerial and leadership positions? Okay, thank you. It was, I think, the last question, but we can, of course, elaborate on it. I'm afraid of military populace will come back, and it will be very difficult, not only in the situation of gender equality. Well, I've been thinking this question for the last 5 years. I do not see any solutions. On the one hand, we are obliged to create specific conditions for people who risked their lives while being at the front line. Maybe we have to offer them high positions, higher salaries. For the time being, I don't have a clear answer. On the other hand, I communicate with people who serve in the army, and many of them would like to have rest. They don't want to replace other people in their positions. I have such a feeling that we will be able to reach the consensus, although I do not have the right answer now. Lip? Well, I'm more optimistic. I understand that after World War II, for instance, there were situations in the US when many women took the leadership positions, and then in 1947 and in 1950s, the men took those positions back. In terms of Ukraine, I would be pretty reserved. I'm not a sociologist. I can just come up with some hypothetical assumptions. But in case of Ukraine, I would say we have matriarchat, rather matriarchat. I have 3 brothers, but we were brought up by my mom and my grandma. My masculinity, so to say, was developed by my older brother. And I have a deep internal respect for women. Oh, I don't think that there will be men coming back and saying, give us back what belongs to us. I think that it will be a pretty natural process. And many men are already used to this status quo when women occupy leadership positions. It is not discomfortable. Well, I don't think that it is not possible for women to be prime ministers or vice prime ministers and so on. I think they are professionals, and that's why they are in those positions. It's, I think, an important element of education or enlightening, so to say. With the lapse of time, it will become part of the norm. We have already discussed the topic, and I can say that the war changes men and their attitude to women and to traditionally female professions. I see many men in the army who had to wash their socks for the first time, or who had to cook for themselves because they just were hungry and there were no women around. Many men had to leave their bubble, so to say, as the war started. And I think that such things have to be included into the veterans reintegration policy at the level of the state policy, at the level of the organizations. That's what we lack now. And men who are at war now tell me that they just want to have rest, to have peace. Okay, we'll see what comes next. Let me briefly comment. I am a veteran now, but my wife serves in the army, and I'm the spouse of a warrior, and I feel that it's really cool. I feel it's really cool when we meet with my wife wearing a uniform while I'm wearing the civilian clothes, and people look at us, and I appreciate every look that I catch. Well, let me share my opinion. We know that not only men, but also women will come back from the front line. You say that all leadership positions will be occupied by men coming back from the army, but I'm afraid on another situation. We will face a huge challenge of adapting everyone who's back to the civilian life. That's what we have to work with, and we will sort it out. The leadership, what can be done about the leadership positions? More questions? There must be our volunteers somewhere here. Thank you very much for your support. You see, our logistics works pretty well. My name is Christina Rybачuk. Thank you very much for this panel. It was very cool. I have a question about women's misogyny and anti-feminism among women. Women do not understand the essence of feminism. It's a very popular trend in the US now. Red wife, traditional wife. I think that in our society there is lots of competition and more perception of women towards each other. What can be done to win allies not only among men but also among women? How can we contribute to this sisterhood? Well, a year ago, I decided to destroy the artificial construct of women's competition. It does not exist. It was artificially introduced into our life. And I'll explain you why. It's the invented template. I'm not going to point fingers. This template was integrated 100 years ago, but I will say that competition now doesn't exist. When I see a woman with a child, I feel absolutely the same. I cannot compete with her. And when I see a woman at work, I cannot compete with her. And always when I hear this question, I reiterate that this is an artificial story. This competition is not natural. Biologically, it does not exist. It's a social construction. That's why we can isolate this construction, we can work on awareness, or we can just recognize that there is nothing they can compete for. I am very strict and severe here. Yes, I know, but sometimes we have to be very rigid. Let's take women in the media. It's a grassroots initiative. It started as I worked in громадське радіо. Victoria Yermolaeva was just a journalist then, and she gave birth to a child, and then we had a talk to her in her kitchen. She said, how could I combine motherhood and my journalist activity? I could be a bad mother. Well, I don't have children, but I asked, how can I support you? She said that it would be easier for her to communicate with other women having children. And thus we have come up with our project. It is also supported by CPMF and our German partners, by the way. So it was peer groups of support. It's like, you know, groups of anonymous alcohol abusers. We had these groups and discuss different problems. We cry and laugh together. We support each other. We discuss the career and we discuss how to combine career and motherhood. And this gave rise to our associate organization, Women in the Media. Basically, these peer groups of support gave the impetus. And I think that such peer groups don't cost anything. I think it's important to maintain such practices. And once again, about this equality, we need as allegedly 50-50. If a woman is a company leader, it's automatically great. Some time ago, Yulia Tymoshenko was running for the presidential election, and I wrote them that if she becomes a president, this wouldn't mean automatically that we'll have gender equality. Gender equality, and by the way, Yulia Tymoshenko was against the Istanbul Convention. So gender equality is not about mathematics. 1 + 1 won't be 2 in this case. So we have just 1 minute for the final question, then we can summarize the discussion. My name is Natalia Yavrovich. I represent Bestseller Media outlet. A colleague said a couple of interesting things about adaptation of veterans, both females and males. I think it would be more logical to adapt the society to the male and female veterans. And in this respect, I have a question. What we as journalists and as citizens can do to implement microfeminism into our society in order to adapt it to the veterans' comeback?
Thank you for this question, because thank you for this question about microfeminism. Sometimes we are scared of such structures. What kind of practices of daily microfeminism could you share today with our audience?
Для того, щоб зрозуміти, що ми можемо зробити,
in order to understand what we can do, we need to understand what are the manifestations of gender inequality. When you feel that, you can see that this is happening to you, you can understand what you can do. The first thing that I'm practicing after one fantastic training is not to interrupt the women, to stop interrupting the women. Statistically, women are interrupted 80% times more often than men when they speak. Secondly, to highlight the ideas of women. If the idea was expressed, not heard, must be returned to. Also, we should ask fathers about children, not mothers. Ask from the men, the colleagues, about children. I ask from the father how he will combine this business trip with a child. And then there is a question mark in his eyes, because he says, well, the wife will take care of it. There are simple things when we enable to involve and to remember that actually parenthood is a joint responsibility. And there are things which are very practical, which in business communication, during presentations and ceremonies, public speeches, can also be taken into account. Those are my top 3 favorite manifestations of feminism. I can speak of the veterans. It will all be together. We are not ready as a society to integration of veterans, and it's more difficult to veterans to reintegrate with the society. They say, well, you are fewer, please integrate, please reintegrate. What can we do for that? As journalists, as media, and as people, we must understand what is happening in our country on the front line. Not simply so there is a war, people are shooting, something burns. What are their daily conditions of living of those people who become veterans? How do they sleep? What do they eat? How often do they eat? What is their daily routine? And such small daily life things that they're facing. We don't have to understand the types of weapons or what is the tactics. As a society, we need to understand the everyday life. This will be the great step.
Я просто, щоб теж підсилити тему, ну, власне, я хочу вас до використання
this topic for using the right naming. I never use the word reintegration because if we use the definition, this is a return to the previous condition, which is impossible. Even if some small time gap or someone is in the army, whether this is a front line or some logistical position, this is some impact which affects the mentality. There is adaptation, most natural thing is return at different levels. We can refer to different levels. What I'm encouraging to find out, as you have discussed how those people are living from the point of the research, there are 2 wonderful research. The way of the veteran, male and female, where it shows what people go through from the moment of beginning of service till death or retirement. And it shows what spheres of life are important in particular time. And this will give you the understanding what is the life experience, and then it will encourage the second research, the way of the wife of the military, because they play the interim role. When somebody calls and the woman is at home supporting their family, 2 children, maybe a business, and then she is asked, what happens to your husband? That's about the agency of those wives of the military. Mostly they are women. Statistically, about 60 to 80,000 women are in the military, and the other 1,000 men. Those 2 studies will give the understanding what is the view of those people. And this will help to highlight them through the prism of their experience. Even if you look into serials, we walk away from the Cinderella story when some woman from a small village is in love with an incredibly rich man. Probably not. There are different roles. They are the rescue workers, they are policemen, they are military, and they show all this diversity of this experience. And I encourage you as well that you can highlight the diversity of this experience, and they can be at different positions. Because for you and for me and for everybody, it's not a secret that courage has no gender. Men and women receive their awards for courage.
Дякую дуже, і ми говорили сьогодні з вами про...
Thank you very much indeed. We spoke of leadership and we spoke of sensitivity, and we also spoke how our editorial officers will change. It's nice for me to see that you are so numerous, that you listen and you ask smart questions. Thank you very much for that. I would like to thank the speakers, all the speakers. We need to talk more about such topics. Please take care of yourself, stay safe. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for being here. Quite a contentful discussion was here. I have taken the note of few phrases. All Ukrainians need children. The biggest fear that the war ends today. Indeed, it was bright. Dear colleagues, today we have the lunch break for 40 minutes at 17:30. We shall have a new discussion, which will be called The World in which Ukraine won. 17:30, please be back here.
Dear colleagues, thank you for coming back on time. And here in the Donetsk conference hall, we are going to discuss the following topic: the world where Ukraine has become victorious. Maybe we will come up with some fantasies, with some hypothetical assumptions, but still, we will listen to our speakers. And while people are coming back from lunch, I will make a couple of announcements. If you would like to take the floor, if you have something to say this world about media and freedom of speech, please participate in the interactive installation funded by Gongadze Premium in form of the open microphone. And here you can capture, you can record your voice, the voice of Donbas Media Forum participant. And your video question can be also captured in the Kakhovka conference room in the second floor. And during the special discussion, you will be able to get the answers to your questions from the representative of Gongadze Prize. This installation is in the hall. You might have already seen it. So in a couple of minutes, we will recommence. A bit delayed with the next panel, and the participants will gradually join us. So, during this time slot, we're going to discuss the world where Ukraine has been victorious. And this topic will be discussed together with the Democratic Week of the Carpathian Sea. This discussion will be dedicated to the role of the media and the civil society. Due to them, millions of people across the globe see Ukraine as the country of peace and freedom, and not just a country as war. And I would like to invite Ms. Alla Dubrovik from the Public Policy Development Office, Anna Hubko, co-founder of the International Center of Ukrainian Victory, Alona Yatsina, executive director and co-founder of Cordon Media. I see Alona, please welcome. And Julia Bankova, the editor-in-chief of Liga.net. I don't see you, unfortunately. Okay, so let's wait till our speakers join us. Hopefully hopefully they will join us in the end. And finally, Lilia Goncharevich, the head of the Democratic Week of the Carpathian Sea. Please welcome.
Давайте, мабуть, я дозапрошую учасників. Так, доктор
Let me invite other participants. Miss Lilia Goncharenko, PhD, participant of this discussion panel, the head of the Democratic Week of the Carpathian Sea. And I will also invite Ms. Vera Konstantinova, the chair of the board Konstantin Group. Then Mr. Professor Alexander Savchenko, director of the International Business Institute, the co-founder of the International Institute of Business, and also Valentin Sherbachev, the member of the Sports Journalists Association of Ukraine. While Valentin is coming up to the stage, I would like to ask the technical support to start a short video, because this discussion was initiated by the Democratic Week of the Carpathian Sea. It's an open discussion platform founded 3 years ago. And this is the very interesting format. Now, in Ukraine, we have this narrative framework for public discussions with involvement of politicians, of public politicians. So once again, the Democratic Week of the Carpathian Sea is an open discussion platform, and everyone can apply for participation in the next DKTM. It will take place next year in late April and early May in the city of Truskovets of Lviv Oblast. There you can discuss important questions that are concerning for you and your community.
Аналогом демократичних фестивалів у всіх країнах Північної Європи та Балтії, які демонструють ефективність об'єднання суспільства для розвитку національного добробуту та діалогу, спрямований на посилення співпраці між Україною та країнами-партнерами на рівні органів влади, мерів, громадського сектору, правозахисників, політиків, парламентарів, юристів, економістів, митців, журналістів, лікарів, волонтерів, активних громадян у абсолютно всіх сферах – від політики, регіональної співпраці, економіки, безпеки, енергетики, креативних індустрій, соцсектору, медицини, культури для обговорення шляхів консолідації зусиль для наближення перемоги України.
The opening of the very first Carpathian Sea Democracy Week, a historical day for discussion, dialogue, and partnership to support Ukraine's democracy. During this week, you are arming yourself with ideas, solutions, and partnerships, preparing for a peaceful and democratic future after the war.
Let's download the victory together.
I look forward to the Carpathian Sea Democratic Week. It's the place where everyone has to be, whether from business, government, civil society, or academia.
Back to Iceland, because today they are voting and they are preparing the Ukraine package support.
For a 5-year guarantee for support for Ukraine.
Шановні друзі, запрошую вас до Трускавця, міста, яке цього року стає центром можливих міжнародних дискусій.
Новий унікальний формат в Україні, коли кожна організація може організувати власну панель з власними спікерами і порядком денним. ДТКМ є кульмінацією роботи команди за рік як демократичної платформи, що сприяє розвитку євроінтеграції, ефективній співпраці між громадським, політичним, культурним, освітнім секторами, бізнесом між Україною та країнами Європи. Вдячні нашим спікерам 2024 року, заступнику голови Верховної Ради України, президенту парламенту Норвегії, президентці Нордичної Ради, президенту Балтійської асамблеї, міністерці культури Латвії, міністру податкової політики Данії, засновнику РНЛ та багатьом іншим. ДТКМ – практична платформа для рішень, дій і синергії між громадами, експертами та міжнародними партнерами. У час війни і перебудови країни саме згуртованість, адвокація інтересів України за кордоном відіграє ключову роль у посиленні підтримки України міжнародними партнерами, що в свою чергу наближає нашу перемогу.
Дякую і закликаю долучатися до демократичного тижня Карпатського.
Thank you, and please join in the Carpathian Sea Democratic Week. Use the opportunity. Lilia is here in the conference room, and you can ask her the questions. Today, the Democratic Week offered us the following topic: the world where Ukraine has become victorious. Any business, any project starts with idea, which comes to somebody's mind. The idea of Ukraine as a winning country has to penetrate the minds of everyone all across the globe, and then we will get enough weapons, which is very important for us to win. And I will ask the participants of the panel discussion to explain what it means for them, the victory of Ukraine. Alona, I'll start with you. I will start with the victory as well. Is this victory here in this conference room after 3.5 years of war? For me, the victory will be keeping the territories which we still call Ukrainian on the right bank of the Dnieper. Thank you. Thank you, Lilia. Good afternoon. Democracy has to be the best weapons. It's better than tyranny. Victory means the synergy of efforts, synergy of civil society, authorities, local self-government, activists, volunteers, and civil society for the sake of our victory. Thank you. Svira. Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I will agree with the previous speakers. Victory will mean having a Ukrainian flag in all occupied territories. Our borders should remain integral, and the borders cannot be changed by a whim of a person sitting in a shelter. But victory is a complicated process. It's simultaneously the journey and the outcome. Alexander, well, I'm not a genius like you, so I will be very brief answering your question. To understand what victory is, we have to understand first why this war started. I won't use more than my 3 minutes, don't worry. I'm a professor, I'm a scholar, so I have to be guided by the research. The wars in the 21st century start where the borders of the country do not match the borders of the civilization. Let's recall the 18th century. There were lots of wars and conflicts between princes without any valid reason. In the 19th century, we saw wars between empires, while in the 21st century, we see wars between civilizations. In 1991, Ukraine has become the part of a Western civilization, de jure. That's why Ukraine has become the forepost of this civilization. While the Moscow Orthodox civilization or Russian world decided that it was not okay for them and they just wanted to bring us back. Let me ask you, before 2014, were the Crimea and Donbas the part of the Western civilization, Ukrainian civilization? No. The Russian language, Russian press, Russian church, Russian agents, Russian business dominated in those regions, even business. That's why we see this demarcation line between the Western civilization and Moscow Orthodox civilization. That's why we see war there. It's not just because Putin is an idiot and wanted to capture some territories. No, it was absolutely logical. I wrote a book, anti-Ukrainian, and in this book I wrote that the war was inevitable. By the way, several American and European researchers, even before me, estimated that the war had to start in the 20s. So what is the victory? The victory for me is bringing back of our territories on the condition of Ukrainization and westernization those territories, as well as modernization. There should be free market, no oligarchs, and so on. So this is the prerequisite for us getting these territories back. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. It will become possible as soon as Russian Federation starts collapsing. Then we will have the chance to bring everything back on our own conditions. We won't have the possibility to start the reintegration, because thus we will fight again for Ukrainian world and the Ukrainian market and Western values. We do not need Russian world inside our civilization. Thank you, Alexandra. Now I will hand it over to Valentin. But I should be honest with you. Russian business was present not only in Donbas. The hotel Ukraine, for instance, belonged to a Russian oligarch. In the city of Mukachev and in the city of Chernovtsi, we hear a lot of Russian language because the Russian troops were stationed there. And in Chernivtsi, for instance, the party region won the election. And the same was the situation in Zakarpattia. And additionally, there were such cases of Dnestrovia and Ossetia. Why why did they capture Kharkiv? It's not about individual episodes or incidents. It's about domination. Yes, thank you. We have one more participant who hasn't spoken yet. This is Mr. Valentin. What is a victory for you? Victory for me is when I have Taras Kompenko next to me. He came back from the front line. He is injured, but he is here. And for me, the victory will be when hundreds of thousands of our passionate citizens come back and they will start restoring and developing our country. And the victory will be, of course, when all our enemies, Putin and all the rest, all other old guys will be hanged. I don't think that the victory will come soon. We have to be realistic. However, those who come back are our future. And for me, bringing back these people is the victory. Thank you. Okay, let me summarize. We've got 3 tracks. First, individual victory, when those who initiated war and committed crimes will be punished. That's what Valentin says. And when the heroes, those who defended the people, will be recognized and respected and rewarded. And there are 2 other tracks described by the ladies. First, Ukraine brings back all the territories. It regains control over all the territories which Ukraine had before 1991. And track number 3, please correct me if I'm wrong, Alexandra. the victory of Ukraine means a defragmentation, collapse, and disappearance of the Russian Federation. This idea is close to my heart. Because let's recall the first day of the full-scale invasion. Do you recall what Putin said? He said that Ukraine did not exist. Ukrainians did not exist. So this is an existential war. Either they win and then we will vanish, or vice versa. It's like Golda Meir said, we want to survive, they want to live, and they want our death. There is no room for compromise. Let me comment. I do not believe that Ukraine will be victorious. I do not believe that Ukraine will regain its territories. The victory for me will be if we will keep at least some territories on the right bank. It's not where the front line is now. It will be at least something, and it will be good if we have some people to restore Ukrainian society. I think this is the best case scenario. Okay, but what kind of time horizon do you expect? Do you think that we will never have Ukraine as we used to have before 2014 and 1991? Yes, we will never get back to this situation within my time horizon. Okay, then next round, the probability of Ukraine's victory. Leader, it's very difficult to live unless you have faith in something, and I believe that Ukraine will regain all its territories, will liberate all hostages, and will punish Russia. And I believe that Russia will fully compensate for damages, because otherwise we won't have victory. Victory is possible with synergy. Victory is also the ability to stand strong, to remain humans, and to forge new alliances. And I believe that Russia will cease to exist within its current boundaries. It will be split in several small federations, and we have to be ready for this, because collapse in Russia is a very big, will be a very big shock for the European countries and the North Europe. This is the scenario they are afraid of. That's why we have to make the world ready for this scenario. It's not that impossible. You know, the Soviet Union collapsed as well. That's why we have to promote this narrative. Well, maybe I think the US, our biggest ally, is really afraid of this scenario. Because last year I had a meeting in Heritage Foundation, and I met a representative of the Republican Party. They have problems with China, and the Heritage Foundation is the think tank of the Republican Party. When the party comes to power, think tank helps them with the policy making. And we got a list of US enemies. China, Iran, and North Korea was included on that list, but there was no Russian Federation. We asked them why, and they actually did not have the answer. They were really ashamed because they couldn't tell to Ukrainians that they see Russians as their allies instead of enemies. You know, I'm a person from Ukrainian Mariupol, from Ukrainian Donbas, and it's very strange to learn about American assumption or forecast. Their forecasts result from the lack of understanding of the reality and the result of our mistakes in terms of creating the vision of ourselves as nation, and we failed to explain what we are at the beginning, the full-scale invasion. We did try it, yet we did not succeed. And regarding my faith, well, it's not about faith. There is inconvenient, uncomfortable truth. Ukrainian Donbas was always the first to feel the implications of the so-called love of our so-called brothers. Before 2014, we existed in the information space where where everything Russian was considered to be sacred. Then we started realizing that we were not the same as Russia. And now I'm not referring to the words of a politician you know very well. We had to explain ourselves what was normal, what was not. And then in 2014, our co-citizens in the Crimea experienced the Russian world. It was not only in the Crimea, but also in Donbas. And after that, we started analyzing our previous mistakes. And what they say that it's at the same time, the victory is at the same time the result and the process. Because irrespective of geography, of our oblast of origin, I know many citizens of Mariupol who would like to go home to Mariupol, but they are now here. And they hear that they have to accept the reality on ground. I think it's unfair. There are many people who lived in the West, and they were pro-Ukrainians. Donetsk participated in protests. We have seen those images. I think we should be very frank now. To regain our territorial integrity, we have to feel our common responsibility. Every Ukrainian should be responsible for that. Ukrainians, I mean, who believe this country is their home. I think that we will try to focus things which do not depend on us. Thank you. I agree with you. I often hear and I feel I'm really angry when I hear that Europe gains some time at the expense of Ukrainians' lives. And maybe it's equal to the statement as if Kiev won time for Venice of Khmelnytsky at the expense of Donbas. Our territory is huge, and that's why this was a physical factor that protected Russia for capturing all the territories within 3 days. So, Alexander, your scenario with the fragmentation of Russian Federation, do you believe that this will happen? And if so, that when? Thank you for your question. Maybe let's come back to the dilemma related to the end of war. There will be 2 stages. Ceasefire at the front line. Complete ceasefire and frontline ceasefire. So this is my scenario, which I described in my book. I think that everything should start with a ceasefire. We do not know, unfortunately, where the enemy is going to stop, and only then there will be victory. And your second question, before I answer it, I will say I do not blame people from Mariupol, from Donetsk and Lugansk. In 1991, Donetsk, Lugansk, and Crimea voted for leaving the Soviet Union, and they voted for independent Ukraine. And there was the only legitimate referendum held in those territories. But then our authorities, our governments, all presidents, all prime ministers stayed idle, and they allowed for increased Russification they allowed for presence of Russian world, Russian business, and Russian intelligence. There was not a single newspaper in the Crimea printed in Ukrainian. There was just one school with Ukrainian language in the Crimea for 3 million people. So it was us who pushed those regions towards the Russian world. And of course, it was not difficult for Putin to get them. He managed to occupy Donbas, Lugansk, and Donetsk region without effort. So it's my remark. That's why I think that without westernization of those regions, we won't be able to win. And now I have words regarding collapse of Russia. Look, a little bit of theory. Democratic power is not possible in Russia. What does it mean to have democracy in Russia? It means that some regime like monarchy or dictatorship collapses and there is a short period of chaos, which is perceived as democracy by the West. And then the new dictator, new president, or new Tsar takes the power. If we want to ruin Russia, we of course should support democracy in this country. Russia will definitely collapse if it becomes democratic. It's scenario number one. It's the easiest, and we have to sell this scenario to the West. The insane ideas of Sovietologists were a complete disaster in the Soviet Union, and Europe did not think at all of what could be done. But all think tanks dealing with the Soviet Union hired old Russian immigration, those old ladies and gentlemen who supported the Tsar. And even Dzerzhinsky, he was far from the reality. 2 years before his death, he wrote that Russia was moving towards democracy. And he said that the Council of Europe would be in Kiev very soon, and Russia would, and the US and Russia would be welcoming those events. So you see, they were very naive, and it's a full disaster. And then another scenario, we have to support national liberation movements, which are observed in the periphery. So once again, it's the fear of civilizations. In this civilization, we see the elements of the Orthodox faith and Catholic faith, there are elements of even Mandarin civilizations. So we have to make Russia separated from Tatarstan and other regions. I don't believe that Russia will, like a mirror, be broken into 1,000 pieces. No, I think that the periphery should be the first to fall off, and then we'll have the chance to bring the democratic president to the power. Then we'll be able to coexist with this state. And I have a certain conclusion. Russians are fools. They cannot understand why Ukraine needs to be part of NATO. If they understand this, they will rescue themselves, and thus they will secure a couple of years of existence for themselves. But unless they understand this, they'll start collapsing within the time limit of 5 to 20 years. Due to the war, Putin lags behind from the West, and the gap is very big, 20 or 30 years if the war persists. You know that Putin celebrates the past. He had a cult of the past, and the peak of this cult is death of Russian civilization, and Russia goes there very fast. But unfortunately, we are the victim on this journey. But he has a very favorable social resource, the resource of the North Korea. And regarding technological degradation, well, it's not the excuse for not having military ambitions. But am I right in your understanding? You mean that Kiev, it was Kiev that brought Orthodox faith to this Russian swamps? No, Orthodox faith was brought by the Mongols, by the Golden Hordes, and in Russian churches. There was no Christianity in those swamps, so Orthodox churches are totally different. Well, okay, maybe let's discuss Ukraine instead of Russia. We can discuss it for a long time. I think we have other questions. Well, you know, those issues are interconnected because unless Russia was so aggressive, we would not be able to discuss the victory of Ukraine. We would not have all those concerns because this would mean that Russia is different. And another question regarding your scenario of victory. Well, I want to believe that current government, current authorities will acknowledge their errors and fix them. I agree with Vera, who said that Donbas was outside the attention. Mariupol is indeed Ukrainian city, and unless there was a breakthrough at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Mariupol would remain our gate to the Azov Sea. By 70%, the citizens of Mariupol are Ukrainians. It is not possible to have a state inside the state. It is not possible to suppress the media. Yes, I believe in victory. I believe in victory for more than 10 years. I am a volunteer also, and apart from my media activity, I deal also with the sports rehabilitation. I've been a sportsman myself throughout my entire life. And every 3 months, I invite 5 soldiers who undergo treatment in the hospitals to participate in my program, and I want to rehabilitate them. They are injured by war, yet their souls are intact, and we have to help them because they are our asset, and they become IT specialists, they become politicians. For example, Mykola Melnik is a wonderful politician, you know. He even took a stand in the US in the Senate, and this is a person who is actually an amputee. He is not afraid of anything. He was a true leader for the soldiers. He is not afraid of the authorities. He tells the truth. Regarding the victory, the country of slaves won't collapse very soon. And by the way, some time ago, I participated in an expedition to the North Pole, and I become friends with the Russian soldiers. And in 2014, one of them was sent to Donbas. His son was sent to Donbas, and I told him that he was sent to kill Ukrainians. But this friend of mine made his son to refuse from going to Donbas. And this son was crying because he was afraid of his career. They all live in fear. Yes, thank you, Valentin. Thank you. Yes, indeed. I understand that victory is preservation of each and every life. Yes, sorry. Thank you. Yes, to preserve as many lives as possible, we need enough weapons, and we will have enough weapons as soon as our allies believe us. And as soon as we have enough weapons, we will be able to resist and to stop aggression. And we will even stop the Third World War. Let's come back to the topic of our discussion. What is the role of the media in this situation? How can we convince the world in our future victory? And how can we prove that the weapons provided to Ukraine won't be used against the European allies? Because Russian propaganda is spread very actively. Russian propaganda penetrates to Europe, to the neighboring countries such as Poland. And according to those narratives, Ukrainian supporters of Bandera will kill poor Polish citizens and so on. But who are we? What is Ukraine? Not Russia. I'm not referring to Kuchma now. It was not him who said that the Ukrainians are not ethnic Russians. One of the members of the Lord Chamber in the British Parliament said that there would be no peace in the European continent until Ukrainian issue is resolved according to the vision of Ukrainians. So what the Ukrainian media community, what the Ukrainian civil society should commit to instill the idea of the Ukrainian victory in our allies, because our survival, our operation depends on our guys in trenches, but the life of those guys in trenches depends on their PPP, their drones, their weapons, and unfortunately, from the technological point of view, we as a state are not able to provide them. Everything is in the West. Thank you. In fact, I would like to comment what you have just said. Lives of our guys depend on us. Our lives depend on them. And this means that we are interconnected. We are codependent because we are all Ukrainians. And here you see that I'm wearing a sweatshirt with an inscription, boundary of civilization. And on my back, you see the outlines of Sumy Oblast. This is the longest border with the aggressor country. And we still keep it, in spite of the fact that I don't believe in victory. I am disciplined, and I love my motherland, and I love my work in the media. And so we in the media debunk fakes, we give explanations, we work in order everyone could learn about the Sumy region. Our media representatives work in order to deliver the accurate information and the images just 2 or 3 hours after the events in the Sumy region and other regions where Russia commits war crimes. The audience has to have trust in the media. But there are not just media, there are also bloggers. I think that we underestimate the role of bloggers in the information society. Our society becomes younger, and therefore the patterns of information consumption, especially in the social networks, change. Where do you read the news? In Telegram, in TikTok, right? And this changes nearly every year, every 3 months. That's why we have to be very disciplined when doing our work. We have to provide responses. We have to explain. We have to keep in touch with our colleagues, with our international partners and international media. We have to be a little bit more open when covering our situation. We do have propaganda in Ukraine, and we should have it. I'm not going to dwell in details. I just want you to understand that currently we are waging also information war. We are monitoring Russian Telegram channels, and these channels disseminate fakes. And just yesterday, they started writing, what is going on? It is not Ukraine joining NATO, but NATO joins Ukraine. So finally, they realized that NATO soldiers are trained in Ukraine, and by Ukrainians. They are trained, for instance, in counteracting attacks. Unfortunately, it's not a stereotype about Donbas being not Ukraine. Ukraine did not utilize this stereotype, unfortunately. And now there are other territories where where the chance still is, but unfortunately, Ukraine is not very willing to use this chance. However, Europe has the chance, at least the continental part of Europe. Okay, we'll see what happens next. Thank you. Lilia, maybe you can share your experience because you founded several advocacy platforms in the Nordic countries, Northern Europe. Maybe you have some achievements, some practical results. For instance, the defenders received something what they needed. Well, the rears and the front lines should be together in order to achieve victory. I fully agree with you when you said that we have not yet explained in full who Ukrainians are. That's why we are creating our advocacy platforms. Ukrainians, and not only Ukrainians, but also partners are going to use these platforms to talk about Ukraine. We create Ukrainian hubs of democracy, of Ukrainian victory in the countries of Northern Europe and Baltic countries. Every organization from the Nordic countries, from some organizations from some other parts of Europe can express its opinion, its vision. Free media, military support, powerful diplomacy, independent and strong civil society are the prerequisites for this victory. And the Democratic Week of the Carpathian Sea implements this vision. We try to make our voice heard and our vision perceived. And we take action. We want these discussions to be transformed in particular in practical support, like production of weapons in Ukraine, like production of Ukrainian weapons in Norway and Sweden and Denmark and Finland. Another interesting and bright example is the initiative coming from Norway. And this is the so-called initiative of freedom conveyors. We procure and they are transferred to Ukrainian soldiers right here in this World War II museum. And thus the soldiers have this opportunity to join in and to show the foreign partners why those vehicles are so important for them. They are not just vehicles, not just cars. These cars are the sense of solidarity. The cars are driven to Ukraine by not only by Ukrainians but also by mayors of the Norwegian cities and MPs of the Norwegian parliament and veterans and so on. All those people are united by the common goal, and the Ukrainian soldiers can express their gratitude during such transfer. And then we have also a very important initiative, and that's the joint production of weapons. And under our organization, we procured 65 big drones, which have already been sent to the front line. And we are also the voice of Ukrainian victory. We have advocacy, we launch advocacy campaigns, such as a campaign organized together with the Ukrainian International Center of Ukrainian Victory, Make Russia Pay. That's the slogan. And there are many other initiatives. We also promote Ukrainian narratives via Ukrainian hubs of democracy and victory. And all organizations, Ukrainian and international, can concert their efforts to develop a long-term narrative. Thank you, Vera. You know, when heading for this discussion, I was a little bit concerned. Throughout my career, I've been dealing predominantly with the international politics. International affairs, as we call them. And first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to every representative of the media who provided the feeling of certainty in spite of all these tragedies. Since 2014, I've been communicating with the media since 2014. This first contact took place after the Revolution of Dignity. And it's important for me to understand that the journalist and I are on the same side of barricades, because as an international affairs specialist, I should not tell you how you have to work. But don't forget about the topic of our discussion, the world where Ukraine has become victorious. We have to be honest. We have to acknowledge that the world is not confined to our European and American partners. I travel a lot to the countries that lie outside Western Europe and outside Europe in general. And we have lots of work there. For many years, Ukraine was presented there as a failed state. Of course, we clearly realized that those narratives were systemically promoted by Russia. I participated in several shows on non-European media, and I heard some questions from their journalists. They said that there is an important component, namely horizontal ties between our media and African and Latin American media. Unless we have these horizontal ties, we won't be able to narrate our story, and it has to be narrated not only in light of the country or the person affected by Russian aggression. We also have to explain why we're talking about international law as a universal tool for the peaceful coexistence. And I'm very skeptical about the capacity of some international organizations to exercise their functions envisaged by their charters. This year we are going to celebrate the 800th anniversary of the charter, which must be generally a universal instrument in the context of war of Russia against Ukraine, as well as the war in the Middle East. So I think that many journalists, when working as professionals, have to accomplish a huge task which has not been recognized by us, by people involved in international affairs. And this task is communication. So my final message for you, please get in touch not only with the American or European partners. It is important for us to get access to the regional African and Middle East media. It's a unique, have unique history which we have to tell the world. Yes, now we have to close this gap. Which was allowed for by Ukrainian state. Ukraine did not have any ambassadors in Latin America and African countries because Ukraine was failed state. That's what they knew about us, and they decided that Modi cannot refuse from the cheap energy resources, and Modi also still shakes hands with Putin. And now I'd like to ask you to explain your opinion on the arguments that Ukrainian business community could share their colleagues with other countries. Oh, let me share my experience. I'm the director of the International Business Institute. We are among of the 400 best business schools across the globe. I'm not boasting, of course, but I often have meetings. I participate in various fora and conferences where various countries are present, and I have the largest discussions with the Chinese, for instance. I try to convince them, and there are also the Indians and representatives of other nations. I fully agree with you. Information war is highly important, and the state is unable of winning it on our own. Moreover, the trips of our MPs are perceived rather negative because people in Europe and in the US hate the establishment, regardless of the origin. American, Ukrainian, European MPs, they are just hated, and the situation is the same everywhere. That's why horizontal ties are everything for Ukraine. We have become the epicenter for the civilizational war. And as a result, we have become the leader in this world, and we perceive ourselves as leaders. Just watch Zelensky. His behavior is and his conduct is very typical for leaders. Because the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian armed forces behind him, and they show everyone who is who in this territory. Let's say I write a post or I create a video, then I translate it and I send to the ambassadors from the G7 countries and my friends from the US. If the idea is simple and correct, it will have long life, and vice versa. The simple idea, reduction of the oil prices. Slowly, this idea reached Biden, and finally he said, it's a good idea. And then there was an idea to use the frozen assets for funding our armed forces. And this is happening right now. The 23rd of October is the crucial point. If the European Union manages to make this decision, I will call Putin idiot, because then the funds of the Russian Federation will be used to buy weapons from Europe, thus funding our victory. This will be a blow to his reputation. And what else am I doing? I write books, and this is one of my books, and it's being translated in English. It will be published in the Great Britain. And there is a certain idea. There is an idea of the world where Ukraine is victorious. For me, the victory will be then when Russia is kicked out of the Security Council. And it's not a totally unrealistic situation. Just imagine Biden and other global leaders say that Russia is not one of the 5 council members any longer. And we have to sell this to China and to the US. They should voluntarily refuse from being global leaders on their own. We have to say, Comrade C, now you have the rights and the responsibility. You have to take responsibility for your subordinates in the Security Council. And then we have such countries as Japan, Germany, France, Britain, and China. And we have to offer India to become the member of the Security Council as the 4th biggest economy. Germany and Japan, of course, should be invited too. Japan is the country which pays the largest contributions to the UN. So we have to engage our allies, and Russia should be kicked out. Economically, it's in the 12th place now. Okay, we have just 5 minutes of discussion left. I have one argument. I have already tested it in Niedersachsen. It's one of the federative lands of Germany. And in 2022, I showed them the budget of Ukraine for 2022. I showed them that all funds which we receive from the allies should be paid back. So this is a loan. And I asked the business representatives, do you know that you pay taxes and 2% of your taxes are spent on NATO? That's what you pay for defense, for protection. But in fact, it's not NATO, but Ukrainian armed forces ensure your defense, and Ukraine has to take loans to protect you. And I asked them, maybe you find it reasonable to start advocacy campaign for spending taxes on those who defend you directly. It should not be a loan, it should be payment for services, it should be a fee. And I asked with a provocative question, of course, I asked them, or maybe you would prefer having hostilities in your own territory, that you will have to pay your own money for your own territories. Okay, Valentin, a brief question. A sports journalist perhaps has lots of stories, people's stories that would contribute to the narrative of victory. Oh, information campaign, I would say, was lost at the start of invasion, and because the role of the media was underestimated and the media was underfunded. We do not talk about big sports. We do not agitate. We do not promote health of the nation. And Well, I will tell you that I was in Asia and Africa many times, and I gave some interviews in Nepal, and they even didn't know what Ukraine was, because there was just the embassy of Russia. There were no one from Ukraine. So our diplomatic efforts also fail. In Malaysia, for instance, it's a very good country. In the military aspect, it might be helpful. And in the Southern Asia, there are lots of people who did not understand the role of Ukraine. Yes, indeed, we need horizontal ties in our country, and we should not, of course, underestimate the bloggers. Some journalists say bloggers are not the same as journalists, but bloggers offer us some objective information, and thus we can learn through. For everyone who promotes a healthy lifestyle are very important, because healthy lifestyle is necessary for rehabilitation and bringing back to life of our soldiers who were injured. But we have the gaps in these activities. Telemarathon is not close to the reality, yes, but again, the funding is huge. Huge money is spent on this senseless information, because perhaps it's not worth spending. There are other media that do work, and I agree with you, they work very actively. So we have to focus on those media, because they report truth, non-decorated truth. We should not conceal truth. People have to understand that it's difficult, that there are no enough soldiers. But at the same time, we have the security and defense complex. Instead of developing our own security defense, we take loans, we are indebted. Yes, you are raising very important topics now. Yes, it's a little bit off topic. Once again, regarding the role of the media, this role is huge, and the media should be modern. Nobody is going to watch several hours programs, shows with some experts. No, I just grab my phone, and in 5 minutes I get information from the Telegram channels, from TikTok, from Facebook, and such a presentation of information is very convenient. Yes, thank you very much. Maybe we should continue behind the scenes. I have a very brief comment. Sports journalism can work really greatly in synergy with sports diplomacy. So I think that our sports journalists and representative of our media go abroad. There they will be able to talk to people in the regional context. And the second component in the context of bloggers is a linguistic capacity. We have good command of English. However, English is not the language spoken in the rest of the world. Yes, there are lots of English language speakers. However, we should not forget about the national languages in the context of individual regions. It will be the demonstration of respect of the Ukrainians to themselves and to people from other regions. Thank you.
Including Chinese. So, in the Democratic Week of Carpathian Sea, we shall demonstrate the synergy, the unity between the frontline areas and the areas far behind the front lines. So we'll see you in spring, 27th of April in Truskovets on Carpathian Sea. Shall we think of the world where Ukraine won?
І у нас тут, у залі Донецьк, залишається ще одна дискусія,
in Donetsk room, we shall have one more discussion. We mentioned the informational war, whether we can win fighting against Russian propaganda and disinformation, the power of Ukrainian and international experience. In a minute, we shall speak about it.
І спікерок Андреа Сумланд.
Now we continue. We invite Andrea Sumland, analyst of Stockholm Center of East European Studies, Svetlana Slipchenko, Deputy Executive Director of Civic Organization Vox Ukraine, Diana Patriashvili, Editor-in-Chief of the Free Press for Eastern Europe, Clara Marshuk, correspondent of French media in Ukraine, in particular Le Figaro, Fabrizio Vittorino, independent journalist, analyst for Eastern Europe, doctorand on international relations in the University of Federal University Santa Catarina, Brazil, Adam Sebera, senior analyst, researcher in Kyiv Independent Insight, moderated by Redukach, leader of research of disinformation Open Minds. That reminds the topic about discussion, whether the victory is possible in fighting against Russian propaganda and disinformation, the power of Ukrainian and international experience.
Проходьте, будь ласка, проходьте. Я так розумію, не всі спікери...
Please proceed. As I understand, not every speaker can participate.
Пані Юлія, можете розпочинати. Вам слово.
Julia, you can start. You have the floor.
Як вам зручніше, я сподіваюся, що у нас спікери приєднаються зараз.
I hope the speakers will join us. I would like to thank
Подякувати всім, хто
I
залишився.
would like to thank everyone who have stayed on the last evening panel discussion. Moreover, that the discussion is on the topic, which is very complex, and we can approach it from the philosophical perspective, and also we can think generally of the opportunity, of the possibility to win the informational war, and also from the very practical, pragmatic, I would say, trying to understand what lessons have been learned, what experience was received, and what we can have for the maximum effective countering. I will sit closer so that we don't have such a big distance. And during this discussion, I would like to build in such a format of exchange of the experience and knowledge and understanding of what we have as of today. In which direction shall we move? Before moving to the questions, I would like to make a small warm-up and ask you one short question that we can set up on the topic of our discussion about the idea of victory in fighting against disinformation. The question is, for quite many years we have the experience of examination and countering the information hostilities. What do you think? Speaking briefly, as of today, what we can say is that we have instruments and knowledge that we can effectively counter such information operations of Russia or other totalitarian states. Did we become better in this struggle? Could you please say one by one, each of the panelists? Thank you for this question. It looks to me that probably yes, indeed we became stronger, and indeed now we have instruments like database, you know for sure what the arrays of data do we have that already contain a lot of evidence of numerous Russian propaganda and information campaigns. This is what can we exchange with the rest of the world and help the world in fighting against propaganda of authoritarian regimes, not just against just Russian propaganda, also others. And at the same time, we don't have to boast ourselves. We don't have to think that we are the strongest and the best and we manage to do everything, because the information attacks continue. And we should not be complacent. We must continue the struggle, and we should not lag behind, especially in the technology field. Thank you. So the optimistic position that we can do a lot, and we do a lot. Diana, what is your opinion?
I will speak English. So in my opinion, I would absolutely agree that we have become more familiar with what we are dealing with. We now know what is disinformation, and we as journalists have to deal with it on daily basis. I think what is like maybe the biggest optimism is in the fact how resilient Ukrainian media is despite this terrible situation it is in, how adaptable it is, and how it manages to hold the standards of professional journalism. I think this is the great example and the biggest sign of optimism in this situation.
Дякую. Фабрісіо?
I don't think at this point. I don't think at this point that we should think of winning or losing the information war. I think it's more about having the upper hand or not, or being able to feel what's going to be the next movements for Russian propaganda. For instance, I think Russia has learned how to capture, to emulate the vocabulary of fact checking. For instance, they talk like fact checking and transparency and multipolarity to legitimate this information. So they are quite capable of emulating our world. A few months back, they came with this JFCN, which is Global Fact Checking Network, just to emulate IFCN. So it's not more about capturing the truth. It's more about capturing the language of truth. So it's not about winning or losing. It's all about taking the right movements, and sometimes it means to be able to propagate positive discourses and examples and to take control of the narratives, because they have been doing this for decades now. I don't think we're going to be able to counter them if we play the same game.
Кларо?
Sorry, I will also speak English. It will be easier for me to express my thoughts. Thank you again for the question. again, it's the same for me. It's a bit difficult to talk about winning or losing. I would say that I'm more observing as a journalist from the side, and I'm observing the coverage, for example, of Ukraine in France. I would say that on the positive side, the public and journalists themselves, since the full-scale invasion in France, have been way less receptive to Russian propaganda. Let's say that before 2022, I would do, for example, just like panels like this in France and have someone in the public interrupting it and derailing it, saying that like that Ukraine is bombing Donbas, and all of this narrative, which was working because there was in general a lot of ignorance about what Ukraine is, how Ukraine developed as a country, etc. Problem with understanding the language question here. And since 2022, it's really interesting because I do still a lot of presentations in France, and the public themselves, if someone says that, will almost kick out someone who says that. I had this case when someone was saying, but they bomb kids in Donbas, something like that, and the person was almost kicked out. When before we as journalists had to explain that it was propaganda, etc. So, and this is not necessarily because there was more effort put into fighting disinformation, but more because in Western Europe there is just more knowledge on what Ukraine is since 2022 among journalists and among the general population.
Дякую. Це звучало також доволі оптимістично про самомодерацію спільнот.
This was also quite optimistic about self-moderation of the community. Sometimes it doesn't work ideally. Adam, did we become stronger? Do we fight better against disinformation?
So how you started with like the philosophical take on the question, I completely agree with you, because if you look at information war, it is not just fighting left versus right and the West versus East. And we have to understand that in information war, there's no such thing as a definitive victory. And to put it into the broader philosophical term, just like truth versus lies, there will always be lies coming up. The idea of being successful in an information war is to be equipped for it, to be prepared for the insidious techniques and know about them. And once we know how they operate and once we understand them, we can equip a defense mechanism. And in that sense, we're definitely much better. I can see this on my home country, Czech Republic, which is just, after elections, that's a whole different topic. But since prior to the full scale, just like Clara was saying, you would have discussions about the most ridiculous lies, Russian propagandas in the country amplified. But now you have a Center for Strategic Communications and you're developing all of these tools. And even though they're still very young, there is potential in them. And we must, the same way Russia or China or any other propagandists do is investing millions or billions of dollars into what they're doing, the same way we have to invest in our defense mechanisms, and it will yield results. I'm confident in that.
Дякую. Мені дуже подобається ця аналогія з озброєністю.
I like this analogy with having the right tools and arms. Andreas, I would like to refer to you in addition to this question, whether we become objectively stronger or whether we are still losing this information war. I will start with the question whether indeed we can conceptualize the victory as such. Whether in principle we can speak of the victory in the information war, or whether it's worthwhile for us to define our resilience and somehow analyze how efficiently we counteract.
Maybe I'll speak. I speak also Ukrainian, but maybe I'll speak now English because most of the speakers here were also speaking English. And I apologize that I was late. I was in a traffic jam. Yes, I think the situation has much improved since 2014. And what has especially improved is that there is not any longer a narrative, for instance, that was popular in my home country, in Germany, that actually Ukraine provoked the war, and that Ukraine is actually the guilty one. I think what I observe, and Adam just reflected on the Czech Republic, I'm going to reflect on what I know best. The German discourse is that there is and in that way, there's no victory yet. There is a perception in Germany, and I'm afraid so much more in the so-called global South, that this is a sort of even conflict. That there is some truth and some lies on one side, and also some truth and some lies on the other side. And it's a war where there is a lot of gray colors and so on. And I think to tackle that is maybe to step away a little bit from this war, but rather to speak about how wars of aggression, of expansion, and of annihilation in general work, and how usually such aggressions are justified and narrated by the aggressor. Not how Russia does it, but how did other countries did that before. So the narration for aggressors are usually very similar. So Russia claims that it is doing here something for historical justice, that it is self-defense, that it is doing some sort of international solidarity, cross-border solidarity on the other side of the border. And that is all scandalous and ridiculous and absurd. These are actually the usual justification for such wars. Germany started in 1939, the Second World War, with Hitler's words, "From now on, we will return the fire. We will return the fire." So it's a self-defense. So the start of the Second World War, or the attack on the Soviet Union in 22nd of June was in much of the German narration that at that time justified that Germany wants to protect Europe from Bolshevism, which is also a good thing, So wars of annihilation, of expansion, of aggression are always done for something good, for self-protection, for historical justice, for solidarity, and so on. That is how usually wars. And if you then agree with this sort of, then you end up in a sort of absurd, ridiculous world in which wars are actually something good, because if you take the aggressor's narration, it will be very rarely that the head of state of the aggressor's country will say, well, I want to improve my domestic political situation, therefore I need to distract my population from internal problems, therefore I'm now engaging in a foreign adventure. That is usually the case, but nobody says so. So we have to maybe talk more about wars of aggression in general, and how typical this war is actually. I would also argue that there's a lot of, one can say that this is an untypical war. This is something really extraordinary in world history even, a nuclear weapons state, a permanent member of the Security Council, doing this sort of war of expansion and actually annexing territories, not just creating people's republics, but actually increasing its own territory at the expense of another UN member state. But on the other hand, I would rather argue for the sort of war of narratives. We need to speak about the typicality of this war of aggression. What Russia is doing is usually what aggressor states have done before, and they've also talked about the domestic problems of the country they attack. That is something actually Putin has done that with regard to Germany, where he said that Poland was itself an anti-Semitic, nationalistic, authoritarian state. So was it really worth defending Poland? One could also say, well, if you take a sort of a negative narrative about domestic affairs in Ukraine for serious, why was then Kuwait liberated in 1991 after it had been annexed by Iraq in 1990, because Kuwait was much less of a democracy, obviously, than Ukraine. And if you go into this narration that there are, there's in Ukraine, there's corruption and right-wing extremism and so on. Well, no country is perfect. And the country with which World War II started, Poland was certainly not a liberal democracy. Kuwait, when it was annexed, was not a liberal democracy. And Ukraine is a liberal democracy, but is also not a perfect state. Yeah? Or that usually there's a lot, and that's especially popular in my discipline, also in political science, that there's a lot of talk about the mistakes that Ukraine made, and the mistakes that the West made, and Europe made, and Washington made, and Berlin made. A lot of mistakes were made, but that is the usual history of wars, that the victims and their allies, they make mistakes, and without these mistakes, the war would not have happened. If Poland had not been as stupid as it was in 1930, that is actually Putin's argument about in his last interview at the Valda meeting. If Poland had been a bit smarter, World War II would not have happened. This is what usually happens. And of course, Ukraine made mistakes. It should have not signed the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, but it should have demanded NATO membership in exchange for giving up its nuclear weapons. And the partners of Ukraine made a lot of mistakes, but that is not something special. That is how usually wars happen. And so maybe we need to talk more about these sort of how wars of annihilation, of expansion in general happened, and how the Russian war is actually very typical in many ways.
Дякую. Дійсно, ось порівняння війни.
Yes, indeed, it's a comparison of the war, making parallels. It's a strong way. However, we know that Russia indeed, within the information attempts, they speak not just of Ukraine and Russia, they actually are influencing on shaking the internal situations, destabilization of internal situations. And nowadays there is a certain continuation of the discussion of how should we call the activity of Russia as they interfere with information space, and within advancement of Russian narratives, we were speaking predominantly of propaganda. Then there was a trend to classify as disinformation, misinformation, malinformation. And now there is the main communication in European Union around defining FIMI and as information operations of interference with information space. And we neglect, for example, the fake news, whether it's true or not. We speak just of the fact of interference. The question is to Svetlana, whether we can say that with development of this terminology, actually we improve our understanding of the process and the problem, or it's rather a certain bureaucratization of the research, and it gives very little from the perspective of efficiency of counteraction. I would delimit of the perception of terminology. While we are here within the forum, both speakers and guests, we all professionally work with information. And we must possess modern terminology and modern framework and approaches towards countering of what we call disinformation, propaganda, fake news, or simply lies. In this case, I really like the framework of FIMI, which gives us not simply the cases of some lies, some fake or disinformation, which tells also about the behavior, the state, non-state actors in making the influence and interfere with information space of our country. We speak of targeted actions of one country against another. And this keeps us better within what we call information war.
непрофесійної спільноти, яка зібралась тут у ці дні форуму,
However, if you go beyond the professional community that you can find today during the forum, it would be nice for others to distinguish that there is lies and there are facts. There is lies and there are facts. And this would be wonderful if we would go further in our discussion of how to work with it, what to do, and the society, which simply can differentiate lies from truth. So that's super. Yet for our professional community, it's important to observe, if you speak within Ukrainian space, those are the best practices of European countries and NATO. Why it is important for us who are on the panel, who work professionally with the topic of information threats, and also for journalists who just learn, who just study to be a journalist. Because if you look into the FIMI framework and who is involved to the identification of information attacks, also media, they can identify and they widespread those approaches which is applied by the state of fact checkers. Therefore, effective interaction is necessary between stakeholders.
Сказати, що для нас не лише важливо, щоб загальне населення розрізняло
It
правду.
is important that general population differentiate truth from the lies and also understand that truth is also something which is reinforced, and actually good truth is reinforced, like true narratives, true videos, which are reinforced. They are disseminated in thousands of Russian pages. Is it really important to explain to the population that this is not really fake? Not if it is manipulation, if it is truth, but in the biased context, not to overburden, not to overload the people when we are trying to do such campaigns of media literacy, the development of critical thinking, information resilience, not to overburden the people with terminology, not to stockpile disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and other types, and other shadows of that lies, simply to explain that there is lies and there are facts. And it is easier to perceive, and this is about what shall we do with that, even as we work with general public, as we disseminate information for concerned citizens, simply to teach them the basic things.
І тут хотіла би запитати Клару, ось
I would like to ask her from Clara.
Знаєте, і контекст добре український,
You know the Ukrainian context,
власне, з якими проблемами
and you know what problems you face if you communicate this context to French audience. How today is understanding improved of the problem of information interference, and to what extent France, which is quite far from Russia, we make jokes about it, that those countries, the further from Russia, the easier it is for them, the less they are concerned. And yet the general discourse about FIMI, information intervention, how it is represented in France.
Well, actually, as Svetlana said, I was noted actually some remark about the responsibility of journalists. I think that in France, we understood our responsibility and a little late, let's say, because after 2022, Russia started, I mean, it did, even I, as a journalist, don't really, I have to say, understand the lingo, you know, so it's even as a journalist, like, this is not something, I'm not doing media literacy. And I think even when we do media literacy, for example, in schools, we're not going to talk about FIMI and misinformation and disinformation. Like, so again, the problem is more, is not like generally the understanding of what Ukraine is as a country, more people understand, more people like we have this joke that now before people couldn't put Ukraine on the map, and now they know where is Kharkiv, you know. So, I would say that we had a few cases in France where I think we as journalists and also politicians kind of failed. In 2023, in 2024, Russia did several hybrid operations, I would say, where they pay, let's say they pay some random people. Usually, by the way, they can be Moldovan or they can be Ukrainian, so it's even easier, you know, it's even more им вигідно, скажімо так. So they these people do tags, not necessarily on Ukraine. Recently, we had a case in 2023. We had a case where they painted red hands on the Holocaust memorial. They do all these kind of operations not related to Ukraine. They do this kind of operations mostly related to the things where we have the big division on society. To increase this division in society. So it's mostly on Israel and Gaza right now. They did this what we call the bloody hands, where they did tags on the Holocaust memorial. They did the David. I lost the sign. Yeah. So they just tagged it in Paris, and all the politicians had to, like, the journalist went to the politician and say, okay, what do you have to say to that? Do you feel like there is a rise in anti-Semitism? But it turns out it was fake. But we are now in a media, landscape in France where everything needs to be very fast, where there needs to, like, the journalists actually always require an answer from the politicians. And so everybody, like even Macron right away said that, yes, we have more anti-Semitism in France, even though this was fake. This was fake. And 2 weeks ago, for example, we had the same type of operation where a group of men took heads of pigs and put them in front of mosques. And this time, let's say that now the journalists didn't jump on the story or like, oh my God, this is a good story. They kind of is this incentive. And right away, they were way more careful about who did it, why they waited, like, they warned that it could be it could be a coordinated operation. And so I think we are learning, but we are learning after fact, and this is maybe the problem.
Але виходить, що тоді ми дуже сильно залежимо від медіаспільноти.
It means that we depend a lot on the media community, which learns, and yet to what extent are we protected from the perspective of social networks, which can reinforce not the media, but those who disseminate such disinformation. And clarification is whether indeed, if we disprove and minimize the impact with those heads of pigs which have been used. As journalists, you mean? Whether what was some position of the media and disapproval dominating?
The problem in France as well is that we have a very polarized media landscape, and that we have also an oligarchs, owning media and influencing the coverage. And there is this kind of thing in France when I say to my colleague that, okay, this guy, he owns many media, he has like many outlets. He's an oligarch, and this is, oh no, we are not a banana republic. We don't have oligarchs, no, but we do. Like, we have these people who own the media, who can influence it. And recently, in the last few years, it became worse and worse. And what we noticed with colleagues since the beginning of the year, since Trump had this kind of negotiation position towards Putin. That there was a kind of operation. I don't know if it was an operation. I don't know if how it happened, but all of the media of one of our oligarchs started to push really like pro-Russian narrative, and they started to invite like the former head of RT, Russia Today France, even though Russia Today is forbidden. And here there is a question as well to our to our organization that monitor media coverage, etc. Because how come we have the head of RT coming to a big TV channel and just saying bullshit, like saying things which are not true, and even though like the RT was forbidden in 2022 in the whole EU. So this is a whole question, and they keep going. I just checked before this panel that, like, for example, this channel, this radio TV, keep publishing just false Russian narrative.
Так, це про дуже складні моменти, наскільки знаю, так, з України ми дуже часто...
Those are very complicated things. Quite often when we communicate with European countries about the problems of Russian voices, referrals to Russian organizations' work, and yet as we move to personalities who have worked there, this is subject to a taboo. We cannot personally criticize, and this is difficult to convey about the people who have a less than impeccable reputation and still legitimized. And now the question to Adam, that's closer, we come closer to the country from the perspective of Central Europe. To what extent closer and more realistic are the threats as they are considered by the population in Central Europe, where the impact influence must be stronger?
Use an example from the recent elections. So I think in Czech Republic we can see that, as opposed to where we had a pro-Russian president and more or less pro-Russian government, we've made a shift where we can identify a danger. And for instance, in the last elections, the main Stalinist party, which flirts with far-right tendencies as well, but is technically on the left, they didn't make the parliament. And the second biggest, or the biggest anti-EU, anti-NATO, and pro-Russian amplifier, SPD, they lost 7% as, in comparison to the last election. And in mandates that translate that in the Czech parliament now, there will be 15 people out of 200 that have an extreme pro-Russian position. But as we know, propaganda, that's where the good news end. As we know, propaganda develops, and I think that the big problem is now there's this big campaign was in Czech Republic, whether we belong to the West, to the East. And here we once again come to what I was saying on the beginning, that to me, these start to be empty terms. It's something of the past, and propaganda develops and evolves to the current situation. And we have to be able to develop as well. And what I'm trying to say that, so in Czech Republic, majority of the population would identify Russia as a threat. However, they similarly feel threat from the European Union. They feel that the European Union is disruptive or weak, and we can see that this comes from a new wave of the newest Russian propaganda, because this unity of the European Union, cui bono, who does it benefit? Again, Russia. And to this new one, we still haven't reacted, and that's why the let's say MAGA tendencies, populist, won in Czech Republic now, and they won heavily. And as we know, one of the Russian objectives is not just the destruction of Ukraine, but the destruction of the post-World War II Euro-Atlantic order. And we again see this attack, which we have globally, we can see we're failing to react to that, because it's, I was just speaking to a friend outside, and he said that now we live in a Trump world, and we have to adapt the definitions we put on behind terminology, because that unfortunately adapts as well. Like I said, if I have to take this campaign from Czech Republic, whether we belong east to the west, what does that mean? Because, we look at my region, where Slovakia, Hungary, Czech Republic, and we're increasingly, acting less European than, for instance, Ukraine, which is considered in the east, So, and then who's acting the most European? Countries in the north, So like this east and this west narrative, much like, that it's a fight of communism and capitalism. This is behind us. It already changed, and now we have to see that it's a attack of authoritarianism on democracy with kinetic war happening in Ukraine. We have to adapt to that.
І це атака авторитарного режиму на демократію.
Yes, indeed. This is an attack of authoritarian regime against democracy. And nowadays we are measuring that everything within the democratic approach, we can measure the effectiveness. and we can watch elections in Czech Republic, Moldova, Romania, and we say that those are small victories. Does it really happen that, coming back to the topic of victory, that by measuring our victory by victories of pro-European forces on elections, we lose conceptually in such a way we say, well, we speak of the intervention, and actually the elections are the moment when we can lose. Anna, what do you think? To what extent can we win endlessly, or whether at some point we can start losing country after country on this anti-European way?
We can. Well, first of all, I will go back to what victory would be in the information war, if you know, if we can define it. I think in the eyes of journalists, victory here would be our audiences turning to fact-based information, to credible information, and to come to our news outlets for, you know, checking something they come across and they don't like. I see clear signs of some clearly see some positive signs here. And Moldovan case, which you mentioned, is one of those cases, because our colleagues did really good job in Moldova, and it's very good example because they actually exposed Russian interference in the referendum in recent elections, and helped Moldovan government to estimate even finances that Russia invested into this interference. So I think this is one of the small bricks in the future victory, from the point of view of you know, information war victory. I also wanted to add something related to terminology, the question that you touched previously. I think that we also need to challenge the term truth, because that is something very abstract. Two different persons can have different truths. So it's very important to have in mind for journalists, for example, young journalists not always have this understanding that what is truth and what is fact. And we also need our audiences to have this this knowledge. So yeah, I think that brings us to the media literacy issue that some of my colleagues already touched.
Всі дискусії навколо інформаційної війни так
All
чи інакше.
discussions about information war are about media literacy. Anyway, this is what we would like to have as ideal pill against interventions. And regretfully, this alone is not sufficient. Andreas, would you like to add?
I want to follow the others who have also talked about success, and I also see that one can learn from mistakes and one can learn from omissions, but one can also learn from successes. And I see two big successes here in continental Western Europe and North America with regard to the public majority assessment of the Russo-Ukrainian war. In continental Western Europe, we had a very difficult situation in Germany, in France, in Italy, in Greece. But today we have there, in spite of many historical legacies that are sort of in favor of Russia, and in spite of many domestic pro-Russian actors, we have public majorities that have a more or less adequate view of the Russian-Ukrainian war and Russia's responsibility for it. Although 10 years ago, this would have been a very difficult. Each of these countries I just mentioned, Germany, France, Italy, and Greece, would have been very problematic, largely pro-Russian, lots of pro-Russian narratives. That has now, of course, changed also because of the facts. Well, facts we have just discussed, but because of the many, let's say, emotional pictures from in mass media, in which made people also change. But it's been also, I think, a result of a large, effective, so to say, counter-propaganda campaign by Ukrainians, by pro-Ukrainian actors. In the US, the situation is different. The US is, well, let's say, more like the Nordic countries or like Great Britain, traditionally skeptical towards Russia. But what we had in the US, especially since early 2025, is a large campaign, so to say, from the ultra-conservatives to somehow justify Russia and to also present Putin as a respectable person, you know, but getting him to Anchorage and the red carpet and also the downgrading of Zelensky by J.D. Vance and Trump. And we have people like Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson is only like the tip of the iceberg of the various ultra-conservative actors. And there's a huge campaign in favor of Russia in this ultra-conservative media. But now, if you read the last opinion polls about the US, the Republicans are now, as Republican voters are as pro-Ukrainian as the Democrats, or in some of the categories even more pro-Ukrainian as the Democrats, and it hasn't worked. So Russia has, you know, it looked to me at the beginning of the, you know, if we remember this meeting of Zelensky in the White House, this is going to be a disaster, you know, with this attack on him. And then all this, these meetings, Witkoff with Putin, and then the summit in Anchorage and so on, and Tucker Carlson and whatnot. But at the end, I was actually pleasantly surprised that it didn't work. And you know, the masses that were just mentioned maybe are not always as bad. What is now needed, I think, is that we need to transfer this knowledge that we have about you know, portraying adequately this war also into other spheres. You know, it's not only about the war. So, for instance, with Brexit, for instance, this campaign was also supported by Russia, was very, very successful. What we also need is now to transfer this experience from Western Europe and from North America to the global South, because unfortunately there we still have many inadequate views of this war, and people tend to see this as a sort of gray area where everybody is sort of guilty of something. So it's a mixed picture for me.
Дякую. І тут якраз хотіла би дати слово Фабрісіо, якраз з точки зору
I would like to
досвіду.
give the floor to Fabrizio from the point of view of Brazil. It looks to me that in Brazil, Ukraine is rarely appearing in the information field of Brazil. Could you please tell about the experience of Brazil in countering FIMI, and what lessons could be useful for global understanding?
I think Andres pointed very well that the global South, which is a term that we don't actually like, but it is what it is. It has become a gray area, and I'm here representing a brave collective of fact checkers and journalists in Brazil, in Mexico, and in Colombia, who actually put their lives at stake. For instance, in Brazil last year, we had a coup attempt, which was this close to put Brazil, to drive Brazil into a dictatorship. This close. So Brazil, the leader, this allegedly leader of the global South or Latin America. So the situation is not good, and I've been here in Kyiv and Ukraine for a while now, and I'm happy to understand that finally one of those mistakes that Omland pointed out, which is we're not paying attention to the global South or Brazil or Mexico or Africa, for instance. It is being corrected. I think Ukraine is very aware now of the situation in global South. And I tell you why, because at the end of the day, in the United Nations, we count, I mean, Latin America and Africa, we count 87 votes out of 193. So it's 45% roughly, which means the BRICS arguments, and this is a long run plan. BRICS, Bank of BRICS, for instance, is led by former Brazilian president who was impeached. So we have India, we have China, we have Russia, and we have Brazil and the BRICS, and you have South Africa, and you have the BRICS plus. So 87 countries out of 193. So it's the vast majority. And I went to Africa recently. I've been there, and we've been researching the influence of Russian Orthodox Church over there. And it's massive. They control the continent, and they have been acting in Brazil, for instance, for a while now. So the point is, it is necessary to pay attention to Global South, whether we like that topic or not, because the discourse, it captures like the anti-imperialism, the anti-Americanism that we feed because of the fact that we had dictatorships in almost every single Latin American country. We don't have positive feelings against the United States. So whenever we see the chance of joining or teaming up with another superpower, we kind of take it. So they have been embracing family, faith, and traditions on all those far right arguments that we are familiar with. They have been embracing those arguments very well. It's not about countering information anymore. It is about countering those very, very emotional propagandas. People don't spread information. We as journalists, we like to think that people spread information. They spread belonging. Those narratives about Central Europe and are we which one is the most dangerous entity? I mean, Russia or European Union. We share belonging, and when we neglect that fact, we are losing the crowd. So we need to start it's not only about media literacy in Brazil. We are talking about cultural literacy. We need to know who we are, where we are, who the enemy is, and how to protect ourselves from FEMI, for instance. So media literacy I think is aging very badly. I think we need to start thinking about cultural literacy because at the end of the day, if we are vulnerable in the cultural aspects of our personalities, we are very, very, very easy targets for those FEMI, and they are evolving very fast and very effectively.
If I can add on to that, yes, agree with everything. And I think one of the reasons why Ukraine has been proving that they're more resilient to Russian information operations, propaganda, etc., than some of the European countries is because in Ukraine, the majority of the opinion knows what's at stake, what's the goal, and where they're heading, where they want to be in 10 years. In Central Europe, this is you won't find an agreement on it. There's no such thing as a general agreement what the country is, where it belongs, and where it wants to be in the future. And I think when you're, just like you're saying, when inherently in your culture, you're not convinced, you're much more prone and vulnerable to outside interference.
Але яким чином ми можемо це розбудувати?
How we can actually build this? Do we have any life hacks which will help us to be more resilient? Is this to me? Is this to everyone?
You have to build self-identity. If I'm like, I don't want to. I was just in Brussels last week with a wonderful member of the European Parliament, Markéta Gregorova. She sits on one of the anti-foreign interference and anti-meddling committee, and we were sort of joking. If I can make a plug on our Insights podcast, we were sort of joking that Europe needs more of its own propaganda, more to promote itself. Because if you open Czech news, for instance, there is news from the world, news from home, news about Ukraine, news about Gaza, and then somewhere in the down low is European Union. Like a majority of the people don't even know what's going on in the European Parliament. Why would they then consider it important for them?
Які ще у нас є лайфхаки, можливо, для того, щоб будувати ці
What other life hacks do we have to build such resilience?
Yeah, just as a journalist,
it's a bit hard for me to say that we need more propaganda, but I would say that because actually I feel like, for example, in France, people are a bit lost between narratives, you know, and the problem is that like if basically you propose an alternative narrative to this alternative, like, I mean, as journalists, we should find a position, you know, as media, we should find a position where we are not supposed, like, you know, we're not like supporting one narrative or the other. We should just explain fact. And that's exactly what Svetlana was saying earlier about the truth and the facts, right? But the problem is how do you do that when your audience, for example, in France, but I think it's the same in many countries, when your audience doesn't trust you, you know? How do you build bridges with your audience, which I feel in Ukraine is not really like there is not such a distrust in journalists, like, but in France it's to the point that it's hard to work, you know. So how do you do to you know, to create this bridge, because then you can get to your audience, then you can explain facts, you can like you're becoming trusted again, a trusted source. And I think for that, we need to be a bit more accessible maybe and more transparent about how we work.
Дякую. Діано?
Yeah, I think one of the greatest life hacks that I learned in recent years is networking. Like, if when journalists don't only compete but also collaborate, it can be very powerful. And our collaboration, not only with fact-checking organizations, but also with you know, other newsrooms, it's something that makes us much stronger. And this collaboration can be built on the regional level, not only national levels. I think this is one of the key points of success.
Світлано, з позиції не тільки медіа, та що може
From the
вас...
position of not just media, what could make us more efficient? Which life hacks? I like the idea of understanding of the national identity. I'm happy that this is perceived as a strength of Ukrainians. However, again, I will return to the thought I began with. While we talk here in our bubble for 3 days within the forum and within the people who work professionally with information, know how to verify, how to check, and they understand how to present to the audience the truth and facts. And anyway, as we are present here, we are don't incline towards manipulation of information. We must remember that beyond this forum, millions of people, yet we have a lot to do. All of the efforts which were applied to develop media literacy, critical thinking, all the initiatives that have worked and still work on countering disinformation, prevention even of fakes in the Ukrainian information space. We can remember those things even when the military intelligence warned that some information campaign is being prepared. This played its role and will continue playing its role. Yet we need to remember that quite many people who yet don't have ideal understanding of news. They don't pay attention to the source of information, do not separate facts from thoughts, and they cannot sometimes identify when some messages, for us, it will be part of, and we will clearly understand, we shall clearly identify of some Russian campaign, and yet it will be embedded into the informational space, that it will just look as a comment of the user under their TikTok statement. We need to work with the audience, and we need to explain in every possible way, disseminating facts, verified news, and also through fighting against narratives and formulation of our own narrative. Our time is almost up. Maybe we still can have a few questions from the room.
Залишились лише найстійкіші. Тому я думаю,
most resilient people have remained. Therefore, on this wonderful note, on the powerful of networking and media literacy, and the power of our own propaganda, though it might sound emotionally, yet we understand what we say. Complete our discussion. Shall we applause to the wonderful speakers?
Дякую.
Thank you very much indeed for this wonderful professional discussion. I would like to thank for clarity of your minds in this late hour. I would like to thank the audience for their attention. I hope this discussion is and will be useful for you. And the request for family photo. I can tell you that this discussion was the last for today, and yet the 10th Donbas Media Forum continues, and tomorrow it is continued, so please participate.